Hello, PUBG Esports fans. PUBG's second global offline tournament in 2023 after PGS 1. PUBG Global Series 2, powered by Gamers 8, will kick off on August 10th in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. PGS 2 is a 2-week-long tournament where 24 teams will compete for a total prize pool of $2 million. The 24 teams consist of 16 teams that advance through the regional qualifiers of APAC, Americas, China, EMEA, and Korea, along with 8 PUBG global partner teams. The biggest change in PGS 2 is that the battles will take place on a total of 3 different maps: Erangel, Miramar, the 2 classic maps, and the newly introduced Tego. Teams will be divided into 3 groups: Group A, B, and C, and they will compete with each other over 3 days in the group stage. Then, the top 16 teams will advance to the winner's bracket, while the bottom 8 teams will fall into the loser's bracket. The top 8 teams of the winner's bracket will secure their spot in the grand finals, while the remaining 8 teams will join the rest of the group stage teams in the loser's bracket. The loser's bracket is the final gateway to the very last stage of the tournament. Only the top 8 surviving teams will advance to the grand finals. In the grand finals, the 16 best teams will compete in 18 matches over 3 days. On the final day, only one team will emerge victorious, claiming the $600,000 grand prize and becoming the champion of PGS 2. But that's not all. The top 4 teams with the highest points total from PGS 1 and PGS 2 will qualify directly for PGC 2023. PGS 2, powered by Gamers 8. Who will seize the loot and claim the trophy to secure the direct ticket to PGC 2023? Stay tuned.
Goes for the spray, gets some damage up, spots out another one, and the other one uses to go down.
Here we go into it. Your 2021 PGS champion.
Looks at a similar scope and how in the world?
Your PGS 1 champion.
Nice swipe and good circle position.
So few options to work with, but he hits Capitan. That's gonna open
So a
back.
little bit of a spray here
Gonna try to make some close. There it goes down and out.
from friendly fire, but now they may potentially lose Volcano. Very good push.但是这个是一颗雷。
他其实现在唯一机会就是打那种牛海币像现在的一个过点打上来了，扣点。
张德胜的出枪，
但还是被抽奖。
但是
Personal getting the sprays down, but Besto's doing a good enough job of that. And Doozy a bit too far on the second one.
Again, they don't have a whole lot to lose against these guys. The red killer with the P9.
South side of all of these fights going on.
Okay, how's this gonna go? Usually not gun against the barrel. Come out big time.
이하는 계속 결정적인 경기에서 뛰고 있습니다. 자, 저기서 데미지 들어갑니다. 야!
Looks like you need my help. Go down! Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. All right, here we go.
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away. Rapid fire.
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? Stop! The power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go to hell. I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Take that.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر انا تجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
Welcome to Update 25.1, where we introduce a powerful new armament, new desert gales that will reshape your strategies on the harsh landscape of Miramar, and an iconic collaboration that's sure to turn heads. Let's get right to it. First, get ready for a seismic shift in your arsenal with the Dragunov, a formidable DMR that's tough to handle but hits like a freight train. This 7.62mm powerhouse, available as a world spawn in both normal and ranked, not only provides a gameplay balancing between high risks and high rewards, but also heralds a chance-based high-damage system. For a comprehensive rundown, don't forget to visit the patch notes. Up next, we have the Miramar sub-update. Discover Bertona, a new territory with opportunities for exploration and looting. Watch out though, the familiar red zone is now replaced with a unique sandstorm that sweeps the battlegrounds. This isn't your ordinary storm. It inflicts damage, obscures your vision, slows your pace, and wreaks havoc on your electronic gear. If you're craving more agility, we're also deploying the zip lines. Utilize the zip lines for swift, strategic traversing between islands and bridges. Plus, we've modified some locations, cut back unnecessary areas, and much more. But wait, that's not all. The Crafter Pass returns, featuring an ultra-luxury collaboration with the iconic sports car brand, Aston Martin. Blaze across the battlegrounds embodying style, luxury, performance, and exclusivity. Want to know how to obtain these iconic skins? Check out the upcoming Aston Martin announcement for all the details. We have heaps more in store for you this update, including a brand new team deathmatch map, the boardwalk, and more. Be sure to read the patch notes for a comprehensive rundown of all the new updates. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah.
It's Winners Bracket Day 2, and we are here at the analysis desk, brought to you by Savvy Games Group, the pre-show, of course, to talk about a few things here and there. I've got all the American people, just we kind of threw them on as much as possible, and here they all are. Hi, guys. We've got Matchroom, we've got Godspeed, we've got Toffees here at the end. I'm going to start with yesterday, what we saw from our teams trying to vie for position. The circles weren't exactly kind to them, though, here, Matchroom.
Yeah, we had a lot of southern shifts. If we look at it on Miramar, we had two different very southern Puerto kind of shifts down, Impala, depending on how you want to look at it, but then also two military-based circles. But one of the things I love about it is we got a phenomenal chance to show the power of the emergency pickup and the utility and the way it can be brought in. We saw, Theraton 5 kind of sneaking in and getting a couple of them all together, just dropping in, finding some good locations off of what would have been a catastrophe rotation for them.
Yeah, they did all right for themselves. I was excited to see that, especially since I have Thanadol on my team. I'll take a triple dose of that, please. But Godspeed, looking beyond that, I was pleasantly surprised to see how Sonics is doing, currently sat in second place, 48 points.
Yes, and I actually think like a big part of the Sonics, doing so well as bringing in Owen, Machine Gunner. He's been an integral part in making sure that their consistency in internationals has been much better than what it has been. Obviously, we saw a little piece of that in PGS 1. They went into second or third place, I think, going into the final day. They did end at 8th, but that's still been better than what they've been putting up recently, especially after PGIS. So I feel like Gunner has been a massive boon to that team and what they've been able to do on the stage here.
We get to talk to him quite a lot in breakfast and things like that, and it can see those kind of changes really kind of following through for this team. But Toffees, beyond that, we have to talk about 17 Gaming. They come off the back of winning PGS 1 here, and now they're in first place again.
I mean, that's it. They're coming off. They have that sort of, is there expectations? Is there extra stress because of it? Do people expect too much? Well, you can't expect too much with this team because they are going to deliver. There's no such thing as too high a bar. And honestly, Xiaobei has been unstoppable. He came out yesterday. I'm going to guarantee he's probably in the top 5 performers after yesterday, maybe even higher. This guy with the team, remember at PGC he wasn't there and the team struggled here and there a little bit. With him on the roster, PGS 1 was a win, PGS 2 might be a win, it might be a PGC in the future.
Might be. I'm excited to see. I mean, every single time they're in a late game scenario, you can never count them out when it comes to that. So we'll see if they're able to get that kind of repeat performance. Thank you very much, gentlemen, here. We are done for now. We're going to go to a short break. When we return, it's more from PGS 2.
What's up, everybody? Paper Thin here. I'm one of the global casters for PUBG Esports, and I'm here today to talk about the PUBG Global Partner Team's Team Edition skins. I know a lot of you have been really highly anticipating these new skins, and some of you have already purchased them and checked them out. So we're going to talk today about some of the new ones that'll be coming out. In 2023, the GPT team skins were first unveiled, and now the second round has come out, and the response has been absolutely incredible. So let's take a closer look at these skins. The 4 new global partner teams, Gen G, Sonics, Twisted Minds, and 4 Angry Men. The first time around, the skins were incredible. So I can't wait to see what we've got for the second round, but let's take a closer look at our second round teams first. So first up, let's take a look at 4AM, one of the most historic PUBG Esports teams. A team that everybody knows, a team that at every tournament, everybody is watching for. They fight so well together, they're such a strong team, the firepower is tremendous. Everybody loves to watch these guys play, and they are one of the most popular teams in their region by far. Can't wait to see what these guys do, especially after they won the PGS 2 qualifiers in China. Next up from North America, the Sonics, a superstar team. so many talented, incredible players. Some of the most popular players in PUBG Esports are on this squad. They're well balanced, they're versatile, they've got firepower, they've got brains, they've got it all. So absolutely, this is a team you have to watch out for at every event. Next up from EMEA is Twisted Mind, the giants of their region, the big brain geniuses. Such a smart team. Everybody knows that this is a team that is going to be in it in the late game. They're so good at navigating their way into high-ranking finishes with plenty of firepower to boot. These guys are absolutely incredible to watch. And finally, we have Gen G from Korea, one of the most dominant teams we have had in PUBG Esports. Of course, being the champions of PGC in 2019, this team, led by their superstar, one of the all-time greats, Pio, runs one of the most interesting style and has been having better and better results as the year has gone on. So these guys, of course, everybody is going to be watching and rooting for them. Now it's time to check out the skins, and we have the teams themselves to show you guys these brand new skins. So let's check it out.
The team actually wanted to work as a collective here because we felt that our skins should represent us and our style as players.
如果我看到敌人穿着我们战队的皮肤，那我打倒他，我会放走他，让他队友来救他。
파트너 팀에 선정되면서 저희를 좋아해 주시는 팬분들이나 이제 저희가 연습이나 대회를 앞서서 약간 좀 더 집중할 수 있는 계기가 된 것 같고.
I'm just very happy, and the team skins is also a really good addition.
I really hope you guys enjoyed this in-depth look at the team skins. The teams and the players put so much thought and time into these, and we really hope that the fans enjoy them as well. We really appreciate all the support from the PUBG Esports fans, and we really hope that you guys support and like these 4 global partner team skin lines. They're so awesome. We really hope you check them out. And of course, a portion of all the proceeds will go to the teams themselves. You're able to support those teams directly, which is awesome. I really hope you guys are enjoying PGS 2, and I hope you're hyped as heck for the grand finals. I know I am, so I can't wait to see you guys out there. That's gonna do it for me, guys. I'm Paper Thin. I really hope you enjoyed this segment, and I hope you enjoyed the Global Partner Team Edition skins. You can get them now, so go out and get them, and we'll see you on the battlegrounds. So first up, I really want to look at 4AM skins. I really love their color style, the red, white, and black, especially the red. I really think that accentuates sort of their style and their theme. When you see that red on the battlefield, I mean, that's going to strike fear into your enemies for sure. This is a beautiful skin set. I really like the AK, the way it has the team name on it, the way that you can definitely tell whose team this is when you're carrying that gun. The jacket as well, really beautiful the way that the red is on the arm sleeve, so this skin set is incredible. All right, next up, let's take a look at the Sonic skins. And I gotta start with the AK here. This AK is absolutely gorgeous. The dragon on it, the teal color dragon, incredible. The Sonic's logo right there in the middle of the gun as well, very beautiful. The jacket's really cool as well with the Sonic's logo right on the chest. Like, you know 100% which team you're supporting with this. The gloves, everything about this is just a phenomenal skin set. Twisted Minds has one of the most unique, awesome looking skin sets. First up, the S1897 shotgun is beautiful. Right there on the pump of the grip, you've got that pink Twisted Minds logo with the blue barrel on top of it. Really, really distinct compared to a lot of the other skins, especially for shotguns. So this is super cool. And then I really want to focus on the pants. I love this neon blue that runs down the pant leg, almost like lightning. Looks super awesome. Can't wait to see these in game. And last but not least is Gen G. Of course, with their classic black and gold theme, along with their mascot, the tiger, across all of their skins. These are absolutely just stunning skins, top to bottom. And really, even though the QBZ is amazing, the pants, the jacket, all absolutely beautiful, I really like the gloves here. The gold on the knuckles, so if you're punching out your opponents at the beginning of the game, they're gonna know it's Gen G coming at you. I really hope you guys enjoyed this in-depth look at the team skins. The teams and the players put so much thought and time into these, and we really hope that the fans enjoy them as well. We really appreciate all the support from the PUBG Esports fans, and we really hope that you guys support and like these 4 global partner team skin lines. They're so awesome. We really hope you check them out. And of course, a portion of all the proceeds will go to the teams themselves. So you're able to support those teams directly, which is awesome. I really hope you guys are enjoying PGS 2, and I hope you're hyped as heck for the grand finals. I know I am, so I can't wait to see you guys out there. That's gonna do it for me, guys. I'm Paper Thin. I really hope you enjoyed this segment, and I hope you enjoyed the Global Partner Team Team Edition skins. You can get them now, so go out and get them, and we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
At the end of today, we will know 8 names, 8 teams that are moving through into that grand final here for a PGS 2, and 8 moving down into the lower bracket to try and scrap for the remaining spots. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here to the analysis desk to get things rolling. My name's Kalaris, joining me is Toffees all the way over yonder, and we have got a lot to talk about because so far so good. We've already talked about it. 17, Sonics, even Therodon 5 looking fantastic up towards the top. Defend those positions, you're going to the grand final.
The hard part is defending it, because it's not just the Great 8, which is what we're looking for today. These 16 teams all came to play, well, for the most part. There's a few that I think caught us off guard with some of their performance. We'll see if they can turn it around, but it's only 12 games, and I think that is something we don't often think about in this stage, is you have to start now. There's no extra games.
There's no ands or buts. There is just now here. We've got in that 14th of August slot, the winners bracket that we're currently in. We've already concluded the group stages earlier. Then we'll go to the losers bracket later on, and then the grand finals after that cheeky day off, because we all need to recuperate, and those grand finalists need a good little time to get prepared for what's at stake.
What's at stake is $2 million in a prize pool. If you get first place, that's $600,000. That is a wild amount of money, and the drop off to second is significant. I also love that every position pays a little bit more, so everything you do matters, even in the losers bracket.
Yeah, definitely. If you're finishing through that 16 to 24, you've still got a little bit to scrap for. We've got ourselves the format as a whole, though. We do find ourselves in the winners bracket already, as I mentioned here. Losers bracket later on, and then grand finals afterwards. Of course, the grand finals, all important. It's a little bit longer compared to the previous stages, so you've got your chance to kind of really eke out your numbers across 18 matches here, Toffees, to really get yourself that #1 spot.
And you're going to need it, because you look at the participating teams, these are incredible. And there's some top teams that are sort of waiting losers bracket that I think are going to turn things around when we get to the grand final. So those extra 6 games are going to make a very big difference when we talk about sort of chasing those PGS points and getting your ability to go to PGC.
And these are the winner bracket teams at the moment. We've already mentioned some that have done well for themselves here, as I think one that does stand out that's not quite had the easiest of time in the winners bracket so far, even though they got a win on the board, was Tai Lu.
I don't understand how, okay, I'm just going to say it. Everyone else who has a chicken dinner is in the top 5 right now. We played 6 games. Tai Lu is sitting all the way down in 11th with only 29 points. They got, what, 17 of those points in the first game, and they're just struggling to keep up. But with a team like that, with Shen as good as he was in the previous round, I just don't understand it. There's nothing else I don't know why it's not working.
If I could just have him not die early because he's on my fantasy team, that'd be brilliant. Anything pre-10 minutes, no, that's a no-go, please. But yes, so far the road to PGC is as follows. 17, I mean, they've already got 200 points. They're already no doubt going to be doing well and going. But the fact that the matter is, if they keep this #1 spot and then roll into the grand finals, getting even more PGC points, it actually makes things narrower close towards that 4th place border.
It does, and the reason the 4th place border is so important is if you get one of those 4 bids through PGS, it opens up an extra PGC slot potentially for your region. So if you're at home and you're watching these guys play, you're going to be cheering for those if you want your region to be more represented at PGC.
A lot of points across the board so far scored. I do think, though, Toffees, that our 8th place position barrier going into that grand final, I think it's going to be close. These teams on the right-hand side, they've still got a lot to play for.
They have a lot to play for. Yesterday, the best game was 24 points. And that is something, I guess, right, yes, 24 points. And that means that literally anybody can jump to the top of the board. Now, let's look at our top performers. These were the big 3 coming out of yesterday. Tycon has become a non-surprise. He seems like he's always playing well. This region, I don't know what they're having for breakfast. Tycon, Hamas, all of these guys are outrageously good.
The terrifying thing about Cerberus is, whilst we see him at number 1 right now, is that 37 of their 41 points yesterday were from kills, which is insane. And actually, let's take a look at 2 of the players to watch as well. Thanadol, you know what? That cheeky guy, as the look at the players to watch, brought to you by LG Ultra Gear, he popped off, and he was a budget pick in Fantasy.
I mean, this is one of those things, I think if you're a fan, and this is not taking anything away from the team, not expect them to be in 3rd coming into today. That team popped off. Yeah. They played smart. They consider themselves sort of a slower, let's look at the outside. Don't want to get involved. When I talk to them, they're like, we're going to play quietly at this event. They were getting pretty aggressive. They're making some big plays. They were the first mortar kills of this event. Like, they are thinking outside the box, and it's working for them right now.
I like it, because it did feel like a slow starter for them in group stage, right? Kind of eking through compared to some of the teams that were a bit more flashy. But yesterday, I think when we watched them do the emergency pickup drop on Tego and get to that compound, that was instrumental in them being able to take the victory here. But over Honor, highhonor.com, you can check out the mobile phone sponsor that we have available to us, the Magic 5 Pro, so make sure to check that out as well. But yeah, Pterodon 5 looked fantastic.
They look fantastic, and I think one of my biggest takeaways now that they're also sort of doing this is this region is terrifying. I don't know if they're listening to the Spotify anthem for G8 constantly over on Spotify.com. I know we are. Maybe that's it. Maybe they're hyped because of it. But if you look at Cerberus, you look at Expendables, you look at Pterodon 5 now, these teams are going to make a Nations Cup very exciting.
Yeah.
But they're also going to setting a stage for PGC for a region to get very excited.
I think it's awesome. The fact that, of course, we come off the back of having a world champion from EMEA. We have America looking great at the moment here, trying to challenge for those top spots. 17 from China looked awesome in PGS 1. APAC and America, I will say as well, is kind of shaking things up a lot. So we're getting to this kind of equilibrium of skill across regions here, Toffees, that makes things really, really pumped for the next
And I do think part of it is the changes, right? This is the first event where we're seeing the new map. We're seeing new items. We're seeing new ways to play. Like the emergency pickup, for instance. If I had to pick a team that's using it better and more often than anyone else, it's Pterodon 5. They're using it in almost every single game, while other teams are using it as a backup plan. It seems like it's part of their general go-to strategy. And so I do think changes have made us stronger.
Yeah, it's been a good time. My only slight wish would be having 2-2-2. I would love to see 2 Tegos per day, but it's by the by. Yes, we are now ready to get things going here for day 2 of the winners bracket here at Gamers 8 for PGS 2. Let's get it on.
Shot's gonna come out, and it's gonna be Tyloo getting their second game. And what a play there. That was a beautiful display.
中国的战队每天都在进步，在这样一个不可企及的高度，我相信我们会很轻松晋级决赛。
And now look at the Expendables, Matt. They are making the push. They know this is their window of opportunity.
Chúng tôi không hề cảm thấy sợ hãi. Chúng tôi có thể đè bẹp tất cả những đội chúng tôi gặp.
We didn't come to Riyadh to lose. We came here to destroy everything.
This is insane what these guys are doing.
Групповой этап и сетка победителей — это лишь ступеньки на пути к успеху. Мы приехали сюда для участия в гранд-финале.
D+ Kia have just made this an absolute Alamo for themselves.
저희는 그룹 스테이지에서 잘할 자신 있었기 때문에 위너 그렇게 올라오는 건 당연하다 생각해요.
We're a step ahead of the game, and it's not worth your energy trying to catch up.
Todo el mundo puede pensar que es algo sorprendente, pero es algo natural para nosotros.
Just like that, one Molly over the top as PO claims 3.
목표는 당연히 우승입니다. 리아드까지 왔는데 챔피언 타이틀 정도는 가져가야 되지 않겠어요? 한번 증명해 볼게요. 오늘의 주인공은 바나가 될 것입니다.
Six more games to figure out who's going to be going into the final bracket of all of this and who's going to have to be playing through the lower bracket. So there's a lot of stakes to be had as we got a pretty Erangel heavy day, but we're kicking everything off on Miramar.
That is true. And as you said, this is a fight for the top 8. They will be moving on to the grand finals and they will not have to deal with the absolute minefield that I'm sure the lower bracket is going to be. And so far, winner's bracket has not disappointed at all, Matt.
Oh, yeah, we can see that. We'll take a quick look at 17 Gaming, who's been having a phenomenal run. Just right back behind them, though, is going to be Sonics, who have been, I guess, perpetual rivals as we look internationally. Consistently dropping up on top of each other, making life hard for each other. Now finally saying, okay, let's separate this one out. And now just neck and neck on the leaderboard.
Yeah, Sonics have really stepped it up here. Obviously, I did kind of mention this a little bit on the desk in that brief pre-show, was the fact that ever since bringing on Gutter, we have seen them kind of look a little more alive at the international events. Obviously, you know, PGS winners, but that was a long time ago. And even in some of the international events after that, they've kind of had issues finding their footing. But I feel like Machine Gunner has been an absolute boon. He's been a huge asset to the team and bringing them more consistency. And looking at it now, obviously they made it out of the group stage. They find themselves currently in second place with 50 points here in the winners bracket. And so it's looking very good for them to punch their ticket to the grand finals.
Speaking of teams that we have some expectations for, I don't know, anytime PO's on a team, I think a lot of people are kind of giving it an eye as Gen G having themselves a pretty solid day as well. This top is very, very connected. Should be pointing out right now, Gen G and FaZe presently tied, but still only 4 points behind who's in first place.
Yeah, the top 8 of this is going to be very much heavily contested. It's been very close. Kalaris was actually talking about it as well in the green room. This has been probably one of the tightest races in a winners bracket international we've had in quite a while. So even talking about Gen G, right? As we look at the boys, the Luminosity boys, I wanted to touch upon Gen G and what you said, right? Because they have had quite a few games where they actually haven't looked that great, right? They've been having some struggles. They really haven't been putting up as many points, but that is also the thing with Gen G is all it takes is one very big game, which they have had, especially in the last game coming into yesterday, and they somehow will find their way to punch it no matter what the results were before, you know, that final game or the final bracket.
I mean, is it an international if Gen G isn't just making Paper Thin lose the remaining amount of hair that he's got?
What hair?
They just like try to drive you crazy, right? Yeah, you know that we talk about the consistency being king kind of situation inside of PUBG. They go with an entirely different strategy.
Yes, their strategy is all or nothing, it seems, and just finding the opportunity as well. But another team that we had just briefly seen as we're now looking at the boys, the Falcons, who have also, you know, find themselves currently in 8th place. They've had some pretty consistent games across the board, aside from some 16th here, is the fact that Danawa actually really needs to step up. This is a team that all of us talked about ad nauseum at the start of the tournament. Obviously, group stages, there are some immense, obviously, expectations coming out of that team. They have kind of been struggling.
I mean, look at our bottom 8 right now. LG, Danoa, Tyloo after their performance during the group stage. Petrichor Road, Navi, Day Trade, question mark? What? So much that we're going to be looking at here is, don't worry, we still have half the games to go as we're kicking everything off. Miramar bound.
Miramar, again, we've talked about it before, my favorite map, but look at this plane path, Matt. It is very much West Coast, and even if you're stretching to an area like Minas General or even Hacienda is going to be quite the stretch here for some of those teams that do actually want to go towards the east.
But Trailer Park is right on the path. You know how that goes sometimes.
I knew eventually at some point we were going to have to talk about it. But yes, Trailer Park is at the end of this plane path.
Hey, but we're moving away from that like Impala Puerto area that we spent a lot of time.
Yeah, we saw a lot of circles. In fact, we saw 2 circles yesterday when you or Toby were casting that pretty much centered on Impala. One of them just being a little bit more north side. We, yeah, I will say though, in discussing that with Martin as well as James, is the fact that if there's any area of unplayable circle, the East Coast is actually not the worst because there's so much terrain around Impala as well as Parapuriso, where there is a lot of, you know, there's enough space for the teams to get quite
close.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I was talking about yesterday. It's one of my favorite areas to watch competitive PUBG.
It's fun to fight in. I've actually really enjoyed Circles fighting there.
Not to mention, it's not just all technically tan. You get like some greenery.
Yeah, a little bit.
You get some thrown in there to make it a bit more. This is just the continual drop in Los Leones that we've seen. LG as well as Falcons being just, pretty polite neighbors, honestly. I don't even think that we've seen them kind of bump into each other.
And as we know, Los Leones is more than big enough, right, to accompany two, if not sometimes even we've seen 3 teams there actually coexist for the time being. As
Look at Dylan as he's kind of stretching down that direction too. It looks like he might be trying to eye out what's going on over there and maybe get into some of those crates.
Dude, Delwyn and the Expendables have just been so consistent. It's oh my goodness, him ass is gonna find Mime. What a shot, and that is not the start that Sonics wanted, I promise you.
That was a cheeky little way to kick this whole thing off is, just picking up a quick kill, gonna be running away. We do see the rest of Cerberus playing in the low ground that's more graveyard-sided, but it's been Sonics not going into the Picado itself, instead going up to power plant, and this time gonna lose one early due to it, but the circle kind of centered in a no man's land area.
Yeah, just to the east of Chuma there is quite a lot of open space. It's actually a massive gully, essentially, for a lot of these teams to play. We do see Dynamo actually the benefactors of this circle shift, and so they're going to be able to set up pretty much wherever they want. As you can see, Salute currently setting up at Church. And look at this. Na'Vi now is trying to get rid of the Expendables. Tanvu is going to get the trade. Now just one apiece.
Tanvu going for the peek, back around, just decides, okay, we'll flush this one out, call it good. Mel's going to be removed from the lobby. Now the dance is going to be continued. Oh my goodness! Just sends it straight down there. That's a distraction if I ever saw one.
That was madness. I think he tried to hit him with the bike. I mean, he just sent it straight up. But that, again, Na'Vi just with issues in the winner's bracket, currently in 13th place. I mean, they were terrors in the group stage. And another team with a start that they guarantee you we're not looking for.
But did not like that.
No, neither did Alia.
So we'll have to keep an eye on them. But this has kind of been the tail mark, right? We've been seeing Cerberus as well as the Expendables. Early game combat. That's their bag. That's what they want. And it throws off so many of these teams, specifically the ones that usually lean into a much more formulaic drop pattern right off the start.
Sure.
These disruptors in circles 2 and 3 that these two squads are bringing out have been the definitive section of what we looked at during the group stage.
Yeah, but at the same time, Matt, I mean, that's the symptoms of an international event, right?
Yeah.
When you have group stages, when you have these rotating groups, as well as when you get into winner's bracket against teams that, first of all, you're probably not even going to have in your groups at all times, it creates these kind of variables. But again, that's where also APAC has absolutely thrived. And the fact that the consistency, not only in their ability to team fight and win pretty much every team fight, both the Expendables and Cerberus, but also just their macro and the rotations have looked so much cleaner than they have in past international events.
I mean, I've joked before in the past that chaos can be a ladder, and these two squads know how to bring that chaos onto teams and just disrupt. It's always like the most inappropriate times too. It's like it's like the other teams like just sitting there like, see, I'm just gonna do some looting. Nah, you're gonna go ahead and just be dead right off the get-go, man.
And so 17 Gaming, our current first place team here in winners bracket, they have just looked so impressive. And as they said coming into this event, even before the group stages, a lot of people weren't expecting them to win PGS 1. I certainly wasn't, and they were really able to kind of turn that around and not only become champions, but now come in and go into the winners bracket and still maintain first place is just, they've been a force to reckon with here.
It's just sometimes gotta make sure you're keeping your gun good, cooked, ready to go.
It's
right?
also just letting people know, like, hey,
I'm here.
Hey, I see you.
I'm here. There's somebody in this location. While we talk about that, 17 is collapsing down a bit close to the LG and Dano lines. LG having already left Los Leones Falcons as well, as we were talking about that. Really, it's just our northern teams that have yet to make their way into all of this. There's also the potential of a couple of pot shots being exchanged here between DraftKing and Jeems. As you can see, Jeems at about half-life, but that hillside's going to be enough to kind of create a line of demarcation that they're not going to cross.
Yeah, and especially, I mean, you were talking about rotations, looking at a lot of the teams that are...
So we've got ourselves a quick little interview that I believe that's going to be LG's kickstart. So let's get an idea on what's going on with the squad.
Not at all. I think we're getting embarrassed so far, like the entire time. I don't think we've ever played this bad, and honestly, I don't know why I'm even doing an interview, but I am. But we are playing absolutely terrible. I don't know if we won like a single team fight, so I think that's probably why. And we're just playing really bad. I don't think it's bad luck or anything. We're just playing terrible. Honestly, I don't know. It's more of just like we're just losing gunfights and we're just getting shit on pretty much. So I think I'm going to play like a lot of ranked tonight and hope that helps, but I really don't know. I don't think there's much like more strategy we could do. I think we're playing like very well macro-wise and we're in good positions, but we just lose like every single gunfight we take. So it's just you can't really like make a strategy to improve on your gunfights. Like we're just playing bad and we just need to fix it. But there's no like straight answer strategy for just losing your gunfight.
An interview that just hits me to my core.
I love Kick so much, dude.
I get what he's saying, though. I mean, again, LG have put themselves in great positions in a lot of these games, but they have not been winning team fights. And as Kick said, like, it's just, there's really no strategy. We just have to get, you know, kind of our stuff together, so to speak. And I'll tell you this, I also
said shit, so we can't too, right?
Yeah, right. So they got to get their shit together. And that's absolutely correct. And as someone who's been there, right, sometimes you have a day or a couple days at an event where things just don't go your way. That's just PUBG. All these boys know that. But I'll tell you this, when I was sitting in the lobby the other day, right before winter started, he came through and he just kind of looked at me with this big smirk on his face. He's like, I don't know how we made it, but we made it. And he was ecstatic. So I am hoping that is kind of a little bit of a shot of adrenaline that they need as they currently sit in ninth. So they're right on the cusp, but not doing too bad. But yeah, I will say as well, as you know, if LG can get their shit together and they can start winning those team fights, they are going to be a force to reckon with because their macro and positioning has been very good.
Yeah, they've been one of the few teams that have been opting kind of more edge strategy in a centered kind of meta. This time they did opt into going center pretty quickly, no surprise. I mean, they had to move, what, a grand total of 500 meters over. So yeah, you're of course going to take the center position. But I also just love, whenever you talk to people like Kick, there is no like, oh, well, yeah, we need to do this and that. They're very just direct.
Brutally honest,
they're brutally honest. They're brutally honest with themselves. And that's what I love to see players. Like, those are my favorite type of players. Like, nah, we're doing everything right. I just can't pull my trigger good. You know, like that's, sure, it happens sometimes.
It's nice to, there's no excuses, right? It's like, look, we're just not winning team fights. Again, as someone who's been there, it doesn't feel great, but you know what you need to fix, right? You just need to get your mental right, maybe go play some ranked, as he said, maybe sit in the training range and just practice your sprays or whatever. But yeah, I'm not really worried about them. I think getting that kind of second chance to get into the winners bracket will be very good for them. And at the very least, you know, they do have losers lower bracket for more games to improve as well.
This will be the last thing I hit on with that, but I just want to go back into the macro conversation you're talking about with LG. Contemplate, by Kickstart saying himself, we haven't won a team fight. They've managed to make it just off of their macro in positioning. Into the winners bracket, and they're presently 1 point out of being in the top 8 coming into this one. So the macro is good. Sooner or later, they'll just try to find a way to win a team fight, and we'll see how that goes.
Hopefully.
But I was actually pretty happy, though, because we're looking at a Chuma Circle, and I wanted to make sure that you got a Chuma Circle at some point.
Yeah, I mean, Chuma Circle obviously is where I was the most comfortable playing, both regionally and internationally. But for this circle as well, when we look at a team like D plus Kia, right? They are going to be in a solid position here. They really need to, I mean, you want to talk about a team that needs to get it together when it comes to team fights. They've been struggling, right? They've been not only struggling in team fights, though, some of their rotations have really been causing them a lot of issues. So I would love for them, even if they don't make it to the top 8, to at least get some momentum going so that when they do go, if they do go to the lower bracket, they're going to be able to have a much better time down there.
I usually don't like to kick a team when they're down, but it's kind of astounding to me that we have D plus Kia that's here right now. They have a second place and 12 points.
Yeah.
That's harsh. That lets you know how the day has been going for them yesterday. Is Zenith is going to pick up the kill on to Flash that I believe Sonic got the initial knock on to. Is this no man's land to the north is going to be where we're seeing a couple of teams get picked up. That's going to be, you can see Sonics that are playing just to the southeast of where Day Trade's going to be at. Just to the southeast of them. They're perpetual friends, right? In 17 Gaming, that's going to be right down below them. And then Zenith's going to be to the south of that, where Dana was kind of hiding out. This one's a lot more, I guess, open as far as the circle goes, as we're getting ready for the next one to pop and see where are we going, and it's another Southern shift.
Okay, yeah, we've had nothing but Southern shifts. We see James now going to get a nice spray onto EJ, and to kind of bounce off your point with D plus Key, it also proves how absolutely deadly this lobby is.
Yeah. Any mistake is punished, and
yes,
that was one of the things that I do have to point out whenever we go back to looking at like the Expendables and Cerberus. Sometimes teams could get away with an easier kind of rotation, right, in circles 2 and 3, because if you made like a small mistake in rotation, it wasn't as exploited. Those guys are waiting to pounce when they see them now, and that's what they've been getting a lot out of. As you can see, it's going to be T plus Kia losing Americano, and now the slight rotation more into that Los Leones southern area is going to be. This is pretty similar in an area area to what we saw yesterday's circle.
Somewhat, yeah. Much more central, though, as you were saying, to the west of Los Leones. And there's actually so many different elevations and nice little compounds to play around here. The problem is a lot of those are already taken. His kick is going to find a... Oh, no, it was stolen by Loki.
Oh, no. He finally gets a knock and it starts to feel good about his aim, and then it is taken away from him.
But I will say, when we are looking at rotations as well, the Northwest is going to get a little claustrophobic. I do like some of the rotations coming in, even from a team like Question Mark, because they may come in down in the Southwest. Anywhere on the direct west will be decent. Those mountains and ridges are actually very conducive for a good rotation, as well as a nice position to play on the high ground.
It's kind of funny when we look at how kind of Petrichor Road and FaZe are set up here. The rougher lands that has a lot more areas that you can kind of hide out in, you know, like the more verticality and stuff like that. They can't really path into this too easily because the way that the hillsides are kind of lined in, it's forcing most of our teams to still kind of play in that more open area that's in the north that LG, Sonics, as well as 17 has a lot more control over.
Yeah, LG has a very nice split, as you mentioned. I do worry, though, if a team like 17 wants to get a little aggressive, or even if they find a knock, they will, as you said, absolutely exploit any mistakes made by any of the teams here. And that's just the level of international play. I mean, you will be punished for things that at a regional level you will not.
Jinji in a shack in circle number 2 is just Jinji doing what Jinji kind of wants to here. Looks like they're trying to line up their vehicle up.
Want to is a strong word. What they must.
They sent it. They're like, no, we want center circle. And they're like, there's only a shack there. That's fine. Yeah. Center circle is what we want. And they moved their vehicle to make sure that it couldn't get shot from that angle. And this is their home for now.
And the dangerous thing about shacks, and we've been seeing it all tournament long so far, is just how devastating blue zones grenades can be, right? We've seen grenades, obviously smokes, that they've always been kind of detrimental to people playing in shacks, but now even blue zone grenades, you don't even have to land the nade in the shack.
Yeah, that's what I love about it. It's such a good breaching tactic that you can kind of use to get the safety of shacks. Definitely a thing of the past, to say the least. Yeah. Is looking in, most of our teams pretty centered in on this area where we do see Jinji, Danawa, T5 kind of all hanging out at. The territory is not the most conducive to having this many teams here. This is one of the reasons why you're seeing so many shacks just kind of laid out. One of our few teams that really hasn't, I guess, cemented in position is QM. They braved that more vertical area down to the south and are having to go up and down the hillsides. But if the circle shifts here, they're going to be like king of the mountain.
That's exactly the rotation I was hoping they would take when I was talking about the conduciveness of that hill and what they can see with all the sidelines ahead of them. So I'm actually very happy to see that Question Mark has realized that rotation was available to them, and they've now taken a nice position. Now, if this does hard shift to the east, which at this point, the circles we've seen so far, man, it wouldn't surprise me. They still even have like a nice little foothold to rotate from. So really like this from Question Mark, because we do see Ike's left actually getting dangerously close to them.
Getting finally a nicely centered up circle means not too many of our teams are going to have to do too much. Petrichor Road, you can see, was also kind of venturing on this path. They're going to get shooed away by Question Mark. Question Mark's positioning not going to be inside this circle, but there is another hilltop that they can kind of take just to the south of FaZe that they might be able to scout out and see. 17 Gaming on the outlier of this one. They do have themselves D+ Kia. That's just going to be the west, as well as Day Trade. But Sonics, still holding on. Yep, where's it going? Oh man, I always get nervous whenever I hear these things just fly overhead because you never know. Miramar is just so conducive to it too.
Yeah, there's so many little dips and gullies and just even ravines that teams would normally play in and be just fine. That nade landed right on top of Tig.
Follow-up looks like it's going to be tossed pretty well. He's trying to crawl away from it. Should at least get some minor damage. No, not going to quite go far enough. That is going to slow down whatever it is that Sonics were trying to cook over here. Petrichor Road did move down and shift into the hillside, but they're not going to have a good vision on this just quite yet, as that res should come out, and Petrichor Road's not wanting to move too much more. This is kind of a symptom of the circle, right? There's not much really more that Petrichor Road can do. But on the bonus side of this, they have Sonics entirely surrounded.
Well, yeah, they have Sonics in a very difficult position, especially with Chewy. They're kind of gatekeeping, but he does have to be careful because if he goes down, that forward position for Petrichor will be lost. As we now see a little warehouse fight here between the Falcons and looks like the Expendables here.
Circle 3, time to get some kills,
right? For the Falcons as well, yeah.
And this is what they're trying to exploit the most. They try to find weakened squads. Well, not even weakened squads,
splits,
just splits. And they're like, hey, we can come in here. We think that we can win the 2v2s, and they have been. That's just been the key to success for them.
Yeah, Expendables have just been kind of amazing. Is really the only word to call them. Even though they are just in 7th play, the elevated status of their play has just been wonderful to watch. Obviously, Cerberus as well, just been world beaters here. And APAC has shown up in a way that is very exciting for me.
It's so fun to watch. They give us that extra little bit of spice right in the mid-game, kind of throw off a couple of the teams, make it a little bit more chaotic, as this is I like the setup, but both teams playing very defensive, except for really 777, who's a bit more all in the dance, looking around. If you're wondering why Falcons are playing more in the defensive strategy, look at Delwyn up at range over there. He can kind of take some shots in, but it looks like we are going to see Falcons firmly regroup, and that tends to be where Expendables goes, okay, we don't really want this that much anymore.
Yeah, but for the Expendables, if they do want to approach this later, I mean, they have the opportunity, especially with they have these wide angles. Delwyn on the east there could potentially even go for a southern wrap on this, and Falcons, I mean, this is their home now. They're not going anywhere for quite a while, but fortunately with the circle, this is actually going to be a nice position, even if it does shift off of them.
Speaking of some rotations here, we can see that LG is getting a bit more active, trying to use this hillside, getting some vision of what's going on with Petrichor Road, but that's going to be a bit more chaotic as we do have Petrichor Road with Mill way back behind Day Trade that's taking some shots, and he's going to be receiving bullets coming out from Flood as we do get that southeastern shift, and that is a hellacious circle.
Yeah, so the southwest of this circle is pretty much barren and open. There's actually not too much to play because all the teams in the center have taken what would be playable area here. So even have Genji in that shack. We'll be gatekeeping that from the northwest, and Danawa in a nice position here to cut off a lot of rotations now. So for the teams on the north or the northwest, this is going to be somewhat difficult. We see Sonics already getting in their vehicles, trying to get away from what will be quite a build-up there.
Using the opportunity that was provided with those couple of shots from LG, just going to try to send it by. Danawa's going to be taking some shots into them. LG has some pathing options, but none of them are going to be comfortable. For a team saying the fact that they were having some trouble in team fights, they've got Genji and Danawa in front of them, just direct line. Petrichor Road, Day Trade to the south, and it's going to be 17 Gaming to the east. So,
yeah,
that's harsh.
Petrichor will be trying to rotate here into Sonics, though, Matt, as well as they're going to have a decent position here to actually start throwing nades and getting some utility over. So they have to be very careful, Sonics does, to not need any knocks, otherwise damage already coming out. And LG as well, another team potentially looking at this position. If they can help Petrichor get rid of them, they could then third party that situation and get this nice little west edge for themselves.
And you can see this is going to be a lot of ravine fighting, just trying to make it work. LG trying to exploit that high ground for as long as they can, but just look at the stack of teams that are going to be in front of them. Keep in mind, LG is on the edge here, and they need to push their way through. Petrichor Road needing to do something fairly similar, but looks like LG might be eyeing a bit more into that 17 line, but they just can't get the knock on a Little Ghost, and that's going to make it to where they can't really commit into that. Keep in mind, though, Little Ghost is technically more of a Genji player than he is a 17 player right now, as he is way closer to them.
Look at this, a parachute coming in from Day Trade have now found themselves on the east side of the circle, and they're going to be on top of this this brick building. So this is a nice little spot. They don't necessarily have to fight. They have decent vision on a lot of teams around them. The problem for them will be the Expendables, who have a split, and they're very aware of what's just happened.
Okay, we got Sonics trying to fend up as Petrichor Road starting to make their run in. Some are going to be coming down. It's going to be Loki for Danawa that actually gets the vision into this. Crossfire going to be hellacious on Petrichor Road. They've got that hillside that they need to try to navigate. That's why there's so many smokes back behind Petrichor Road as they're trying to make the push down into this one. But Sonics just has to hold this line, playing through the smokes, trying to jump between them, and that's all they're trying to do. But look at the health. Two of their members already down so low as cover is running away from a Petrichor Road, doing a great job on reading it, but just Tig remaining.
Petrichor and Chewy have been looking at this for so long, but Tig will find the trade. It's down to a one-on-one, just Ixless versus Tiggleton. And this is for a very nice little chunk of the circle here. I'm sure Tig would, as the mortar's now coming in as well, Matt.
Ooh, trying to play around it. Tig just runs out, trying to play out the open. Gets the read onto it, and that's going to be a well played by Tiggleton. He's going to go ahead and pick off Petrichor Road, find the kill inside that. Now he's got to go for the res. His circle has abandoned them, though.
At the time, at the very least, they will be able to recover that as, yeah, wow, we didn't even see it, but LG is just out of there. Rillo falls to Xiao Wu. But Sonics have saved themselves, and they have a little bit of a dip on the very west edge that they might be able to play. The problem is Danawa to their north will be able to see that.
So now Sonics, yeah, I was going to say Pathing's going to get more peculiar. The South's also going to get pretty loud here in just 1 minute as we have FaZe, question mark, Cerberus, all pathing pretty similar to each other. Danawa going to be looking at a bit more of an eye in that shack. Yeah, you don't leave that shack, man. That's pretty much it. But hey, the shack is in the safe zone, so no big rush for them to leave right now, right?
No, but those mortars are dialed in right on top of that shack, and they know that. And the problem for Genji is that is actually suppressing them. So Danawa could potentially take a push on that shack, get rid of them, and they actually have a beautiful ridge right in front of that to play if they can just again, get rid of Taman and Pio.
And for anybody that has been curious, yes, Navi is alive, and they finally made it to the safe zone. They've been outside the blue for quite a while right now, just letting this one play out, being a bit more safe after losing too early.
Welcome to the game,
yeah,
I guess. But yeah, we did see them lose 2 members very early, so it is it's going to be Uba and Alia, the last 2 members of that team, trying to make their way into the circle. But they came in on a very contested southern edge with a lot of teams already spread out, as we can see a nice split there from Cerberus as well. So this is going to be quite the task. We also see question mark rotating in, as this is pretty much their best approach. This is where they have to rotate. Look at Dunju's right around the corner here, Matt.
Nade's going to come out, but they're going to pop out on the opposing side. Dante's going to take some damage on it. Dunju's already going to go down. Shotguns, but oh no! Self-nade, but that should be resable. The issue with it is
costing them time, though, Matt.
It is some time. Tanvu now repositioning away. Remember the fact that Daytrade's also over here. Cerberus has 2 members. FaZe is just kind of listening and trying to figure out what pathing they want to take, because they're just in the middle of a field and might eye more to east. Also, don't forget, Navi right back behind question mark as well.
Right, Navi is going to look for an opportunity, a window to try to strike and maybe get themselves in a decent little position here. The problem is the south is so open. We also see FaZe actually making a mad dash now, going for the west, potentially the position. We see Sonics in this little dip right here.
Oh, they cut away from it. They go, nope, instead we're going to go over to this Tyloo position. Nade is prepped, going to be coming out. Oh, but it doesn't go quite far enough. That means the fact that we're going to have to see him run up this, and now this has just gone entirely. First floor collected by FaZe Clan.
And they're going to get a nice compound for themselves as well. They want to go, but trade for trade, Tyloo is still here. And they are fighting the angles, but the Groza from Jeeves will be too strong, and he'll fight too.
That was well played coming out. FaZe Clan going to go ahead and get their foothold in on this one. Problem is, they do have a spattering of players that are all around. Longs creeping up back behind this. Oh,
look at Sonics.
He decides to go away from it, though. Going to step away, and they're just going to roll right into the backside of this. They have to make something happen. They're going to be going into the long buildings versus Longs. Shrimzy down, and now Hwin going to be having to wait on the outside because of the molly.
Oh, but Salute actually going to find Hwin, and that was going to be difficult regardless. I do like the idea that Sonics tried to execute, but again, Long so ready with that molly. He decided to just, you know what, at this point, I'm getting crashed by 2 teams. I might as well take care of one of them. And he let FaZe recover, so it's the lesser of 2 evils, I guess.
And in a world where everybody else is fighting, trying to figure out what's going on, we've got T5 in the middle of the circle yet again.
On 5, man.
Comfy cozy.
They're making it work, Matt. Even that smoke to get across the ridge, they have really impressed me so far in the winners bracket. Even in group stages, the Salute now just trying to get rid of Pio.
Pio doesn't go down easy. Already got one. Finally, it's going to be Jin G getting eliminated. Becomes at the cost of Loki. But with this, guess what? 17 Gaming heard this, and looks like they're cresting the hillside. Nade's already going to be coming down, moving very aggressively into this one. Soul's going to be playing right up on the front, seeing if maybe he can peek up in. But Lil Ghost, he's got himself an LMG for a close range fight, and that is going to spell doom for Danoa if they're not careful.
Yeah, the MG3 is devastating as well. The variable rate of fire there, when you ramp that bad boy up to about 900, it shreds up close. Xiaobei and the rest of the team from 17, they know they need to hold this from Danoa because they've been eyeing this, and they knew that that was pretty much their only approach once they got rid of Gen G. So very good heads up from 17 to kind of hold out the team of Danoa before they even make an approach into the circle, because Theraton 5 is going to be looking at all of this, Matt.
8 kills trying to crest in. They have an idea on where some of the defensive line is going to be at. They see the throwables coming out. Can't find too much, but they do find Lil Ghost. Now starting to move this a bit more aggressively. They know that they need to be moving. Blue Zone's going to be coming in back behind him. That's going to be a 1 down. As Soul is going to find himself getting knocked into that stage. 17 Gaming now just leaning in the fences on the hillside, but Salute, he's got the aim, and he's trying to work his way into it. Just 2 left up for 17 Gaming as the blue creeping in right now.
Xiaowu trying to get Xiaobei up, as we see Suju now being the line of defense here to try to delay this push coming in from Danoa.
Love it.
As Soul is also going to be recovered by Anonix in the back, and this fight is becoming a battle of time as blue is slowly starting to shift in, and it's going to cut these teams off as Theraton is going to be looking at this from over the ridge.
Salute will not quit. He is just walking it down. 17 Gaming right now. Just 1 member up. Blue Zone's going to put in some work, but at the end, it is going to be Danoa that finds it with some help from an Anonix finally, but you can see Salute's going to go down a valiant sacrifice.
They have a little bit of a ridge on this side to maybe use to rotate in, Matt, but this was the the problem that we were talking about. Getting in the circle above this is going to be difficult because of the position of Theraton 5, and in fact, Hotswat and Pathampong have taken that as we see Jeems getting a knock from the concrete building there just to the southwest.
That's it. Look at how much points Danoa has already committed into this one. Sitting at 11 kills right now. They're going to be right on the edge of this and have to walk into essentially a death trap. Like, look at this. This is already prepped up. Only benefit is the fact that FaZe is also kind of going after what's going on with T5, but it's not going to matter at the end of it. Throwable's just too strong from that range. Walking across a road on Miramar when everybody can see you there is just going to be hellacious. Almost like being in a dip whenever there's 5 million nades that are landing at you, right?
Yeah, and FaZe very much ready. Fex is going to find the knock onto Hotswat with that nade. Pathampong as well. And they've taken them out. FaZe with a beautiful rotation and early have cut off a beautiful swath of the circle for themselves, as now they just have to defend from the south, Cerberus, and then Falcons on the east.
Yep, Falcons now going to have to leave their compound, creep a bit more down. Question mark, now the outliers inside this is they do have Cerberus that's going to be in front of them. FaZe does have good vision, good control over the circle, but they are playing the low ground. So that is going to open up a couple of more maneuverability options for question mark. The problem with it is, which way do you go? Do you go Falcons? Do you go Cerberus? Falcons are a bit more entrenched on angle. Well, hey, you know, let's just go ahead and get some assistance off of this. Is going to make it a bit easier. Catching up Capitan, going for a bike ride.
This is always going to be the problem, though, for Falcons. Even though they had the position in the circle, they were in a massive bowl, Matt, and so it was going to be very easy for the other teams like Question Mark to push over, as well as just find those angles. And Cerberus as well will help and get rid of the Falcons.
Okay, well, you saw kind of what happened to the Falcons there, Question Mark. Now you've got to do something kind of similar and walk right down into Cerberus. The only benefit for it could be FaZe Clan sitting at 10 kills right now, 73%, 74% feeling pretty accurate given how much the circle they've already got control over, and they're just looking down into every single one of these dips with just so much control. Blue Zone gonna go ahead and knock a doozy. Best of luck, it looks like he's gonna at least step forward, get picked off, and now we're down to just a 4v1.
And of course, FaZe started the first day of winners bracket here with a win as well, and many kills to their side. 11. They're just going to look for that 12th, as they are almost certainly going to close this one out, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, Moss has had himself a great run with it, but FaZe is going to come in, keep it clean, keep it simple, and just very effective through the entirety of this game. Read the circles through and through, and just bring out a massive amount of frag power just on top of that.
Yeah, a beautiful start, and really it started for FaZe with that rotation as they swept on the south side going all the way to the west, and they found that concrete. They were willing to crash it against the team that was there, and that was just, it was clinical, right? And the circle, I mean, it just was brutal. We saw how many teams had to move, especially in the north side. The rotations weren't great. The area to play wasn't even that great. Even Theraton 5, who had a central position, had difficulty holding it, especially once FaZe got rid of the teams that were sharing the compound with them.
It has just been so cruel. Like, I don't know what these players did to PGS2, but the circles are just like, nah, man, we're going to make sure that you have the roughest go every single game. Time and time again, having to navigate through some of the more open areas, as there is just so much to be looked back through the entirety of that game. So let's look at highlights.
Let's indeed here. FaZe starts off yesterday with a win, and now they get one here in day number 2. They found themselves in number 1 for the winners bracket. They are looking excellent here. Joining me is Toffees to talk about this one. FaZe, 2 wins here so far.
Yeah, and you know, when we started today, I thought we were talking in the back. I was like, it's kind of interesting. We don't have any repeats for the first time. And then FaZe said, you know what? I think it's time for us to get a little bit of active. It's not FaZe Sunday, it's FaZe all day. Come out with a big one. And I got to be honest, I think Jeems has been looking very good. We saw that fight with the Groza. It was disgusting, or gross, if you will. And I don't know, man. I think that they look like winners bracket is their top 5 finish. I don't know what happens after that, but for now they look really good.
I mean, looking at how they were able to transition through some of these final circles as well, obviously dislodging Tyloo as quickly as they did. Of course, a lot of them did get knocked during a lot of that, but they were able to recover from it, which is all important, a kind of strong fighting force here going into these final circles.
Absolutely, and I think especially after PGS 1, they have a pretty strong statement they'd like to make here. As a global partner team they were unhappy with, there's no way they were okay with what happened to PGS 1, so this is a good chance to sort of re-solidify solidify themselves and prove we are the team that our fans believe us to be. And so far, they've stepped up and done that.
Definitely. Really impressive stuff to see them be able to perform the way they did here in this one. Wow, that's awful. There we go. But yeah, I mean, looking beyond all of that as well, though, you're seeing obviously still Cerberus constantly being in these late game scenarios. And I'm going to pose a big question to you. Right now, for me, it feels like they're the favorite for the tournament. What about yourself?
I mean, again, I think this is one of those things that is great news for the region, is actually really cool news as we head towards PGC to Cerberus, to see Cerberus just getting better. At PGS 1, we were like, man, these guys are incredible. Look how good they are at fragging. Here, it's not just the fighting anymore. Yes, their team fighting, I think, is unrivaled. We haven't seen anybody put together quite the level of gun skill they have, but they're making strong calls. They're moving very quickly. They're operating as a team in a way that I feel like I haven't seen in a while. So yes, I agree with you. They could be a favorite for this tournament, and I may go as far as say if they keep doing this and getting better, they may be a favorite for the World Championship this year.
Ooh, I mean, yeah, that's a big call, but they are terrifying right now because with the kills that are slowly coming along all the time, the placement points will follow. Here they are in our top 3. Alongside them, Danawa being able to get a big step up here in this, and a question mark as well. 2 teams that desperately needed points considering they didn't have the easiest of day number 1s.
You know, tell me what goes better than Danawa showing up on the second day. This is the same thing happened in the last bracket. They got it together. They worked through some communication issues. You know, Soul is sort of taking this IGL role. He said sometimes he feels a little bit confused, but they met last night. They're doing better, and they're showing on the battlefield.
Jesus, wow. That's 600 damage going his way, 7 kills as well. Looking at like a brilliant execution here for this one. I mean, after the win yesterday and then rolling past the second game, as we look at the meta match brought to you by Kadia, we actually talked to him on the stage. You know, he was interviewed and he was very realistic about how their outlook is, but so far they're looking brilliant.
He has a vision for FaZe's future. Can he build it? Yes, he can. He walked out wearing that hard hat. He had some work gloves on this morning. If you looked at some of their tweets as they went out at the start of the day, or posts, I guess, he is ready to take that team and move them to the next level.
I'm taking number 1 spot off the top of the likes of 17, and Sonic's also challenging for it. Difficult. That's 22 points going the way of FaZe for this game. 13 for Danawa. Still Cerberus ever present. Big important points for question mark. Because bear in mind, before those 11 points, they had 16 to their name.
And that's not a team that should have 16 points. Phil First alone has been a breath of fresh air in terms of how they played during group stages. He looked so good. This young gun, I think maybe this is where they turn it on, but it's not surprising to see EMA show up and be ready to play on day 2.
Maybe. Also, we have ourselves, they're on 5, once again finding themselves a central position. Didn't quite hold it down and lock it down as strong as I might have anticipated, considering what they did yesterday here, Steven. But
still top 5. I mean, this is one of those things I don't necessarily always agree with the choices they make after they get into some of those centralized positions, but the fact that they're getting there, they're putting points on the board, their averages are higher than a lot of other teams have been in this event. If they keep doing that, at the very least, the grand final is on the table.
Well, here is Danawa, and they're looking like they're all smiles, joking with one another, and they're going to be after a result like that. Previously coming in with 33 points, they started or ended yesterday with a 3rd place, 4 kills, a 2nd place, 9 kills. So getting themselves in yet another podium position, very important for Danawa, considering there's a lot of expectations, I would say, around this roster.
There's an insane amount of expectations, especially when you look at the names on the roster. They are pedigreed, they know how to perform at LAN, and I think that's what we see, though. They may start slow, but they climb. That's where they go 2nd, 3rd, and I expect bigger finishes today.
And a team that's never slow, Cerberus.
Never slow.
They are just all guns blazing. Their shirts are actually on fire. Look at them. They're trailblazing through this tournament right now. Everybody's got to be scared.
I mean, to be blunt, I have never seen a mascot that is so accurate to a team, right? The 3-headed dog that defends the gates of hell. You try to push them, you're going to find out exactly what that means. And they have fight in them. I have seen countless moments where their backs are against the wall and they don't have quit in them. They're not hiding in a corner and hoping for the best. They're going there and being proactive every single time and finding those points.
I'm actually a huge fan of their progression. Like, watching them, obviously we have been just watching these teams develop and develop and develop, and it feels like Cerberus has developed in such a natural way. From tournament to tournament to tournament, it's clear they're grinding, and it's clear they're putting all into the game. Will they be the champion down the line? Well, that is a question that we're going to pose. But for now, let's head on to the Dusty Dunes. It's Miramar for game number 2 of the day.
Ooh, here we go, here we go, here we go. Another Miramar game to kick everything off. I'm excited as our last one was just ended on a calm note, but the middle section was banging.
Yeah, I mean, that circle was very difficult for a lot. We were talking about it even before that the final two shifts. There really just wasn't much to plan. We saw the symptoms of that with a lot of teams falling early, but this one, at least plane path, a lot more even for the teams.
We've been getting a lot of these just very hefty diagonals, right? Just cutting in directly across from everything. It's been very, very peculiar. As we've been getting a lot more north-souths in a lot of the qualifiers and whatnot, but this time around, it's just so directed in pathing.
Yeah, but really the thing that's been hurting a lot of these teams, Matt, is these hard shifts have been absolutely brutal. We have not had, I feel like almost every other shift has been a hard shift, whether it's been to the south, it's been somewhere to the east. It's just been in areas that have been difficult for the teams to navigate, especially with, you know, how strong these lobbies are. That exacerbates the problem of really not that much space to play.
See if we'll see any mix-ups based off of the drops here, but it looks like I think everybody's kind of cemented in and comfortable. Everybody knows where they're going, especially in a plane path like this. We might see some awkward stretches, but that's going to be about it.
Yeah, and even looking at a team like Sonics as they drop here, like it does look like Mime has adjusted off that last drop as they've had some issues, obviously losing him in the last game, and so he's going to adjust, and that's going to be smart from them. They don't want to lose someone early, especially when they had a decent position here in that last game on the western edge in order to hold something. So as we now look at this, we also see question mark very far to the north in Torre, as Petrichor will be the benefactors of this circle as it's going all the way pretty much on El Azhar.
Yeah, finally we don't have ourselves heading over into the south. We're getting some different spice. We kind of talked about this one, though, during the qualifiers as we've got the Death Star Trench coming in, but this definitely has a more southern lean, more in commitment to it. But the way these circles are going, I don't even know, dude. We could end up going up hanging next to Tierra Blanca.
Yeah, this is very similar to one of the first games we saw in group stages, right? When Tai Lu actually had that drop in and the emergency pickup, and they were able to win that game. So this one a little more southern leading. There is a massive kind of ridge there to play on the south side near Death Star Trench, but it's going to be interesting to see if we actually do shift towards that very difficult area of play.
Trying to keep an eye on a couple of our moving factors early in the Expendables as well as Cerberus. Expendables already kind of making a shift in to see if they can find something involved in all of the kind of craziness as they're going to be cutting directly across path and coming out. Tai Lu, who's been much more quiet after the kind of Expendables situations in mid-games, is I was specifically in these as well. So I'm going to be... we expect more out of them after the group stage, right? This is not where we were expecting them to be.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, with the strength of this lobby, I did maybe think that they would run into some struggle. Obviously, Longs, Shen have been doing an amazing job for Tai Lu, but again, the little mistakes that potentially would have worked out for them there, definitely being punished much more vigilantly here in this lobby. So we'll have to see if they can kind of find their footing a little bit. They're not doing terrible. I mean, they're in 11th. They should be able to recover here. The team has done very well to adapt for themselves. We now look over towards Gen G, another team that's been, you know, kind of fighting their way up, currently sitting in the top 8, as they're going to be sending up a nice little emergency pickup for themselves, Matt.
I mean, this is one that you're going to be taking, right? This is a good one for them. They're so far away. This is the whole reason this exists, right? Whenever the circle is the complete opposite side of the map and you don't want to deal with anything, just go, okay, we'll just jump in. There's also a lot of very interesting positions that they can drop into, given the fact that there is the curve in the wall itself. They could almost just land backs against the wall and walk in.
They can even go all the way on the east side if they really want to and kind of avoid a lot of the teams fighting there towards the center. But yeah, a lot of options for them as we now see Tai Lu, the team we were just talking about. Tan Vu has been amazing, but Shen will find the trade.
I mean, this is just Expendables doing what Expendables loves to do in this earlier section of it, but Shen, who's just been so hot right now, finding himself some capabilities to work with this. Getting some assistance is now coming in, but reinforcements on both sides as it looks like this is going to be a committed fight this early.
And for good reason. This is a beautiful compound for these teams to try to take, as Shen will find Duck Juice with that nade. And Tai Lu is holding their ground against the team that very much has been winning almost every single team fight that they've been in. Only one knock though on the side of Tai Lu is Delwyn doing the best that he can. The nade right on top of him, and he will get knocked.
Just so clean in defense right now. 755 down at the directed time, but with this, just pick up a couple more. Oh, yeah, come after me in the early game. I see how it is.
And now he's got himself an ump. Very limited ammo.
Hey, well, if you're living in a world with a Tommy gun, you know, you follow it in. You want to pair them together.
Ammo type, so why not?
Yeah.
As this one's calmed down, it does look like, yeah, Tai Lu will be the winners of this fight. And the reason that we're fighting for, again, for this position, it's very strong in the circle. It gives them a great foothold as far as rotations, as well as just a nice position now, especially if they get the shift. As Shen, yeah, just going to finish that one off as well. Nice little point for him, and 3 points away of Tai Lu. Beautiful start.
Boy, did you see Flood spin back around on that whenever he saw it. 777 now making his run across. As trying to see if he can hit Emmy, but Emmy doing a good job on dodging the bumper cars and going to survive.
Yeah, definitely some frustration there as the Expendables made the right decision as far as that compound goes, but their timing was just a little short as Tai Lu was already there, and so they will fall. It's actually the first game I've really seen the Expendables kind of fall this early, I will say. They have been amazing so far.
And it's not a surprise whenever you look at how Shin has been competing, but with that, that does mean the fact that Tai Lu's kind of in a very, I guess, peculiar spot. All considered on their loot, you can kind of see what Shin's working with right now, scouting out everything. The 2X on the ump is got some range to it, but not the way he wants, I would say.
Definitely not what he wants.
It's not the meta loadout,
for the timing,
right?
but you know what? It's good enough, right? They've got themselves a nice position, and they should be able to kind of build off of that. At the very least, get some loot as well.
Seeing most of our teams now starting to cut in. Gen G doing their airborne approach right now. Petrichor Road a bit lower up inside of all of this one is now Sonics. Look like they're also going to be coming in on that Bandita line. Nobody really around them. What closest team to them is going to be opposite side of Minas Generalis. So depending on how they choose to path into this one. But hey, Petrichor Road is going to be on the landing point where we see Gen G trying to go for. And they kind of opted a bit more into the outskirts using the wall. But good spray coming out from Mill. Going to take down a DG.
And Petrichor going to find that nice knock there on a DG. He's not just flushed yet, so the possibility of a res is on the table here, Matt, but Petrichor doing their best to hold here.
Slow cook, wait to see if anybody's going to be coming in on the approach, you know, get the nades prepped down on it. EJ, you can see not feeling too comfortable over here. PO also having to be back up on that hillside, defend in and look towards where Falcons are becoming in at. Petrichor Road now just doing a full regroup as this has become much more awkward. EG trying to see if maybe he can creep into this one, but Gen G's already got control over the compound to the south, and it's going to be Falcons with that, I guess, more vertical support coming into play.
Yeah, Falcons are realizing that there is now an opportunity here for some kills as they're overlooking here the fight between Petrichor and Gen G, and this one is going to be a slow burn though, because both teams, or actually all three teams I should say, realistically it's just Petrichor and Gen G don't necessarily want any issues or don't want to lose anyone early, I should say.
And with the way that we see sightlines come into play, Falcons predominantly is going to be able to see what's set up with Petrichor Road rather than what's going to be going on with anything that Gen G is trying to make. PO's playing the opposite side of that hill away, so can't be seen too well. Taman as well as DG playing in that lower area. DG does get res after getting knocked because he was low enough to the ground whenever he got knocked that it didn't lead to just an instant dropout, which is extremely beneficial on that Gen G approach. But now you can see another set flying overhead as it is going to be D plus Kia. We're going to have to keep an eye out and see where they're going to go for their drop in. Most of our teams definitely playing into that southern area of Death Star Trench, and there's no surprise. As 17 Gaming and Sonics, yet again, just right next to each other. It doesn't matter where you go. These two teams, man.
They just can't get rid of each other, or they just can't separate as Xiaowu is going to find a nice knock on a Huid there, and this fight is just happening so early.
Let's see if we can, looks like Sonics are wanting to slow it down just a bit. Go ahead, regroup, defend in. 17 Gaming now knowing who's on the other side of it. And I don't necessarily want to say that it's a rivalry yet, more just a bad blood situation between these two squads.
It's pretty much a rivalry at this point, especially because both teams like to drop central. We'd seen what happened before when Sonics had contested 17 and Pachiki Picado, but Tiggleton now going to find the knock onto Little Ghost, and so this is going to be the advantage on them if they want to push the pace. But look, on the south side of this map, Danawa.
Danawa creeping in, going to be very, very complicated. Now their shots are going to start coming into Sonics. Tiggleton, Shrimsy wide out in the open, now going to be moving a bit more aggressive with a couple of those shots, probably giving away what's going to be going on. Little Ghost now being entirely flushed out. Does mean that Sonics do have the man advantage inside this fight, but you can see it is going to be Danawa that is slowing down so much of what they're trying to accomplish. Bouncing from smoke to smoke, using the wall around the outside is
at 249.
Dude, I'm just a simple man. I see an LMG and it just makes me happy.
I love the M24. Back in the day when it was a crate weapon, it was actually my favorite gun in the entire game.
It's still kind of, it's like...
It's still good, don't get me wrong, it's still solid. But
like,
when
I
it was,
know there's all the math and there's everything else, but it's just like you get it in your hands, you just feel like you could just walk down an entire team.
It's still a very good gun, especially if you get a nice little butt stock on it there and just pop a red dot or even a 3x. You prone with that bad boy? Oh, chef's kiss.
See where the circle's going to go. Center up.
Chef's kiss. This is even. You know what they deserve? I would say the teams deserve somewhat of a decent shift, right? It's just going to be more central. Death Star trench, as you call it, is not going to be in, so that's going to be very nice for these teams. They're not going to have to deal with that.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot more into that junkyard hillside. I actually really also like this area because you've got that curve and ravine that kind of comes through this and makes for a very interesting area to play. There's still a lot of verticality inside of it, but it makes for, it's very, very harsh in some areas. So a team can actually huddle down into the side of it in certain areas, as well as provide different pathing options. We're finally going to see a bit more of this fight continuing out, but instead, let's go over to the Gen.G Petrichor Road fight.
Yeah, this fight's been going on for quite a while. We saw the team of Gen.G kind of drop in, Petrichor doing their best to kind of hold, but Mill is going to fall here, Matt, and this is now down to a 3v3.
Slow and steady wins the race, as it looks like that's what Gen.G's trying to go for at the time. But Throble's going to come out, burst right over Taman's head, not take him out entirely. But here comes a push. Petrichor Road thinks that maybe they got more damage than they thought, but instead, just the back flank going to be enough. Taman gets a knock on one side of it, looks in, doesn't know where to look for the other one, and Pio now having to come down, be the hero for his squad, or be the hero and just trying to retreat. And it looks like that might be the smarter option.
And the problem was Pio could just not get any form of cover for his team sitting on that ridge because of the position that we see from Emmys, from the Falcons, and it just once more looks like some disjointed communication coming out of the Gen.G boys.
And Pio going to step away. T5 did hear this. They are on the opposite side of this cliff, though, so not much they can really do except for maybe catch Pio if he opts into going down. But, I mean, look at this. Why would you leave here? If you're a solo, this is exactly where you want to be.
Well, there's really nowhere else he can go. But, yeah, he does have something to play for now. He can just kind of prone up and kind of hunker down. But, yeah, Petrichor doing a good job of recovering that fight, and they desperately need to just get some momentum going because they're one of those teams as well that we were talking about coming into this looked very strong. And even though they find themselves in winner's bracket, they have been struggling.
This is a very mixed up situation, as we can see that with Gen.G now having to retreat out of position. We still have the Sonics 17 fight that's been very, very protracted at this stage. H-Win goes for a good flank into it, gets knocked on a one. He gets the second one. H-Win just absolutely pulls apart what 17 Gaming was trying to do. Remember the fact that we already had one member down and out in 17. So if Sonics can get this res, it is going to be a full four-man united front versus a solo remaining in 17.
A beautiful recovery there coming out from Sonics as Twin comes up huge. He gets a nice little double there, but they are facing Xiaobei. And we know that Xiaobei has been an absolute force to be reckoned with here on the field as he's just slowly going for those angles, but they do hear him, and now Flash gonna come out. Can he actually do anything here as he's gonna swing around? But no, the Sonics just hold fast and they will eliminate 17 Gaming.
Finally ending a fight that has been going on for so long, getting control over a compound, and now in Sonic's fashion, you just can't wait for the next circle to pop and go up next to Azahar. So all of that work was just to make sure to get rid of 17 Gaming and not even to get comfortable for too long. No real other fights happening right now, just kind of counter moves. A couple of teams starting to lean into a bit more of a 2-2 split and venturing out to see if they can get some more information. Danawa being one of the key factors in that in the south is they're kind of eyeing that Tyloo line. They do have Navi on one point. LG also doing kind of something similar to the south as the circle actually does shift to the southwest. So Sonics going to be rewarded for finally finishing out that fight.
Sonics with definitely hugely rewarded here with that position on the southwest. You also see LG with a nice spot. We kind of touched upon the circle map, but we really didn't get to talk about it. There's actually a lot to play here. It's a lot of different ridges, a lot of different elevations now. Speaking of elevation, we see Therton 5 now going for an emergency drop, which they have been using very liberally and very successfully. This is a really fun circle to play because we haven't seen Junkyard in quite a while.
How do they find so many of these things?
I don't know, actually. It's a good question.
It's not like they're extremely plentiful, because I was talking to a couple of the players like, okay, how often are you guys countering them? They're like, I don't know, about once every 3 games. Therton 5, it's like, we've got 2 every game.
Yeah, 2, exactly, 2 every single game. So they're actually going to drop right onto the position here of LG. And LG was actually moving out, so they're just finding themselves here. Snaker's going to start off with a knock.
And going to be a quick turn back around into this one as T5 has 2 of their members down, at least getting some vengeance. Flood, remember, he was stretching out. We were talking about this a second ago. Going on with Dano. Kick starts way up next to Dano right now, so T5 just cuts right in between. LG takes out one of their players, and they're having to like figure out, okay, how do we respond? Do we even go back down?
Back off, yeah.
Yeah, like they wanted to go for this Dano fight. That's what they were setting up for.
Exactly.
And this was just poor timing for them.
They were setting up actually quite well for that fight against Dano, but it's so hard to be like, all right, guys, we're setting up for the fight. We're getting this great position. Let's all of a sudden worry about a full 4-man dropping in on us, right? It's something that you would generally not think about before. So now that timing, as you said, was just very unfortunate for LG. But again, T5 just using those pickups so well.
And Snakers was so committed into defense, he didn't go for the flush, and that means that all of T5 is going to get rezzed and capable of refortifying. This is what they do.
Yeah. But I will say, though, LG have recovered pretty well. For that, all intents and purposes, they managed to get 3 out, and they now have a position where they don't, they're not in threat of being third-partied or really getting shredded. They do need to find a way to get Flood out, though, somehow safely.
Moving factors that we kind of got to keep an eye on. We've got Falcons that are going to come to the north. You can see that DK is getting a bit more, I guess, close to this Petrichor line from that high vantage point, kind of where we were seeing Pio playing from just one moment ago. Question Mark is going to be playing a bit more to the north and west of this position as Dante's going to be regrouping over there. So not the cleanest of capabilities for now, but at least a home to work with, as D plus Kia does have a lot of vision on the circle from here, but it is just such an awkward point because you know they're not going to be able to stay here, and they've got now a team on every single vector of escape.
That's definitely going to be the biggest issue for them, as finding a rotation is not only did they have QM, as you were mentioning, but Petrichor as well as FaZe definitely looking at this as well. So going to be very difficult for them to find, you know, a footing here without fighting. They're basically going to have to fight. There's no way D plus Kia can contest that. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, on the southwest, Sonics have so much area to play, and even with this shift, they should be able to find something here, even if it's just to the southeast.
But remember
southwest.
that ravine we were talking about a moment ago? That is the key component inside of the circle.
Now.
It's just going to be cutting right through this. Navi's going to have a lot of vision on what's going to be going on. The junkyard area, we all know that's ridiculously complex, but it's going to be very, very weird to navigate. This is got actually probably enough dips for all of these teams to have somewhere, but not really at the same time. Like they're gonna have to fight for them.
Yeah, not comfortably at all, as we now look at this fight here on the northeast between Question Mark, D plus Kia, Petrichor. All of these teams will need to find a way to rotate in, but realistically, they still also have to contend with FaZe, who have now consolidated here on the north side, on the high ground ridge, and they're going to be able to dictate pretty much every fight that happens on that side of the circle, Matt.
And FaZe just kind of gets to sit referee. They don't get to be too involved on this hillside fight, but whoever wins it is going to have to move down. It's going to take a while. Remember, Blue Zone is going to be coming in just one moment, so there's not a lot of time to kind of rest, feel comfortable in what's going to be going on. LG already kind of pathing more into that Tyloo positioning. They're stepping away from that T5 Danoa fight, as Danoa is moving much more aggressively to the center of the circle where Na'Vi is going to be. Sonics kind of stretching along that western front, but we talk about all of this movement. We have the LG potential of a fight versus Tyloo, but then there's the D plus Kia, there's Petrichor, there's QM, all that to the north. Yeah, this is where I want to be.
Yeah, the good thing, though, for LG, as we just touched upon them real quick, watching this fight between Petrichor and D plus Kia, is that they only have to contend with one team right now. Not so much the case here, as Summer is going to fight in two, one with the nade, one with a nice spray down, and D plus Kia know that they're in a rough spot.
This is a very tricksy place to kind of navigate as well. All of these crates make it very hard to know exactly where you're going to be needing as you're coming in. Plus, also leads for some guerrilla fighting, as you can kind of bounce from position to position. And even these people in the high ground positions where we see Americano, Nuda playing from, they can't keep a consistent feed on what's going to be going on, as Petrichor Road is doing a great job just bouncing from cover to make it as awkward and uncomfortable for D plus to really kind of know what's going on here.
Yeah, as you said, those angles were difficult, but speaking of difficult here now, it's going to be Falcon stuck in a ridge, and Shed is going to find two, and they just got absolutely destroyed by Tyloo.
Here comes LG. They were wanting that fight to go on for a smidgen longer, but instead just going to be charging down. Also, Na'Vi gets some idea that's going to be happening, taking some shots in. That stack up could be a problem.
Could be the same
if we see Kickstart decide that he wants to go for this, they're continuing on the path. They may prep up a nade. He has an idea on where that fight's going to be happening at. Meanwhile, you can see the duo for D plus Kia having to walk down into just death. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
this is not going to go well.
This is not great for them at all. Petrichor is very aware that there's going to be two members, but they actually might be starting to move move, which could open the window, but they're stuck. They're stuck in the vehicle.
Oh, no! Of all the ways, the curve, they couldn't make it around the crates. It was too
much
tight of an
girth.
angle. Oh, the tankiness of that truck providing so much.
Those are very big. It was very hard. As again, they're very wide. So Chewy now is going to be one of the last members finding himself in, and that's so unfortunate for Petrichor because that hold against D plus Kia was solid.
Yeah, and now remember we were talking about FaZe and how they're just going to kind of wait and kill whoever wins. I guess Petrichor won, but this is just going to be more of who gets to feed on the people coming down the hillside. The circle pops. It does move more into the ravine, more into Junkyard, which means even FaZe now going to have to move.
I don't even remember. I don't know. This circle is so weird. Just centering up, as you said, on that ravine. It's just such an open space. There is quite a bit to play around, but most of the teams have already taken up position where they would want, or really where there's good cover.
This is just mutually assured destruction at this stage between what's going on with the remnants of Petrichor Road. This is, can I get at least some points before I have to walk down into whatever's going to be going on over there? Again, Na'Vi now getting more and more vision. Remember we were talking about how they could kind of see everything that's going to be just around the ravine itself. That's becoming more and more complicated. Cook Nade, though, could be big. Gonna read on one side. No! Going for the jump shot.
Yeah, which Ixleft has been very good with the jump shot. We saw them win a game there earlier, but look at this. I mean, Ixleft also just very much stuck, and FaZe just waiting for these members to come out and try to get points as they have been flexing on that north, finding as much room to play as they could. And back to LG, they need to get rid of Tai Lu.
Trying to fish with Dynamite right now. This is a full gate-kept position. Kickstart is going to go down. Na'Vi yet again just showing their influence on the circle. And yeah, oh no, the smoke! They couldn't quite see it cleanly. That's catastrophe right there. Is now just Flood. Where are you going to go? There's nowhere that's going to be helpful right now. Man. Maybe you can sneak something around, but remember that FaZe line that we were talking about, even if you get away from Na'Vi? Yeah, that's
that just sucks, man, because look, Flood potentially got a position here, especially if they had two, maybe even three. Even just two here would have been nice working up these bridges to fight. But yeah, I mean, it happens. I can't say that I haven't run over a teammate at a very crucial moment. Yeah, but the smokes made it difficult. So Flood, LG will be just down to 1.
That's why you don't smoke and drive. You don't want those distractions going on right there. FaZe now holding down the northeast. Well, I say now, has been for a long time. QM has opted down to the bottom of the ravine itself. Tai Lu did see how Flood made that rotation. They're kind of eyeing into him. Nobody comfortable over there, though, but FaZe, with their backs up against the wall, at least do have some ways that they can play through. This is still just everything to the north and east is on some variable control over Na'Vi, and I think that's why Tai Lu is just going to opt in, creep in, get to this spot, and just kind of hunker down. And that's both so close.
Yeah, that spot, though, is, I mean, as you can see, FaZe has Overwatch onto this quite nicely with great sidelines, and Flood is going to be the one that's actually hidden from FaZe's ire right now as we go to the next shift, and this one goes center, Matt. There is nothing. Bro. There is virtually nothing to play in the center of this circle. As Question Mark now have been quiet on the north side, still find themselves in with a position where they could potentially gatekeep the west with the help of FaZe.
At least it's kind of fair because nobody has anything, right? Even Na'Vi going to have to leave their compound. The south, though, is just, it's a mess, dude. Sonics realize what's going on in the circle, going to be moving more aggressively into what's going to be happening with Danoa, but they're going to be bumping into T5. Vehicle's just going to come rolling down into this one, and T5 doing a good job on defending up, picking up a couple of these Sonics members, but Danoa now wanting to get involved. They're shifting heavily down into the south, and let's be honest, nobody's going to come out of this one clean.
No, but T5 doing an amazing job there of defending against the push from Sonics. Pretty much the only play Sonics had, so I don't blame them for it, but again, what a hold. T5 have been just so damn impressive in the winners bracket.
I'm curious to see what Cerberus is going to do because it looks like they hear some gunfights, see if maybe they can pick up some more. Yeah, they're heading this direction. They're going to
the only play they really have.
Pick up your kill points before you have to jump into the no man's land, right? That's the way to do it because at least maybe you can secure 2 to 3 more points, whereas walking out there is just going to be absolute death. Look at all the utility coming out from T5. They're moving forward, but here come the throwables on the side. We can see Cerberus now starting to find angles to work with Danoa just having to thin him as T5's going to be coming in. This is just getting messy upon messy.
And FaZe even dictating a little bit of this fight as a knock came out from Vex and a bolt and a huge grenade as Cerberus now trying to get some points out of the chaos.
I mean, even this, Na'Vi was kind of eyeing more into the circle, and here's all of this that's going to be going on. This is, though, where Cerberus wants to be playing from. This is the best of a bad situation kind of thing. They know where Dana was going to be playing. The problem is they can't press down into it. Now, finally, with T5 being eliminated, if they're going to make their aggressive play into Danawa and just maybe drop a nade, look down, if they peek that hillside, it's going to be so easy to pick up a couple of these shots. The issue is QM can see them if they do that. FaZe can see some of what's happening over here. Let's not even forget Daytrade off on their own independent angle. There's so little cover. People are just taking, you can see everything in this.
Yeah, Na'Vi, everyone's eyes have been drawn to the southwest here as Cerberus will survive, be the last remaining team, but they still need to find something to play. As example is going to be naded by FaZe, and they desperately would love to get rid of Na'Vi so they have complete control of the east side, Matt.
This little bit of a hill is the only thing that you can kind of play to navigate with some type of cover inside. This is why FaZe trying to hold it. And for as much damage as FaZe has been doing to everybody, haven't been able to pick up a kill yet. But that being said, the control of this game in the north has been theirs.
Yeah, they've done a great job of dictating a lot of the rotations of the teams around them, making sure that they have complete control, as you said. And the last team they really have to get rid of here is Na'Vi, as they're pretty much stuck here in the edge. And FaZe, again, have done a wonderful job of taking control. Meanwhile, we do see Cerberus finding some form of cover here in the circle as we go to one of our last shifts into phase 7. But again, there's just nothing to play. Look at this shift, Matt.
And I want to point out, remember the ravine itself. QM made the committal down into this early. There was a couple of compounds. They've been kind of hunkered down in. While all of this hill-to-hill fighting has been going on, they've just been kind of sneaking into these circles pretty clean, pretty comfortable.
They've been doing a good job for themselves. As we now look at the team of Daytrade, the trio, Belmoth, Norins, and Puchos, just, again, they're using whatever utility, but they know they have to crash. They have to crash in the position here of question mark. Doing so with a knock would be much better than doing so without one, so they're looking for anything, but that circle is going to start pushing in about 20 seconds, and they know they're running out of time.
So Daytrade with eyes on QM as they're trying to regroup now. Presently, QM in a 2-2 split. 2 of their members inside the circle. FaZe has 2 of their members inside the circle, with the other 2 kind of trying to keep out the remaining members of Na'Vi, who have 1 member that's Mel presently inside the circle. Cerberus being more of the X factor into this as Daytrade gonna make the commit down and hits the side of that rock as they're coming through. This is gonna be a lot of damage. Finally gonna have to jump out. Puchus is gonna go down, and that little bit of a firefight kind of kicked off everything for a second, and then immediately it stops yet again as Daytrade had shots coming at him, Cerberus had shots coming at him. Moss is going to go down, FaZe is going to spot it out, and then it's going to be the next team that's going to have to move in Cerberus to kind of reignite everything.
Yeah, Cerberus with a lot of vision over this, but the problem is they're not in the circle. Himas has gone down and Duck by, now the last one, desperately looking for some form of noise they can find, as they're going to get a double there. Corexi just doing so much damage, and Na'Vi will fall.
That was just a well-done flank onto this, just being patient. FaZe realizing, hey, look, we've got control, we've got the cover, we know where Na'Vi is, we know what they're going to be fighting for. Let's just play this slow, steady, and make sure we keep the control inside of it. Now, Duckmine, what are you going to do? Because that's the real question we're looking at. Everybody else is kind of in the circle. Duckmine, do you feed it to the zone? Do you get in the vehicle?
I mean, he's going to go for something. Whatever he does here, I mean, we're not going to fault him for it. He's got his back between a rock and a hard place.
There is no good answer. There's no bad answer.
Yeah, exactly. He's just going to do something, maybe get some points at this point. You know, the fact that they've stayed alive and gained this many placements is already good enough. So he might just concede this point to the blue, maybe go for a knock on his way down, get some damage, but he is going to fall. Actually, Felfirst will find him. But I have to say, though, FaZe is just coming into this day playing immaculately.
We're joking about in between rounds, right? It's technically some Sunday somewhere in the world right now. As FaZe with a high ground. Felfirst going to be moving in. That's going to be Daytrade eliminated. No cover to be had for them. Now, question mark. On the aggressive side of this, Felfirst kind of navigating right in between the duo setup. But Jeems, man, Jeems is just reading this perfectly. He knows exactly where the movements are going to be coming out from. He's already in that low ground. Set the trap. That's going to be 1 already down.
Nice counterplay there from Jeems. As you pointed out, he had that nice off angle. Felfirst was trying to find some form of a knock, but Vex will also find Dante, and they are just dismantling question mark.
Question mark's only 2 remaining members, not even inside the safe zone. Just look, what do? You're just out in the open. You just got to fight your way into it. Best of luck, at least gets a knock on a 1. He knows where Jeems is. He's got to get Jeems down if he wants to make make something happen here. But what? Corexy on the other side, with the distraction of how long this is taking, Gustav's going to be able to get the res over onto Fex. So it's kind of a rinse and reset, and Best of Luck has no options while James is here.
And you just saw Fex there in the corner of your screen just kind of yawn, pick himself up. He's like, it's a 3v1, boys. I may have fallen, but it's all going to be fine, as that is it. A second game for FaZe. Not as many kills. That being said, the amount of damage they did and the amount of rotations they were able to dictate from the north, so impressive from the boys.
I mean, it's like, okay, look, I'm like a play-by-play caster. It's my job to get super hyped, super excited, but it's just so efficient.
Yeah.
That you know how it's gonna go. They've read it, they've taken control, they know exactly every single angle to play from. That James flank was just gorgeous to watch. It was just, they're the pinnacle of what you would want to study right now on how to handle in-game circles that are this awkward.
Yeah, that in-game circle, the way that they handled it was very well done. And again, you pointed out, James's counter angle there to Phil first was instrumental, because if he was able to get up higher on that hill, that would have caused many issues there for FaZe, but just so ready for everything. And another game they close out back to back.
It was a very interesting game to kind of watch as it developed out, because we ended up with that ravine being such a central focus so early. We almost had like two different circles that were happening at the same time on opposing sides. Because the ravine itself is actually larger than like the Death Star Trench and a lot of those other things. So it kind of opened up the angles to opposite sides of it to where they're kind of having to fight it out. And it was very interesting to see, because even with the way that the hills were lined out, the two sides didn't even have good vision on each other. So it was like almost two different games that were going on.
Yeah, not until the end did we see those teams start to kind of dictate from the east and the west. But I also really just want to talk about their Top 5. Once again, the ability to use the emergency pickups and their ability to hold their positions. That team has come in to, they were very scrappy in the group stage, but they kind of made it work, and they qualified here. But in winners, they have just been so impressive, winning multiple team fights, the decision on where to drop. The fact that they're winning off emergency pickup drop fights has also been just out of this world.
It's very interesting too, because when we get to the international stage, we get to see different styles, different metas, really kind of butt heads, right? We're looking and seeing kind of what's going on with the Expendables, Cerberus mid-game fighting strategy. I don't care about placement points. Let me get as many kills as I can, and that's going to be what gets me into that next stage. And then you've got T5 that's playing the complete opposite side of that. All we really want to try to do is aim for getting into the late game, using those emergency pickups, navigating the circles well, and then the fighting comes second.
Right, but even in that strategy with the fighting comes second, they've still been able to win those team fights, which again is something that we didn't. I mean, their group stage fighting was pretty solid. They were able to get some decent results there as far as kills, but yeah, they have been using the emergency, again, these new items. Emergency pickup wasn't really a thing, a year ago, but anyways, let's send it over to the stage for an interview.
Welcome back to the main stage, where you can hear the energy is palpable. My name is Banks and this is Sandstorm. We are joined by a doozy from Question Mark. How are you feeling? Are you good, man? How's things?
Yeah, always feeling good.
Nice. So you've had quite a varied performance coming into this competition throughout the group stages, but now coming into the second day of the winners bracket, you've flown up the leaderboard. You started out in 15th, but you've had two really solid games coming out of Miramar. So what's the mentality like for you and your team? Because it seems like it's really strong.
We just try to forget the first day, because yesterday it was not a question mark team, like we already knew. So we just trying to do not think about the leaderboard and about points. We're just trying to play like maximum every game, and like in the end of the day, we will see did we qualify to the grand final or not.
Yeah. So you said that this wasn't the question mark team that you know and love, coming out of yesterday. But so what adjustments have you made coming from yesterday's performance into today?
Actually nothing. We just, I guess, had a good rest, because we played like the winner bracket after the group stage. We didn't have the 1 day for the rest, but we didn't change anything. We're just trying to play how we're playing usually.
Well, speaking of some changes in the team, Best of Luck joined just a few months ago, coming into this team now. Can you tell me about the impact that he's made in the team? Because he's only been playing with you guys for a few months, but you guys are now performing really well.
Besto is a more experienced player than Hobbit, our previous player. And also he boosted our macro game because I need the guy who will choose the position right without my calls for the next place, and he's doing it very well. So he is like great additional to the team. So yeah.
بنرحب باللاعب ادوزي من فريق إكويستشن مارك على المسرح بعد نهايه المباراه الثانيه باليوم الثاني من الوينرز براكت. وحابين نسال عده اسئله بدايه برقم واحد، كان ادائهم متذبذب في اخر 3 ايام من البطوله، لكن كانت عندهم بدايه قويه جدا خلال هذا اليوم زي ما شفنا في الجيم الاول والجيم الثاني، انه قفزوا من المركز ال 15 لمراكز مرتفعه جدا، وهلا يعني حسنوا فرصتهم في التاهل. فايش كانت التغييرات اللي اشتغلوا عليها او كيف كانت نفسيه الفريق دخولا باليوم الثاني؟ مبدئيا من ناحيه التغييرات ما كانت التغييرات الكبيره، هم بس يعني خلينا نقول اخذوا يوم راحه، هذا كان اهم شيء، ورجعوا بنفسيه احسن ونفسيه اقوى باليوم الثاني. وغير هيك لما بنحكي عن خلينا نقول التغييرات اللي عملوها برضه ما كان في تغييرات كثيره، بس انهم ما كانوا حاسين ان هم عم بيلعبوا كفريق إكويستشن مارك اللي احنا متعودين عليه على المستويات العالميه، فرجعوا لعبوا بنفس الطريقه اللي متعودين عليها وحاليا عم تشتغل معاهم في اليوم الثاني. وغير هيك حابين نسالهم ايش التغييرات من ناحيه دخول اللاعب بسلك معهم خلال اخر كم شهر، كيف كان تاثيره على الفريق وايش التغييرات اللي عملها وكيف ساعد الفريق انهم يقدروا يأدوا باداء قوي جدا خلال هاي الايام. ورده كان انه اشتغل على الماكرو جيم تاع الفريق واختيار المراكز الصحيحه للفريق عشان يحطوا حالهم باحسن موقف واحسن مكان وعشان يستغلوا هاي الشغلات، وفعليا زي ما احنا شفنا طلعوا باداء قوي جدا، وصلوا على المركز الثاني برضه بثاني خريطه على الميرامار. وبدنا نشوف ايش حيصير معهم في باقي المباريات وهل يا ترى حيقدروا يوصلوا للتوب 8 بنهايه اليوم. نشكرك طبعا على تواجدك معنا يا ادوزي، ونرجع للاستوديو خلال ثواني بسيطه.
Aduzi, thank you so much for joining us in your post-match interview. We really appreciate your time. I know that you have a limited amount of time before the next map, so we're going to throw it back to the desk to continue the day, because next up, we're going to Tego.
That's right. Thank you, Banks, here, of course. And thank you, of course, to Aduzi here for some great insights. But let's talk about Miramar, because it's been absolutely slam dunked by FaZe back-to-back here, Toffees.
I mean, if I'm FaZe, I wish we were playing more Miramar matches today. Or maybe they just take that to Tego and go crazy. FaZe has been unstoppable. Even that moment with Fex on the hill, getting the Car 98 opener shot, the swap, the burn down. These guys are playing with confidence. I don't want to say hubris, because hubris is a bad connotation, but the man of the match, Fex on that swap, makes perfect sense to me. Brought to you by Kadia. 511 damage, 4 kills. Last time I felt like it was the Gene show, now it's the Fex show. It's just they're passing it around.
I saw him, man. He's been working out in the gym. He's been working out in game as well. What a master!
If I met him in an alleyway, I'd go the other way.
No, he's a large man. He's a scary presence, I think. But 21 points going their way. Question mark though, 10 points on the board. Very important for them again. Actually, back to back in terms of the points they were able to rack up. They're rapidly approaching that top 8.
And I think, you know what, Doozy said it the right way. Yesterday was not a key. Like, we were not question mark. And I think the fact that he's also awesome. By the way, that's the best answer I've ever heard when they asked about best and the value he brings to the team. That was a really interesting insight.
It was very specific. So yeah, good to hear in terms of the kind of inner workings of the team. But let's take a look at the points coming on in. FaZe, congratulations, you're through to the grand final here.
Easy.
If only this was the grand final. But it's fine, don't worry about it, it's fine. We'll see how that goes a little later. T5, we can pretty much assure that they're going to be there as well. What a performance they've had across 2 days. It's been very macro focused, I want to say, especially with those emergency pickups, but very important for them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to. Toby said in the green room, and I'm going to trust his math, that they've used the emergency pickup something like 7 times or 6 times in all of their matches so far, or in this stage, and that's incredibly impressive. That's the strategy that they have. So I do think they'll advance. They'll keep looking for those middle positions. They'll keep surprising. They'll keep enjoying a little bit of free time after they land. Maybe eat a few Doritos. You can have something if you go to Instagram.com/DoritosArabia, because they're finding that time once they land to sort of settle in, I think, a lot and get ready to defend their position.
Yeah, no, it's looking fantastic for them. Again, I think for a team that kind of was on the edge, on that kind of razor's edge here. And also, actually, speaking of which, you can go over to @RazorMina as well, who's proudly sponsoring Gamers 8 here to get things going for PGS too. But I mean, ultimately, they weren't doing that great during group stage. They kind of squeaked through to this winners, and now they're going to be qualified for the grand final. They're going to be feeling excellent.
I think they've worked out sort of how to use those e-pickups the most effective way. They did, you know, we saw them land on top of Luminosity in that last game, and I think what happened was Flood dropped off Snakers and drove somewhere else, and they're scouting specifically for houses without cars. They're looking for ways to sort of identify what's empty. And you know, if there's no vehicle parked there's got to be 1 guy, maybe 2 max, and they're sort of coming in the right way to sort of take these spots and guarantee position points. points.
Looking at how they were dropping on, especially on this game, I thought maybe they would aim for Junkyard because Day Trade had just come in just before them, so maybe there was a little bit of split there because you could watch potentially as that convo comes in. But nope, they went down towards the south and, you know, able to get at least double digits off the back of it. Great for them. Well, thank you very much, Toffees here. We're going to go to a short break. When we return, we have actually Tego on the way, and then we'll have our 3 Erangels to round things off for the winners bracket.
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر أنا تجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing. حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر انا تجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
been broke. If ain't no pain, then ain't no growth. To keep it 100, I came in to run it and bet if I had to, I'd do it again. It ain't no race if I don't win. I push that weight to get that dough, but I don't break 'cause I told y'all. All you had to do was watch. Keep it 100, I came in to run it and bet if I had to, I'd do it again. When it comes down to it, it ain't no race. It ain't no race if I don't win.
And we have been having a very phase-dominant day today, to say the least, as these in-game circles have just been completely and utterly controlled. But enough, Miramar. Now it's time for Tego.
Well, actually, Tego has very quickly become my favorite map to watch, my favorite map to cast. It's been absolutely amazing. The games that we have been luckily gifted with this map have been amazing.
There's just so much to break down inside of this map, and there's such a versatility in location that you can see come into play, especially once we start looking at the new meta and vehicles that are now starting to be much more active inside of a lot of what's going to be happening inside the circles. And every single time we go to a new section of it, it's just like a breath of fresh air to see how these players can modify, deal with the new hurdles that the map provides, and I love seeing that.
We've talked about a lot of different areas, I mean, specifically even the Northwest Circle that we saw yesterday, you know, was absolutely disgusting. As we now head into our final Tego here of the winners bracket, it's just a beautiful mixture of both Miramar and Erangel in many different aspects and ways, whether it's, you know, kind of ridges and a lot of areas for teams to be able to play on foot, to rotations. As
that doesn't look like that's
ominous.
working well. Yeah, that Scarecrow isn't working very well. That bird's just chilling on it.
Well, yeah, that is. But it's just one, though. It could have been multiple. But we now look at the plane path as it's going to be cutting mostly to the west, but leaving pretty much everything open for the teams that would want to stretch, even if they want to go down, I don't know, even all the way down to Ohyang.
There's a lot of different fun things that we could be looking at. Do note that Army base is along this route, so we got a lot of military yesterday. Maybe we'll get ourselves some Army base this time, right?
Yeah, the circle that we had there was so fun to watch, though. That area, again, it does look like it's a massive elevation, and it is, but it's very gradual. It's not like the south where you have these sharp spikes in elevation, so we saw a lot of teams navigating that on foot, and then that circle ending was just absolutely ridiculous with Cerberus doing Cerberus things and controlling multiple angles and fights. And yeah, I love Tego. I wish we had more of it. I wish we had at least 2 Tegos a day.
I'm with James. I want the 222.
I would love that as well. 222 would be the perfect rotation IMO, in my honest opinion.
Honest opinion of all. We can see that 17 is still up in the air over there, pretty close to as well Na'Vi and FaZe. This is going to be much more controlled and drop, not too much to worry about. Also, Sonic's going to be dropping more to the west. Petrichor Road going to be going just a bit past them, picking up some vehicles. Nothing too hot and droppy looking like, as the circle is going to go down to the south. I mean, this is a long plane path, pretty friendly, so it's just the earlier jumpers that are going to have a touch to worry about, but not even a lot.
Yeah, Genji and Tai Lu will be rotating here from the north side. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a wrap maybe even down to the east because of the plane path, and knowing that there's probably going to be no one down there to the south. We might also see a wrap from one of those teams there. FaZe Clan is going to be very comfortable here on the east side as we look at the back-to-back winners here. 90 points. I think it's fair to say that they're going to be moving on to the grand finals, which even just looking at the cutoff cusp, I mean, it's going to be close, Matt. Look at the spread. We have from 6th place 53, and then Genji at 48 at 7th, Tai Lu 42, the Expendables 41, Falcons at 39. I mean, this is so close for the fight for top 8.
This is going to be very interesting, as it's still pretty neck and neck in that area. What, the Expendables at 41, you were talking about, Falcons at 38, just a squad wipe between them at the time. You were talking about FaZe and their enjoyment and controlling of the East. Well, they also kind of have some of the center and some of kind of whatever they want, as they're running a 2-2 in drop, probably a mix-up based off of the fact that there's so many people that were kind of dropping along this corridor. But they do have plenty of good loot spots that they can kind of work around. The only issue is they're directly in between 17 Gaming and Na'Vi, which isn't necessarily the most comfortable position to be on.
No, and Na'Vi actually have a nice split here. They've gotten a good amount of loot in this area, and they're just going to be off-center to the east there to Fishing Camp. And we saw this area a little bit in that one game that ended in those fields where there was nothing to play. And so if they're able to hold that position for a while, they will also be able to do a lot of damage to teams coming in, especially if the circle does shift off of them and go more more towards the west.
Sitting over here looking at Theraton 5 and all the emergency pickups they've been able to pick up. Well, let's also get in, listen what's going on with Thanadol.
สามารถแก้ไขข้อผิดพลาดต่างๆและเล่นในเป็นทีมได้มากขึ้นครับคือเราแก้ไขข้อผิดพลาดในวันแรกที่แข่งและวันที่2ที่เราแข่งครับทำให้เกิดแชมป์ในวันนี้ครับเล่นเหมือนเดิมครับประคองแรงไปเรื่อยๆ
I agree. As long as they just keep playing like this, I mean, they have been looking absolutely amazing, have the boys from Thailand, so I'm rooting for them. I mean, the adjustments that they made alone in group stages were so impressive to see.
And that's what you want to see in the group stage, right? We talked about in the last game, the mix-up of metas that can kind of happen is the different regions all have a slightly varied play style.
Especially with the new items.
Yeah, when we bring in the new items, we bring in a new map. Now we're taking a whole bunch of different metas, smashing them against each other. It's really cool to see what's working and specifically how fast these teams can make the modifications to go, okay, this is specifically what worked best for us, so this is our whole life and our commitment now.
Yeah, and again, Theraton 5 have been utilizing those pretty much liberally and more so than some of the other teams. We've obviously seen other teams use emergency pickups, but they have just been absolutely, you know, making it work every single time. And it's been rare that we've actually seen them just get wiped off of using an emergency pickup.
And there's something to be said that whenever we talk about like how their placements have been coming into play, how they're managing to get in there, sure, they're doing a good job on using the emergency pickups to get into the strong spots. But it should be noted, whenever we're looking at this, they're at placement points 21, kill points 33.
Yeah, they're winning those fights.
It's the fights that they're getting are a lot more just like, we're going to pick up one whenever we make a drop, force the team away, like 1 or 2. What happened with LG a second ago? We saw them pick up Snakers, get the kill off of that, forced LG away, and just that becomes kind of like a tidal wave of effect that kind of happens as they throw something out and just continue to ring in the benefits of it. As Hamas is just done. He's just done with day trade and it's like, nah, I don't even want you guys around here. Just everybody take some of this.
Himas has been, dude, he has been nothing short of just, just incredible. As I say that, he's going to get sprayed down, and now Flash looking for the second knock there on the rotating member of Duck Mai, as they should be able to get Himas up. And the damage has already been done to day trade. It's going to be difficult for them to recover from this, Matt.
Yeah, they're kind of jumping down. It looks like they might be trying to play this aggressively, but they already have Isaki that's kind of gatekeeping out what they're wanting to do here. I know that they probably want their 2 back up, but I wouldn't venture too much closer into that because the way we're starting to see the stack come in, Isaki's holding the line for him, gets the knock on a 1. I love this. Hit, run, retreat, hold a new angle, get the flush, and now it is just one member of Day Trades, and I believe it's going to be Nurens, who is going to find himself very awkward situation now with Duck Mai on one side.
Cerberus have been looking like world beaters just coming in here. The way they've been playing, the way that they've been just dominating these team fights have been fantastic. So they're a difficult team to contest with right now, as Duck Mai knows exactly where the last member of Day Trade is.
I mean, we've seen Day Trade on the international stage perform quite well for a very long time, and now it's just Cerberus picking them apart, finding it. Look, they have the information. They go for the peaks. It's just no freaking fear, man.
Systematic destruction. Every single team fight, they just look amazing. Even when they're getting knocked and they're not starting the team fight in their favor, which is rare, by the way. They've been pretty much starting all these team fights on their terms. Yeah, they've just been looking fantastic.
And you can see there, okay, we get a knock. We take down Moss, who's causing us some problems. Day Trade's like, okay, we can use this. Let's go after it.
Maybe we have a chance.
The communication and how fast we're seeing Cerberus respond to these situations and know exactly where they need to be to stop anything from happening is just insane to watch.
Especially because, I mean, looking at them before, I mean, they've found some success here or there, but internationally, you know, it's kind of been a struggle. They just... Coming out of group stages, we were talking about it in the green room. We're a little worried because, you know, historically, APAC's done fine in group stages, right? They do show up, but when it comes to the winners bracket, when it comes to lower bracket, they just, it's almost like not the same teams that are showing up in the group stage. That is something that I worried about. That is something that they are very much quelled.
Yeah, they're kind of the underdog story a lot of the times before this. This time, now it's just you play the game we want to play, and
exactly.
That's
a good point.
It's working well.
Yeah, they are they are making all the team fights dictated on their terms and not the other way around. And it's caught a lot of these teams off guard. And even when we talk about, you know, what you were mentioning with Deraton 5, their drops, the emergency pickups, the reason that I feel like they are winning a lot of those fights is, as we witnessed in the last game with LG, is they're catching these teams off guard who are not expecting that to be, you know, a viable option as far as a drop right on top of a team. But they're winning those fights, which is even more impressive, because I can tell you, dropping on a team, even in pubs, like in pub games, you get lasered out of the sky, man.
Well, you can see that there's such a commitment and focus and communication and competitive, right? Okay, again, back to the LG example. We're not trying to beat up on LG.
No, it's just, I mean, it's just the most
from Deraton 5. It's the most recent example, but it's, you saw they were trying to prep up. They had a fight that they wanted. They had separated out. They committed into it.
It was a great spread too from LG.
It was a really good prep on a fight, and T5 just comes in and is like, nope, there's only one here. Let's land here. Voila. And now the entirety of the center point push that would have been coming out, or the defensive line for LG, gone, and their plans in shambles.
Yeah, there are inherent risks as well, and T5 is well aware of that. They have had a drop that didn't go their way. They kind of got shredded, so that's always going to be the symptom. But again, their decision-making on where to land as well has been great. A team, though, as far as decision-making that is a little bit on the back foot is actually Tyloo, right? They came in incredibly strong in the group stage. They pretty much dominated that. It was the Shen show, really. But you know, it's been a much slower burn there for the boys here in the winners bracket.
Well, when you keep kind of butting heads up against FaZe in the mid game, your life's not going to go the best by comparison.
Winning those fights though in the group stage, so
they were, but FaZe is just, I don't know. Whatever happened is just it's a confident shift.
Yeah.
There's just something, you can see it. Like it's just constantly control, and it's a dominance that we're just seeing right now coming up from them.
I feel like the communication is really starting to gel together now. Obviously, the calls that they've been making have been great, from their macro to making sure they're holding out multiple teams on their edge, as we saw in that last Miramar game, the way they were able to dictate most of the rotations there on the north side of the circle. So FaZe have been just coming in and dominating so far, and again, they've already punched their ticket to grand finals. There's no doubt in my mind. And now looking at this shift, it's going to center right on LG.
And it's just going to be about how much more can they influence, because we did see that during the group stage.
Point, yeah.
With these teams repeatedly getting victories, most notably Tyloo, they sponged up so many points up to the top. It really made it to where teams that were thinking that they hadn't even had a chance to qualify were now into this bracket.
LG was one of those teams.
LG being kind of the beneficiary of that. So if we continue to see FaZe just going wild, it's going to open up the doors for the middle of the pack to be just, what, 1 point separating out between TE and Tyloo right now on who's going, and it could stay like that.
Yeah, Navi actually, as you were saying, that Uba got drive-byed by Xiaobei, and then Xiaowu just finished it off. So again, some woes, early woes here from Navi as they sit in 14th place, and seeing how well they played in group stage and the way they were able to dominate those team fights. Well, not the case here so far in winners bracket.
FaZe just sent it in, and they managed to catch right in as 17 Gaming was doing the same thing. So they shifted into position, regrouped as 4, and now have kind of bounced back around Hosan with 3 members in FaZe, moving back down into where TE was at, forcing them away. But Gustav also kind of just juking around, getting shot out by QM on the opposite side of Hosan.
Yeah, he's desperately trying to rotate in, getting shot by both 17 as well as Falcons, but I think he might actually just be fine. And fighting in Hosan, it's a very interesting city, right? Because it is split into this very weird north-south. This draft is going to find that headshot from very far away.
Imagine driving as far and as long as he did. He sees the safety of his squad, and the DeLorean can't just quite get him there.
Yeah, but this crossroads here in the center of Hosan makes the city, it's fun to fight in. I will say in competitive, though, it's probably a very different beast.
Yeah, I don't know. We haven't really seen a big Hosan fight.
We have not seen a Hosan fight, and we really haven't seen many big city fights in Tego yet, which again I am excited to see when we eventually do. Maybe this circle will shift to the southeast, we don't know, but even just looking at a lot of the rotations, man, and all the other teams, everyone has made it into this circle in some form or another.
If I were going to trust the way the circles have been, I would assume a palace circle at this stage. You know, it's just like, hey, there's nobody up there and there's a giant section of water through the middle. That's where it's going to go.
Yeah. Fortunately, though, this one doesn't have that much of that river in, as we see, and we've talked about this river quite a bit. You know, it's not like a wrangle. It's very shallow for the most part. So even getting on from one side of the coast to another, there's really no cover there. And luckily for the teams now, they don't have to deal with that.
It's almost more in your mind, think like a road on Miramar, right? It's you can cross it, but it's just going to be open. There's nothing there. And
yeah. Oh, where are those? Where are those?
I don't know. Petrichor
like,
Road.
Hey,
oh,
just short. Who's launching those bad boys?
Thank you, spectator. I appreciated that.
Dude, the mortars as well. That's something that we've kind of talked about it. Obviously, Theraton 5 getting the first mortar wipe here at the tournament. Oh, so it's going to be 17. But yeah, mortars just cause so many issues for positions and maps that we've seen before, like this road dip that we see Petrichor in, like we saw on the road dip on the east side where 4AM was wiped in that Miramar game. It's just areas that normally are so good and difficult to get teams out of. I mean, these have done an amazing job of just kind of doing a lot of damage. Still, these are a little short, though.
That just makes me nervous every single time. You just hear the shwah right before it hits in there.
It's got to be terrifying, too, if you're on the field as a player. Get out of here. Especially when you're already getting shot by other angles, right?
It's not like they can leave. They're just kind of committed in. New circle pops, and it does go south. We do keep in a good chunk of Hosan, too.
Yeah, we do keep a good chunk of Hosan. There's also a nice bit of hill there that Tai Lu will probably try to take. Not too much cover up there. Again, a lot of the forests here on Tego are fairly barren. There's really not that much cover in them, but this circle, at the very least, does have a decent amount. Again, the main thing teams will be wanting to rotate into the south side, potentially in Hosan, which we do see the Expendables making that move right now.
This is a very diverse circle as far as terrain goes, right? We've got Hosan in here. We've got some of the fields. We've got kind of that swampland that's going to be over there. The giant hill just to the west of Hosan doesn't have very many people that are going to be involved in it right now, but that's going to change. You can see Na'Vi just kind of cutting through. Expendables is going to be wrapping down in the south, closer to kind of that rice paddy location to work through. FaZe is going to be right along the edge of Hosan as Telwood is going to be shooting at them from behind, but I mean, I don't expect too much more to come out of that.
No, FaZe are now, very aware that there's probably a team somewhere on this side of the city, which there is, but they're actually outside of it on the west side. That's going to be the Expendables rotating in earlier.
Oh, and yeah, okay, here's kind of what's going on. As it wasn't going to be, at the end, it's going to be nades that kind of is doing in Petrichor Road. Not too much to be done. I also want to say I love the fact that FaZe came in silent on that approach into the city.
They did, yeah, they cut the motors, but I mean, back to Petrichor here, this is the problem of getting this position so early, this dip, right? Not only was there mortars, but a team like D+K was going to be able to flex out here on just to the south of them and just get damage as these mortars are continuing right in. 17, very aware of the fact that Petrichor is just getting pelted by nades as well, so they're going to continue to try to maybe get a mortar kill as, they have their own problem. Soul is going to step over.
That is just a sneaky little play to try to exploit what's going to be going on over here. And the rest of Denoa now trying to regroup very, very quickly. Keep in mind, it's going to be Na'Vi just on the opposing side, but not too much that could be had with this. Jin Ji was kind of in a mix-up with that northern duo, what was going on with Denoa. So as this regroup comes into play, Jin Ji and Pio knows exactly where they're going. Blue zone nades coming out is, I mean, just eat it at this stage, right? I mean, that's all you can really do.
They have to heal through it. They don't have any jammer packs, and that is kind of one of the downsides of using a mortar, especially if you're using it in an open position. Other teams can see where those are coming from, and that's exactly what Danoa did. Then they capitalized on the push. This was a beautiful play from them.
So with the shift in, my eyes are drawn to Jin Ji, who's going to be in the distance right back behind. And Alex's job is going to be kind of force them away. D+Kia now having to contend in with the remnants still of what's going on with Petrichor Road is, dude, Axeliff, just at this stage, what do you even do?
Just trying to survive. I mean, the rest of his team has been just bombarded by nades, mortars, and everything in between, and so he's just trying to survive, but that vehicle really is on its last legs. Maybe if it's destroyed, he has a form of cover, so there it is.
It should be noted that QM also sees this and is taking shots in, so that's not good. As finally we're getting more of that Hosan fight starting to kick off as FaZe moving in. As Tai Lu going to be kind of in the defended line. Remember, we did see FaZe come in onto the eastern front on this cross the road. They're kind of maneuvering through this. Nade not going to connect the way that Fex wants it to, though.
Yeah, but FaZe just have a great ridge to play here, as they're going to be able to assault Tai Lu without even really taking too many risks. They will have to eventually get in, but they have a decent amount of time here with the circle quite a bit of ways, and they already have the knock, and they are just bombarding Tai Lu with so much utility, and this is making it difficult for them to even recover.
Finally, Long's going to go for a throw, but after a reposition comes out, you can see Expendables do get some vision into what's happening with Tai Lu, and that's why they're having to play so defensive in this and can't really step in. A bit of utility still going to be coming out, and this is going to be the tail end of it coming out for FaZe. They've committed a lot into this.
They want to get rid of this team. It's another foothold for them to get into the circle. Again, as you said, the Expendables will have a little bit of an angle as Duck Shoes will find the flush onto 755. So that's going to be a member down, and FaZe knows that they're fighting Tyloo because of the knocks from those nades earlier, so they're going to know that there's one member down and probably only 2 up as they're starting to make this push, Matt.
Tries to roll up into it, but they've got the Expendables on one side, Falcons on the other. Tyloo and FaZe up on top of each other right on the edge of the zone, but not even really inside it. Meanwhile, T5 is going to find themselves Na'Vi and a rock to hide behind for right now, as this is comfy cozy for the time being until the 17 Danoa thing ends.
But if you look at the issue with this new shift, there's, again, it's just such an open central circle. There really isn't much to play. So a lot of the teams that are looking for a position like LG on the north, like this fight happening on the northeast between Danoa and 17, as well as the fight here between Tyloo and FaZe, which is being heavily gate-kept by the Expendables, by the way, it's just going to be a mess.
Good night, sweet princess. Axa finally dies. The torment and torture is finally done. Petrichor rode out as it was every single throwable on the face of the earth coming after them. FaZe, though, still inside this fight, and this is just getting harder to deal with the longer it goes on. TE has actually sent 777 up just to the north of this, so there's going to be a crossfire after this fight finishes out. And you can see, this just isn't clean for anybody. With Tyloo's having to deal with FaZe so close range, they can't deal with the Expendables. It's allowing them to fortify in. TE doesn't have good vision on what's going on with the Falcons. Nobody is really just kind of capable of navigating this super efficiently, as now FaZe having to come in and you can see, they know where they're at, but even if you win this fight, what do you do next?
Yeah, the next move is not going to be great, and the difficult part here for FaZe is that they've also been contested by teams shooting at them from distance, so they will clean that up, and that's also a difficult position to push. Those warehouses are notorious for being held quite easily. That nade was beautiful from Rolo.
Yeah, LG is going to be in throwable range. I don't know where those are exactly coming from, but it's
oh my goodness.
It is just going off over here. T5 down just 1 up, venturing in. It's going to be QM, who still have vision, because QM have the compound in the north. If there's anything that's going on in the north, QM is involved.
QM has been doing a great job of, as you said, staying involved. Is now Danoa trying to make this push. They've come off the northeast, clearing 17, doing a good job of dictating other rotations here as they now are trying to backstab LG in this push against their top 5.
Good read coming up from Flood. He steps up but takes a face full of damage. Rolo playing on the opposite side hasn't gotten enough to work with just quite yet. Instead going to lean into the throwables, but Nade's going to be coming out on the Danoa side, and Soul walks right out. Now Flood, the last remaining member for LG, but there are just so many members for Danoa. It's going to be hard. I was going to say, yeah.
No way for LG to get that done, on top of the fact that, you know, T5 did recover and was raiding some utility as well as getting some shots out towards boys from America. And now, yeah, Danoa have taken over the spot. 6 kills, have done well for themselves so far, Matt.
We got to put the quotations around recover. Bong's still not necessarily feeling too good over here.
Sure.
Look at this. He's like, okay, all the vehicles around me have exploded in at least some type of pyramid of safety, and that's about all he's got.
Yeah, he tried getting that res. It didn't end up working out, as Danoa, the benefactors here of all the chaos on the north side, they are not only in, but once they get rid of Path and Pong, which they just did from Seoul, they're going to be able to now take that position as well, and they have so many loot boxes to potentially re-up on ammo, utility, or possibly even armor, because a lot of those kills came the way of frags, so those might be untouched.
With that cleaned up, it looks like Danoa is going to move down to the south, as Cerberus is preparing to make their rotation next to the Omni Vision that we've got coming out from QM into the circle. Is now you're going to crest down. This is what I was talking about.
Where do you go?
Look at this. QM has vision on all of this. Genji also has some level of vision they can work on, but they're having to contend in. So just play into the lower section, hide out, and on the opposing side, it is going to be Falcons who are now leaving that Hosan position that we're talking about beforehand. DK going to be the new moving factor, as Cerberus going to have sight lines into them, as well as Danoa. It looks like they are kind of playing in more into that Danoa line.
Yeah.
There's a couple of increases in the hillside, but they're not good, but that's all you got.
Yeah, so the position that Cerberus has pulled up in is pretty good, but not this early. So as you can see, question mark, D plus Kia, Danoa as well. I mean, Genji is actually just kind of chilling right now, but a lot of sidelines onto this. And I will say, though, Cerberus, the way that they've been able to really take their time, you notice they came in just at the very last second. They're really weighing their options, and this is something that we kind of saw them not do as well when it came to previous events, but they're taking their time. Their macro has improved so much on top of the ability to team fight as effectively as they have been.
There's a pivotal fight that's going to be brewing in just 1 second as Sonics use the distracted TE to shift into the hillside to the south a moment ago. It's going to give them a lot of control depending on how the circle goes. TE is not going to have a lot of options. They're going to have to move away from Falcons, as you can see, getting shot over there to the north. And Sonics, if they can get rid of TE from here, they can now crest that hillside, start looking into Falcon sight lines, and they're going to have vision, I think, onto what's going to be going on with Cerberus at least.
Yeah, and Sonics have been fairly quiet this game. I mean, they've been also coming in on rotations they're actually on the west side. They wrapped into the south, and they've now gotten themselves a nice position. If they can get rid here of TE, which is just a duo, they might be able to step over and do quite a bit of damage to Falcons, as they're going to have to step out of the rest of what was left of Hosan in the circle.
Well, we're in just a complete no man's land now. All the buildings going to leave recessed hillsides. The only, well, I say that, there's still technically the Jinji Shack to work around. Is Jinji and Shacks have just been the theme of the day. Well, just in general.
Yeah,
general Jinji, right?
It's a fairly common theme with them.
No, somebody still has Mortar.
Menuda will find Haisaki, but again, this is the problem. This is what Mortars do pose as far as staying in the open, and that almost led it directly. No, there it is! Haisaki and Taikon will fall.
All right, well, Duckmai, good job on not being with the rest, as they are now toast. Here comes the clown car up over the top. Can Duckmai get his vengeance? He's got the nade prepped.
It could be a huge
He's going to toss it in. It's going right on top of him. And now Menuda last one up spray, and Duckmai gets vengeance for his squad. But now is still just in the most awkward of positions.
What an absolutely nuts play, though. He knew that team was going to crash. He knew they were going to crash in the remnants of his old teammates. The nade was perfect, as was the spray. He will survive and again get points as Shax and Genji, man.
They don't have the meds for this. They can't have the meds for this. They've had to tank so much at this point. Barely clinging to life there. It's just going to be Taman as question mark with their high ground position that they've been monitoring for quite a while. Is going to go ahead, take control over the bit of the crates that are right along that hillside while they're trying to take out the last remnants here. But Taman, never count him out. Best of luck looks like he's trying to breach into that smoke, but it is scary to do, and I like this. They've been fortified up for a long time. It's going to be Salute that actually finishes that out, and so moving down this hillside, moving into Jinji is going to give them the tools to work with, and high expendables. Tanvu, that's probably not the place to be.
You know what? That's probably the best play they had, as we knew they had to rotate through some difficult teams, and so I like the attempt, but yeah, just not going to work. Meanwhile, question mark have slow rolled this on the southwest and done an amazing job of taking control. 9 kills, 4 away at Phil first, 4 on Dante as well.
Now the hillside fight looks like it's starting to brew a bit more. Falcons, Capitan leading the way up into the north, that Danawa line. They do have Sonics that are right behind it, but both of these teams know of each other's existence. They've been kind of slapping each other for a while right now. No big firefight yet, but it does look like Sonic's line in the defense that they're committing into is trying to set up for that, while Emmy and the rest of the crew from Falcons wants to lean far more north and get away from this.
Yeah, but they can't. Sonics actually have a really nice spread on this hill, and they are looking for those angles. If they can just find them on Falcons, who have just been doing a great job surviving again on that eastern edge of Hosan, and so they're very aware that the team they're going to have to fight is Sonics, and whoever wins this fight will have a considerable amount of control, at least on the south, and a nice ridge to work with into the next circle if it does hard shift north.
Keep in mind, though, with all of this that's going on, this is pretty beneficial for QM, as the position that they've now managed to get into, they can take some shots into Danawa with the way the Falcons are moving into this one. It looks like they're more focused in that Danawa line. 3 of the teams are all pretty much stacked over to the east on top of each other, whereas QM gets, let's be honest, the circle as best as anybody else did, and can kind of defend up into this.
They can even use that massive airdrop there to potentially get cover as well, some new gear, maybe some disgusting weaponry that would help them out. As there they do come down. Danawa, though, starting to look for some sort of approach, as Mime is going to find Capitan.
This is just going to be really hard for the Falcons. While they do have those crates for cover, they've got Danawa on one side, Sonics on the other. Minimal cover to work around. Sonics doing a good job of just using the recesses in the hillside to make it as problematic for him as can be. You can see Emmy now having a couple of bullets thrown his way, but it's going to be Soul, who aggresses right down, just directly behind Silzen. Look, he's just in the thick of this one. He's just going to throw out a couple of things, but he's moving more aggressive. He wanted to deny some of these sight lines onto QM so he can make a play into the circle.
Yeah, and Danawa actually, as you said, Sol found himself a nice position, and this is a pretty good ridge, all things considered, as he's going to be able to get a forward position for the rest of his team. And those smokes actually denying sidelines, and he's looking for this. He's trying to find the window of opportunity. Yes, this is wonderful.
Just move in aggressively. Don't let QM get comfortable into this. They think that they've got control over this whole territory. With the smokes now coming out, he could just kind of charge into this. The vehicle at range is going to be Dante coming into it, not going to see, but he has just crept up right on top of them. Now the Throwable's going to realize how close they are. Dante does spot him. Sol doesn't quite get the knock onto this one. Now QM realizing we've got targets close and they have got to defend up.
Yeah, and that they were not expecting Danawa to be able to get this close this quickly, as they're now pushing the pace here. And they've put question mark on the back foot. That's going to be a knock on the Bestalok. Sol will find one, but damage coming out from the other side.
Phil first with the flank around, not wanting to relent off of it just quite yet. The rest of Danawa can't make too big of a move. Loki's just kind of isolated. It's going to be because of the way the Falcons were playing into the Sonics, though, are going to be creeping in right back behind the Falcons any given second. Could be a distraction and allow Loki to come provide something into this, but I think Loki, this is pretty much just done. QM going to finish up over here, and now it's more about this firefight.
Yeah, and Sonics have slowly been picking apart Falcons as their position was more advantageous, especially coming off that hill, and now they're just cornering in through sills, and as long as they can get the trade, Tig will continue to dominate here. 6 kills on the side of Sonics, and all the control for the boys in blue.
Sonics on the east, QM on the west, and poor Loki just kind of chilling out solo on a rock to the north, even as rock not going to be in play for the next circle, as it does heavily favor Sonics. And keep in mind, there are just a stack of crates just spattered through all of this.
I say blue, more boys in teal, but regardless, the point still stands. Is look at how much control the Sonics do have. They're spreading out, and again, they might even be able to check some of those crates, maybe get some cheeky cover, even a nice little weapon. As we talk about weapon, look at Dante with the AWM. A knock from this could absolutely swing the fight in their favor. Is Loki just sitting in that vehicle?
I mean, I think that he's laying over there right next to it, but there's not a lot else that he can do. No. It's going to be QM now making the push into that rock. They just want to go ahead and make sure that they don't have anybody that's going to backside. I mean, just, again, efficiently played is now walking into that Sonic sight line as they were going for Loki. It does come at a cost. They get Loki, but Loki does get Dante as well.
Yeah, and that's going to be nice for the Sonics. They're going to realize they now have a member down, and they're just going to continue to further their control on this circle, and they have center as well, Matt. And a spray from Lin is going to find a doozy, and they go for it, but a nice trade from Phil.
They just have ammo for days over here, but the brazenness of just holding that angle does get punished. 2 members now down as Sonic's going to try to regroup over there, and that ghillie suit not going to provide too much with that blue backdrop back behind it, but Sonics, they know that they had the control on it. They're just going to go ahead and finish it out. Sonics going to go ahead and walk away with the round victory.
Man, that was almost a turnaround there. Phil first with 2 very nice back-to-back knocks, but Sonics will take that, and that was all on the back of their patience. They came in on the west, they slowly rolled in on the south side, and they were able to absolutely dismantle the team of the Falcons and slowly take over center position with the distraction that Danawa provided to question mark.
And no disrespect to the Sonics off getting a victory in a very hard circle, but QM and how long they exploited that circle, the kill count that they managed to walk away from, that is going to be a very big game for them. As Sonics already sitting pretty good on the leaderboard, QM finally finding themselves a solid game. That was very, very neat.
That's also the second good game here. Yeah, QM have started off the day much harder than they did yesterday. It was a struggle, but the adjustments that they've been able to make it into the end game have been absolutely amazing, and so I'm really happy to see those adjustments.
And we've got ourselves prepped and ready to go. There was so much action inside that one. Of course, we're going to take a look at the highlights.
It's the big bounce back for some here, but Sonics, another repeat winner coming in here on Tego. They've been able to put themselves in a position where, well, I mean, congratulations to them. They're going to the grand final.
Absolutely. They saw FaZe do it in the last round. They said, let's get up here and do it right now. Sonics played very well. They were on that south side. They had to take a couple of fights, and, you know, I think Win showed up in the last game, has been playing very, very well. Shrimzy has also shown up here. There used to be a time when I feel like when people talked about Sonics, they just talked about Tigleton. with a really great team around him. These guys in their own rights have proven each one of them is a star, and they played so well in this game.
And this was an amazing play from Duckmite here to know exactly how to shut down D+ as they moved on with the mortar shots on Cerberus. We had some great mortar shots, some great recoveries, some great fires towards the end. I thought Question Mark was going to be able to do something with all the crates they had available to them, but not to be. Sonic shuts them down.
Yeah, okay, so we've had the gambit of Tego types of games in this event so far. That was a new type of Tego. It was the let's throw everything we could possibly throw at you. I mean, the amount of crates in that last line, everybody was able to go get some refreshers. The circle, the players had to be like, I hate this circle, please never do it again. But the amount of mortar strikes and just sort of chaos we got to see come out of that was exciting. I've never seen that many mortars and had so much fun just sort of cheering at the Michael Bay level of chaos.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to line up unless you've got something like a little cheeky ruler or something like that. But once you know the distance between some of those dips, I mean, we saw Petrichor Road, of course, trying to hunker down earlier on in that game, and they were hit as well. So you can't just you can no longer just rely on the idea of we've got a dip, we're going to sit here, we're going to chill. Like, it's not a thing.
Between blue zone grenades and mortars, dips are no longer safe because of mortars. We see shacks are not safe because of blue zone grenades. Multiple times we've seen teams just drive past a shack, chuck a couple of BZ grenades out, and then keep on moving, and teams are just getting absolutely wasted because of that. So it's a change of landscape. And when I say landscape, I don't mean map. I mean literally the way that you approach these maps has to be reconsidered. I'm excited about seeing what these teams have learning sort of from Tego, taking it to other places like Erangel, and seeing sort of those mortars dislodging people.
Well, especially the mortar. I think you would consider Erangel and Miramar, you just more figured out maps. That's just kind of a given here. So maybe there is a world where they can be utilized even further. I think at this point, and we're kind of going on a tangent here whilst we check out everything that's going on. Here's our top 4 teams. I'm going to keep talking anyway.
Tangent, baby.
Like, where right now we're seeing a sprinkling in of mortars. But I think it slowly over time will become more and more common the more comfortable these teams feel with it.
I think that's part of it. I mean, it's funny that you use the word tangent because there's a lot of math on how you get these mortars to work out. And it is difficult, but yes, there are places in Erangel, even more so, where you can look at a dip and you go, I guarantee there's a team in there right now.
Absolutely.
Once you master mortars, you're good to go. And a team that is working hard on mastering mortars, there was this big thing about Tagelton. He's trying to use rulers to figure out ways, trigonometry, if you will, to master mortars. But whether or not they do that, they've mastered how to sort of play this game right now. Shrimzy comes out as the all-star, though.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. 707 damage alongside the kills he was able to get. And here's the man of the match here, brought to you by Kudia. And I mean, who's to blame him? Looking at how he's playing things out. As you say, there was a period of time where everyone was like, it's the Tig show.
Yeah.
But honestly, I mean, if you go all the way back to PGIS, this was an all-star roster that right now is sitting at #1 in terms of damage here, putting themselves in a great spot.
And I think this is one of those rosters, each of these players has their own strengths. They've matured dramatically over the last couple of years. I even heard at breakfast, Shrimzy was sort of making fun of their coach, being like, he's just so military. Everything is about just getting stuff done, being regimented, and I think it has helped them a lot.
Meanwhile, I keep making fun of Shrimzy's breakfasts because it's just waffles.
It's waffles and he claims an omelet, but it's just a bite or two. It's mostly the waffles and the syrup. But if it's working, let's keep doing it.
Absolutely. It's 76 points for Sonics, finding themselves in second place right now. Meanwhile, creeping up behind them, still without a win, bear in mind here, is Cerberus, who've got themselves 53 kills on the board, alongside the 17 placement points. But you know what? I keep saying it in the back, and I'm gonna bring it here to the desk as well. Himas, I feel like he might be the best player in the world right now. That's my feeling, because looking at the consistency, I'm just throwing it out there.
No, I like bold predictions. I'd see yesterday, I said Shrimzy's the best player in North America, pound for pound. I think Himas does bring a lot, and it's not just his fragging. Yes, he can hit any shot. His positioning is smart. The way that he's taking these engagements, the way that he's working with his teammates, these guys are playing incredibly well, and I think that we're going to be saying the name Cerberus a lot going forward.
I hope so, to be honest.
Yeah,
I want to see it keep going.
They're exciting to watch.
Yeah, they are exciting to watch. And for Falcons right now, I know that the crowd is very excited to see them being played here in Saudi Arabia. Likewise, on the opposite side of things, the Expendables not got that many points just yet today, but this is a team that has got a lot of points today. Question mark here.
Yeah, question mark turned it around. Yesterday, they were not the question mark they wanted to be. This one, they come in second place, so that's a top 3 finishes in every match so far today. They clearly, I don't know what they did last night. I hope that they do it before the next stage as well. I assume if they keep doing what they're doing, they'll be in the winner's bracket, and they take that time to figure out what did they do last night that changed the game, and how do they make sure that they are doing it every day when they come in.
Well, I was talking to you about it when I was selling you on the idea of Phil first, right? This is a team that can constantly get to the late game and potentially round out some games from there. But thank you very much, Toffee's here to talk about things. We now move to the grassy pastures, Erangel, as we head over to the commentators.
Yes, thank you so much, Kalaris and Toffees, as we head to our first of 3 Erangels on the day. Again, if you're curious, my name is Godspeed, joined by Matrim, and so far today has been a comeback day.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, FaZe living a pretty good life right now. QM finding themselves some strong victories inside there. It's been also a very, I guess, second to last circle mid-game, through mid-game kind of fighting situation that we've been looking at. Where usually whenever we're starting to look at our last circle, it's a lot of 4 teams up getting ready to prep around. This time around, it's been very, very dominant in our endings today. That's the kind of the theme I could say for the day is it feels like by the time we're moving into that last firefight.
It's almost like a snowball effect, yeah, for a lot of these teams, actually doing a lot of damage and getting a good amount of kills. Sonics being the one we're talking about last game, but even Question Mark, right? Doing a great job of finding some success there, and especially with their third-party abilities and the fact that they've been finding frags really where they kind of shouldn't have been. So yeah, Question Mark, as the desk also said, have just been coming in. As Kalaris has been saying, Phil First has been a wonderful player to watch. Again, a young gun coming into his own on an international stage has been great. I'm really looking for the success of that team as well. But look at this. Is this a little hot drop potentially by... Wait, Poochills is all the way here alone in Millie base next to the entirety of Question Mark.
This is a science that I don't quite understand, but we will see if there's some rationale behind it. I guess maybe it could have been a late drop, could have also just been eyeing it
for the vehicle, probably. Oh, and a very northern circle with my favorite city just barely in there to the northwest, Zarki. But look at this. Falcons are very happy to see this right now.
Yeah, this has been a team that's been they've been making smart moves in macro and getting into the positions that they've that are winnable. Look, we saw them getting into the later stages of that. Sonic's aggressing into that area, kind of took it away from them towards the end of the game. But they're doing a great job on navigating the games, but it's just been much more quiet. It's been a lot of third and fourth party effects really coming after them.
They've been having issues in their team fights as a good example. You know, I mean, the one that they lost with Sonics was mostly just a 4-on-4 with some aid from Question Mark. But yeah, Falcons have been putting themselves in good positions, but similar to LG, just having issues when it comes to actually fighting. And my eyes are now glued to that leaderboard because, again, with only 3 matches left, I mean, this one included, we're fighting for the top 8 here, and look how absolutely tight it is between Genji, the Expendables, Falcons, Tai Lu. I mean, even LG, Petra. One good game catapults you into the top 8.
For as much as we've been talking about the Expendables and the phenomenal nature of the way they've been playing, as well as Tai Lu, if you were to tell me that we were going to be moving into 3 games left, looking in, and we have LG, Petrichor Road, Na'Vi, all not in a comfortable qualified position moving into the grand final, that is kind of wild.
Yeah, Na'Vi specifically, I mean, they have just been on the struggle bus in winner's bracket, and a lot of it has been kind of getting shredded up in rotations, but the main issue for Na'Vi is they've been losing members of their team very early and having to survive as a duo or even sometimes a solo in some cases.
This is just a stacked lobby. I've been enjoying watching it all the way through.
We still have lower bracket before we even get to the grand finals.
This isn't the grand finals. This is just this is like the appetizer of what grand finals could be, and I love it.
Especially, I mean, I can't wait to see. We're not even done here, but just thinking about the implications of which teams are going down to the lower bracket just has my head spinning. This has been just, in my opinion, one of the best tournaments we've ever had for PUBG, and we're not even halfway.
Yeah, there's still so much to go through on this one, and you know the people that are in lower bracket sitting back right now watching all of this, they're like, okay, just taking notes, figuring out everything. They're going to come in with some fire and gusto of their own. LG's pretty much got themselves all of Nova to work with. Didn't go up to Milta Power, but given playing path, no surprise there. 17 Gaming already making their path pretty close to where Everest is going to be. Genji running an old split, running quads, and then the compound that's going to be to the southwest of that. You remember that split?
Oh yeah, the flat top and then a cube. Yeah, we haven't seen that actually in quite a while. Cube though, very good in this circle. It's a dangerous position as you see Xiaobei looking towards that area. Cube can dictate a lot of rotations here as DG98 having to get out of the vehicle, and 17 fortunately gonna slide right on through that very contested bridge.
It's about as well timed as you can want. TE gonna hit the bridge.
With 4, by the way. There was 4 people. This could have been a disaster for 17.
Man, just the balls in which they make plays and how they get away with it sometimes
it was a good scout,
astounding.
though.
Yeah. TE did shift on the bridge to the west. While we've got this going, Petrichor Road's going to come back into the circle from that Rajzak bridge. A lot of bridge crossing going on right now, but let's not forget we got our good old friend emergency pickup inside this game, which could show its faces with the river kind of going through. I wouldn't be surprised if some of these teams might just be committed into more of a loot and then just jump in style situation. Why we're not seeing them move just quite
It is
yet.
possible to see some teams, use emergency pickup. The problem though with this circle, Matt, as you know, is there's very little to play as far as compounds. So just you'd have to drop somewhere on raw terrain. As we see the Expendables taking the crash plane here, this is a strong position to hold. I like that they're not committing to the center and they're just potentially going to play just on that south side of it.
Yeah, move away from the plane itself and just play in the ditch that's been cut through. We can see that pretty popular. Also, almost sets it up to where somebody else can try to take that other section and then by your powers
think that's what
combine,
they
can
want.
defend up. Yeah.
They potentially would want a team to try to take that, and they can either use that as a third-party opportunity or kind of use the dips on the side that they're on there just to the northwest as a more impregnable position, because that is much easier to hold. As we look at this mortar coming in, the first one hit the rock, and they thought maybe they were safe, but that one came and destroyed them.
It was like a bait too.
Though such a Duckmai's play was amazing.
The bait off of it, it hits the rock, and you see the player get up and go, oh, they're aiming more for the rock, and then just walks right back into it, dude. It's just destruction. We did see that Na'Vi got pretty close to Danawa just a moment ago around that no-lean location just north of Yasnaya. That's going to be pretty fine. LG going to be rotating next to a phase, and that's not the way you would really want to go through that one, but that's going to be around Milta itself. Remember, these are the Novo boys now leaving out where Milta itself does belong to phase, and take some shots in. QM, I think, heard this or saw this, one of the two, as they're playing still down a military base. We'll have to see what they choose to do.
Yeah, QM is, I mean, they're taking their time, and this is what we've seen for them time and time again, especially in the previous games. They will really take, even in that last Tego game, right? They were on the west side, they really took their time, and they dictated a lot of the rotations around them. On top of doing quite a bit of damage to the teams in front of them, they were able to take over those positions, and then they slowly just kind of, as we said, snowballed their way into the circle. So I'm not really worried the fact that they're taking their time coming into this circle late as well, because that's kind of been their MO, and that's where they've been able to kind of find success.
Cerberus driving around, having shots come at them. It's almost like they do a weird level of scouting of, oh, you're shooting at me. Now I know exactly where to drive to try to pick up some more kills in this earlier section. Is look at
poking Cerberus is not the play, by the way. I'm telling you that right now. The way this team has been playing, I would leave them well and alone.
I'm kind of curious to see what they're committing into at this stage. Is since it is kind of a more open area, this would be a place if I were Cerberus to go, okay, you know, we got those mid-game fights that we like and whatnot, but let's kind of commit more into a strength position to play from, see if maybe somebody crashes into us instead. That's there's a lot of different ways that a team that's as aggressive as this in this stage can choose to play.
They're potentially taking this nice shelf here, just above shooting range. We've seen teams play here before. It's quite open for this early in the circle, but honestly, with Cerberus taking it, I don't worry at all, because they have been able to fight. The way they've been able to fight in open circles, especially in that Tego game the other day when they were on the north side, just amazing.
But hey, look, if they take that shelf and they can separate out, they don't have to worry about mortars as much as they were having to in the last game.
But look, Tyloo actually have realized that Cerberus pulled up right underneath them, so an opportunity here for them to not only get some early points, but really start to get the momentum going, because they have been struggling in this event as far as winners bracket is going. Amazing in group stages, but not so much here in the winners bracket, as they do sit at 11th with 43 points, still very much in it. And again, the problems for Na'Vi continue, losing members still early within Circle 1, Matt.
And this is kind of interesting, because remember, these guys rotated next to each other near Yasnaya, if I'm remembering properly. So Na'Vi should have had a pretty decent idea that they moved in there. I guess that they thought that that was the pathing that was going to be open. And yeah, see, Cerberus going to go ahead and got to be careful with that, as they have one of their members down. But Tyloo, with 2 down, almost 3, as long as has to walk away.
Poking the bear. I mean, that is Cerberus.
Oh, well.
Or in this case, a demon dog, guarding the gates of hell. That pretty much is what Cerberus has been for everyone in this lobby.
They do got that dog in them, to say the least.
Yeah.
They got to be careful, though, as it is the Expendables kind of dancing around the area next to them, that it's going to be 777. Yeah, that sees what's going on here, doesn't have a good angle into it, but is enough to really cause a problem if they kind of lose track of what's going to be going on over here.
On Expendables, yeah, they are just kind of slowly taking their time. They've actually completely given up that plane position we were talking about earlier, and as you were just talking about, because they want to get points. They know that they're on the cusp. They need to get as many points as possible. Haisaki just get a finish off the rest of Tyloo with the help of Petrichor and Chewy and Ike's left.
Just a night and day difference in consistency coming up for Tyloo between the group stage and the winners bracket right now. As it's going to put even more pressure on these last 2 games for them to try to figure out some way to make this work. Meanwhile, Cerberus just run and gun strategy, man. It keeps paying off. Petrichor Road, don't go near there. That's a bad place to be.
Now shots are being rang out from the Falcons as they are sitting in shooting range, trying to get some damage. Maybe a flush here or there, and the circle is going to shift. The nice thing about there's no more confusion as to whether or not this is going to go south, towards Rodlock's side. So this is going to pull north, and Severny's still very much in the circle. As a nice spray coming out between 2 of the APAC teams actually finding themselves early.
Yeah, Cerberus had their eyes set down on the Expendables. The Expendables had their eyes set back down on Petrichor Road, and now it is going to be just a quick flush in. This is just coming apart for TE. Jinji at range, PO back behind you. Wow, Cerberus on one side and solo PO on the other one. That is not a comfy place to be.
Yeah, Pio is just playing a different game right now. As you said, the rest of his teammates are at Cube, but I mean, the good thing about this though is Pio has found so much room and bought them so much time that they're going to be able to rotate up and support with no problem. So I don't hate this, as it did work out. And what has happened here at Crossroads?
Crossroads right now. Whoever made the deal with the devil on this one is not coming out too well. Luminosity going to go ahead and go down. Petrichor Road getting the shots in. Looks like they should be able to get Fex, as I don't think that, Danoa, who's playing to the north of that, isn't going to have any good vision. QM is going to be wrapping in. That's going to distract Petrichor Road, so FaZe should be able to reset pretty cleanly from him.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was necessarily a rotational issue or, again, just LG not being able to win team fights, but just more woes on the way of that team, as now Expendables are being breached by Gen G, and so far so good for Gen G, as EJ will go down though, and it looks like he might get flushed.
It's gonna be Haisaki on the outside of this one, just taking some shots in. They realize that, okay, this is our safe angle, gonna commit into the res. 777 playing from this, and it's just, what do you even do? DG, he's got the scope on there for the extra aim.
Yeah, quotations, extra aim, as he has that DBS in that Prio building. Very notoriously difficult to hold. But look at this in the top right. It's going to be Falcons that actually gets rid of 17 Gaming and shooting range.
That's going to be a real good moral victory for them, being able to take down a squad strong as that. TE having the nades come in. PO is going to get flashed and have to step away from it, but that reveals tons of information. Enough for Taman to pick it up. Yeah, you saw what killed
him. The Panzer cover from Taman there was actually pretty sick, because PO was flashed and just trying to get into some form of cover around that broken down school bus. But man, nice little pickup with the Panzer, and so Gen G will take a very strong position here in the circle on the south side, Matt.
I'm not going to spend too much time talking about shooting range. You guys know it. It's a very large hillside. We're going to see players pretty much, our teams leaning into the north or the south facing of it. Right now we got Petrichor Road, Gen G. They're more towards the top. Down into the shooting range itself is going to be where we have Falcons as well as Na'Vi playing inside of the tunnel. Meanwhile, Severny's got some attention drawn its way, as Question Mark is kind of close to it, playing that ridge line that's just going to be on the outside. Petrichor Road with a very wide 2-2 split, kind of dancing around the FaZe sight line, kind of dancing around the Gen G sight line. The Sonics are going to come in and really nobody around them except for Cerberus.
Yeah, Sonics are in much of the same position that you actually find in Petrichor, and as you were just mentioning, they know that they have all of the southeast themselves. There shouldn't be any teams rotating in at this point, and so they're going to be comfortable there, as they have a lot of room to work with, and really it's just Gen G they have to worry about once the circle closes, maybe shifts away from them. And then Sonics actually has the complete west coast to their advantage.
Bro, we are just now about to hit phase number 3 with 43 alive. This early to mid game has just been wild in these games.
And I think a lot of that with these teams kind of going for these rotations and losing members more so in early rotations than they would before is because of the fact that they know they need to make top 8. There is, I don't want to say a little bit of desperation, but definitely some pressure to make sure that they're getting these points and getting 4 up in a very strong position so they can capitalize off it. But for teams like Na'Vi, LG, that's just not really been the case. Even 17 Gaming struggled there in this game.
And Cerberus is its own form of catalyst, where even if they don't pick up all of the kills inside of it, they're going to cause a domino effect of firefights, as Daytrade is going to go ahead and try to fly themselves into the thick of it. And T5, pretty familiar with this strategy, is hit the ground, roll, and find yourself that dip. And that's, I mean, it'll work-ish for now.
They should be able to survive here in the waves just the west of shooting range. T5, a very strong position. They have overview on that shack. This has been a very strong position. You know, having played here before in competitive, you get to dictate a lot of what's happening in the circle. It's hard to actually push that as well, unless you're coming from the position where Sonics may.
It's just so scary to be played with so much of shooting range hillside still in play. Yeah. Especially whenever at the top of it is a team like Cerberus. Luckily, Cerberus is busy feasting on other things at the time, but if their attention does get drawn to south, is a doozy catching some air.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God, he is just flipping all over the place.
Oh my.
Those shots from Loki, though, were sick. Soul's gonna go ahead and be the one that taps it in, but it is gonna be Uber that hits the shot onto him. So Reprieve shot off of his back.
And Question Mark are actually going to spin onto this. I really like this. They realized that it was going to be Danawa having the issues as they now go right on top. Dante needs to get out of his vehicle, though.
I mean, this is just turning into...
what?
What is even happening over here? QM is just rolling. Keep in mind, these two teams have been pretty close to each other for a while now, and Nox gets vision on Best of Luck, just trying to crest up the hillside to dodge it. Can't quite do it. Philfirst on the opposing side for it, but don't forget that we still have Dante that's playing to the south, as now Philfirst is on his own. He's got Salute on one side, Anonix on the other, but Anonix does need to move. He's hopped inside of his vehicle, and he's probably going to wrap back over into Salute's position.
That was so weird to watch. They actually just opted to go for runovers there in the vehicles, which, I mean, as you saw, Oduzi just got lasered off of that huge jump. I thought they were just going to pull up on the side of that, but they managed to just full send, and I mean, I guess they got the hill.
Well, we have another big fight brewing as Petrichor Road has shifted down to the south where Gen G is going to be at. Faye is going to be right back behind them. Gen G, who just managed to fight and get control over this area pretty comfortably, now going to have to deal with the fact that they have one of their members down in EJ. And Petrichor Road just a full split back behind them. This is just a unified line walking straight up against another unified line while FaZe is just crunching it in. And it's going to be just bisecting right into both of them. So I have to be careful. Piano's going to go down. Big Nade's going to land. Exlip just absolutely demolishing it. Now, can we see Petrichor Road finish this off before FaZe manages to swoop in?
Nice stand now. You have Petrichor have done a great job. They desperately need these points. They need to have a solid game here and keep as many people alive, but Exlip is just going to run over Summer. No way that just happened.
What is even going on in this phase? Is just going to walk in and see the world down in front of them. They've got to be cautious on their own regards, so Gustav is going to be down on one angle for it. Gen G is going to go ahead and get eliminated. FaZe now just rolling forward in, just going to keep dropping the nades right up on top. Mill, you can see, just kind of cowering back, trying to get his meds back into a better position. Last one up for his squad, gets it down on one, trying to go for the flush, but it is going to be a slow roll from Corexi. Now it is a 1v1, blue zone at the back. Mill gets his meds up, Corexi going for the same.
And what an absolute disaster for Petrichor. I mean, I don't even know how you run over. I mean, there was no smoke. There was nothing to cause that. And so, again, more woes for the team as FaZe have actually somehow managed to get 6 kills out of this position.
Here's the issue, though, is now you can see Corexi kind of moved for this angle to go from Mill, but he's been kind of caught out over here. He's in the blue zone right now and has got to play this one carefully. He's going to be able to fight his way through. Nox not quite done with this fight with QM just yet, but neither is Philfirst. It's going to make it even more complicated. Petrichor Road is going to go down. Corexi is going to find him, so should find a safe path in the circle. Question Mark's going to get eliminated, and so now Danawa should be able to get the res as Salute should be able to make it to Anonix, but after the res, it's going to be... Where'd he go, man?
They don't really have a lot. I mean, there is a shack on the north side that might be an option if they have a vehicle, but even D plus Key is starting to make their way towards that as well. So, yeah, I mean, what does Danawa do here? They don't have a clean play at all.
The only thing that they can hope is with D plus Kia kind of moving more into that T5 angle. T5, you can see, trying to get rid of Daytrade in this close range fight. Daytrade doing a good job at holding it together, not letting it come out. There it's on 5, though. Just too many angles to work with, but they have multiple members now down, out, and in trouble.
And I like the fact that they did leave Pathampong up at that shack, that beautiful shack, a nice area to keep Overwatch, and he's done a lot of damage helping kind of dictate the fights here. And fortunately, I do think T5, yeah, they're going to get Thanadol up as well, which I'm sure Kalaris loves to see.
Oh, yeah, and they've got pretty centered on this one. Salute and the rest of the crew. Looks like they're just going to send it pretty close to this T5 line.
I don't hate this at all.
Yeah, just stop right here. Deva does have a bit of an angle, but with the car down in position, provided it doesn't roll too much further away, they should be safe for just a bit. As now D+ Kia is going to make more of a commitment into that Pathapong kind of angle that T5 was trying to hold in that shack, most likely.
Yeah, and that great shack that Pathapong did find himself in, he is going to want to start to rotate in now, especially because of the fact that T5 does have a nice ridge to work with, a nice, I will say, a little dip here in the waves, but the problem for them is going to be D+ Kia that's actually moving in the position that they're leaving behind. And that's because Pathapong can't really hold that solo at this point, so they're just going to commit to the center.
And just going to have to defend up from that angle. We do see the circle pretty much centered on that hillside. We still have the waves, Badlands, whatever you want to call them, just to the west of shooting range. Falcons still have a smidgen that they can play inside that, but that's not going to be the most comfortable. Na'Vi, Anonix, the rest of the crew going to have to be making some type of shift. That nade going to connect coming out from Na'Vi is it's going to be pretty much tunnel to trench, right?
Well, yeah, and the biggest issue of this circle, Matt, is the center of it is just it's a downward hill, right? It's a big slope, and there's really no cover, if any at all, aside from a few trees that anyone would be able to take position in. And the problem there is also the fact that the South is going to be able to see anything because it is uphill.
We've also got a very quiet squad that is getting ready to enter the circle, and that's going to be Sonics, who is going to be pathing in behind that weakened phase that we saw just a moment ago. Our stronger squads in this are going to be Cerberus, who's back to playing around that plane path we saw earlier. D+ Kia, who's going to have to move into the hillside of some fashion, but the problem with it is they can't get in a comfortable position on the hillside because look at how many people are playing the lower area of it. People that could have angles into it is we're going to have Danoa, we're going to have Na'Vi, we're going to have the Falcons, and technically T5 as well, so T5 is going to be just trying to defend that angle more than anything else. Cerberus, as they move down the hillside, also going to get vision into them, so D+ Kia just, while they can get into the circle, there's no good way to do so.
Yeah, D+ Kia is going to have to deal with quite a bit if they actually want to survive this. As we're going to see Capitan get to finish out Anonix and the rest of Danoa. And now Na'Vi, I mean, they have a corner to work with, I guess, but they're going to have to deal with the Falcons. And as you said, Sonic's going to have a nice position on the south to work with. But realistically, I think Cerberus are going to be the ones to dictate the most of the control in the circle.
They're very, very focused on what's going to be going on. D+ Kia is now making their move. Curex is going to go ahead and get spotted out by Sonics. High ground versus low ground. Pretty easy peasy as far as the shift around coming up from Sonics. But it is going to come at a cost of Mime. But that just a knock inside of it, really too much more.
Shrimsy, though, yeah.
And Shrimsy, so. Working through this one, they now get control of the top of the hillside. But the bigger problem is, guess what? They made noise in a gunfight. And who else is up on the top of that hillside?
Cerberus, yeah. So they are starting to flex out towards the south, but they're splitting as well because they also want to see what's going on in the north. They want to take as much control as possible. And this is what Cerberus has been doing systematically game after game as we now see Na'Vi taking the fight to T5. It's just Uba desperately trying to stay alive and get some more points for them so he can at least set up for a heroic comeback in the final 2 games.
Man, he is just braving so close to that Molotov. Just those couple of shots enough to slow down what was going to be going on with them. Falcons now starting to leave outside of shooting range, jump outside the walls, means the fact that they're getting more vision what's going on with T5. Cerberus very focused down the lower sections of this hillside. Have got to be careful because now it is going to be Sonics that hears what's going on with Cerberus, and finally the hunters become the hunted.
Yeah, so I mean, for how long though, I wonder, as they've been able to turn around those fights quite effectively. As T5 just, again, stuck in these waves with a member knocked. I'm not sure if they're even going to be able to get that up. As Falcons starting to, push the pace here a little bit, they realize they have the majority of the cover here on the east side, and they're going to have to get rid of everyone else if they want any chance of surviving this.
Hillside stays in. The waves do not. Uba's going to go ahead and get spotted out. He's going to go down. Falcons look like they're trying to move to gatekeep, but can't do so too efficiently with the positionings that we see coming out from Sonics and Cerberus. Sonics are now going to shift back into the east, which means that they're going to have sightline down, and it's going to be a crossfire kind of setup. But 3 members of Cerberus have left Tycon behind, and they are moving aggressively down this hillside to see if they can get into anything that Kia is trying to set up.
Well, look, if they can just get rid of D+ Kia, they know the entirety of not only the northwest, but the west is theirs, and they can pretty much move how they want to. An angle in the circle is D+ Kia actually going straight into T5 anyways.
I mean, what else can they do? They were being herded this direction. They had to make something. T5, that adult still clinging to life right now, but not for too much longer as he's going to be going down. Falcons now getting more control over this northern area by the moment, but let's not count it out yet. It's going to be Capitan as well as Cerberus just converging in on this Kia location.
If they commit too hard, though, Sonics could read this and maybe go for a wrap back around and try to catch Cerberus off guard, but they're just putting in so much work and just raining down so much damage on the rest of the teams that have just trying to find any sort of cover.
Man, it is just straight up Obi-Wan Kenobi time over here. His high ground is just destroying anything that's in the low ground right now. Anything that was playing around that shooting range area is just having a hellacious time with it. Do note that Sonics have shifted 2 of their members back into more of the Cerberus line. They've left H1 behind. DraftKing is still up for Falcons right now, but Cerberus still with 4 up and stronger, just bouncing from hill to tree, finding more angles and finding more kills.
Yeah, and Toby even mentioned it as well. Their ability, as you just said, to bounce between different positions, going from a 3-1 to a 2-2 to a 1-3, and just the fluidity of the way that they're playing in these micro fights, you know, maintaining their members in team fights has just been, it's just been awesome, man. Watching this it's been a masterclass from Cerberus.
And it makes it really hard if you're fighting against them, because you never know if you're getting the full 4 stack, if you're getting the 3-man. Every single time Cerberus knocks you, you have to make the assumption that the other 4 are immediately going to be there.
Or they're even in some off angles. We see Tingleton setting up for a mortar. I wonder what he's going to be doing with that one, as I mean, this one is going to be difficult just because of how spread out Cerberus is. But yeah, he's lining it up here. We'll see if he can find anything.
And this is where spotters help out, right? Mime's up there just kind of feeding the angles in, see how this one's going to come. It looks like his beat onto Paisaki is pretty strong. Now it's going to be about, does he have the numbers?
Oh my goodness!
Tig just says, hell no, Tycon. You sit back down, sir.
Pretty strong. That did 300 damage that landed on his face.
That was a headshot with a mortar. Tycon's like, I'm not checking that angle again, bros. I'm done. We just let him have the top of the hill. I don't even want to look up there anymore.
Huge shout out to the observers too for catching that, but I mean, that was, wow, that was direct. That was a direct hit. You sunk there.
And DraftKings now really happy that he's in the low ground, not up there dealing with that. Okay, so I guess we found the kryptonite to Cerberus, right? Just drop mortars, force them to stop for a second.
That was impressive as hell. I mean,
oh my God, and he's got a P9.
I mean, yeah, why not? Why not give Sonics a P90 here? As Circle has centered up on pretty much the worst possible area in shooting range you could ever ask for.
Yeah, not a ton of cover to be had. Looks like H1 is trying to move down, shift to the hillside a bit. Vehicle fortifications as they are converging up. But let's not forget about DraftKing down here, as he could play a pretty big factor in a moment. You can see the Sonics are aware. That's the reason they popped down the vehicles the way that they did. P90 coming alive back over to Himos's direction, but not going to connect the same way that mortar did. Oh, man.
Yeah, that's still... That was wonderful. But yeah, Sonics, I really like this. They've started to take a little bit of a better position as 2 of them are stacked on top of each other. It's going to be Limit, not Mime playing together. DraftKing has been found, so now this is a straight up 4v3 between the Sonics and Cerberus.
Hillside between them, and they're just going to be playing the different recesses in it. And Tig going to go ahead and pop in the headshot on the Duckmai. That means that isolated position going to be more complicated. We're pretty much looking at a 3v3 now. The low section and that flanked angle that we know that we can see them trying to run through. On top of that, yeah, Haisaki, just a full-on wrap, pushing right into that mortar line from just a moment ago, realizing they can collapse in. Himas going to go ahead and regroup with Tycon, and this is a very strong set of angles to play from.
Yeah, I think they're going to leave Tycon here to try to just hunker down and maybe be the draw here for Sonics to focus on. Meanwhile, Haisaki might even get that angle. They're just trying to buy time for him to see if he can find a knock and really get this wrap going and put Sonics on the back foot, as that's going to be the spray. Can he find it? Ooh. And there it is. Haisaki will strike.
H1 will go down. Haisaki took a ton of damage, but has got to be careful now. Oh, the blue zone going to be the one that does the touch of damage to polish it all off. Sonics going to read that, realize the fact that what's going to be going on. Moss is going to be making this much more aggressive down that hillside. You see Sonics going ahead, trying to make sure that they secure up. There's no push that's going to be coming through from that angle onto it, but it's going to be Hamas as well as Tycon just regrouping, and now as we've moved into circle number 8, it's going to be Cerberus that has dot control.
Yeah, and Tingleton has to be huge here. He has to try to defend so that Mime has the time to res win, because in a 3-on-2, especially with the equipment that Sonics has, this is in their advantage. But look at the way that Cerberus is slowly taking control of the center circle. And I say slowly, but they pretty much rush to this position, Matt.
Yeah, just running right down into their faces, hoping in fact it's going to be unexpected, but Tycon is going to go down. And now it is all down to a solo and a Moss. Talking about the fact that, okay, this might be the best player in the world right now. Can we see him make a miracle happen? Goes for the shots out, manages to hit into one of them, Can he get the other two? The line is going to be coming. Sonics trying to make sure that they're playing this slower, change the pace. Hamas says, no, I don't even want the dot anymore. I want you dead. Mime reads it, goes for the peek over. Hamas gets another one, tries to move away, but he's going to go down. It is going to be the Sonics that pick it up.
And even still, beautiful adjustments there from Cerberus. But yeah, the Sonics coming off the south side. We saw it earlier, Matt. They were playing slow. They made sure to just take control of the south. And then once they got the shifts, they slowly started to kind of poke out, get control of the teams around them, especially to the east. We saw that the read was beautiful, though, when they realized that Cerberus had actually spread quite far north to try to get those kills on a D plus Kia.
Oh, man, these games are just so... You're just seeing the skill level continue to evolve from player upon player. It is just so good. Like, we're getting some very, I guess, empty circles. I don't know how else we want to say. It's just barren. It's just so hard to work around. But players are still managing to find every single angle, every hillside. They're trying to exploit anything that they can. And think about it. We're just seeing players walk boldly in. Like, yeah, at the very end of this, we think that it's better for us in a numbers disadvantage to play aggressive and jump in instead of letting you bring your numbers to us. I love this style.
Well, especially in those situations, you'd rather die fighting, right, than just die either rotating in a vehicle or just running in the blue or something of that nature. So it has been very nice to see these teams just kind of go for it, so to speak. And for some of them, it's actually been working out very well.
Blue Zone dictated so much of that.
Yeah, it did.
That knock. Oh my God, that knock, I feel like that turned the game.
It did, because obviously Haisaki got the knock onto Win, which put them on the back foot, and I'm not sure if he lost track of the blue because of the timing. Obviously, it did take him a little bit of time to get around to get that flank, but yeah, that absolutely turned the fight around for the Sonics. And again, what a beautiful recovery, and then Tig being that line that kind of defended the res coming out from Mime onto H-Win.
Oh my God, a doozy. I don't even know what.
I'm really surprised they sent it so kind of hard over that hill.
And that's one of the reasons why, like, a lot of people call it waves, badlands. You can see what it's like to drive across. It
sucks.
It's so hard to deal with over there. It is just a catastrophe waiting to happen. Everything that was going on in here, it was just like, no disrespect to our teams by any means, it was just like lemmings walking down into this lower ground and just getting demolished.
A lot of the circles, as you said, especially in the center, have been that kind of the case where a lot of these teams have to just kind of send it and just hope for the best. We will see it there. It's the first one he loaded too, I'm pretty sure. On his head. It was literally a mortar headshot.
Well, we've got ourselves prepped up in a crazy game and an interview. We got to know more what's going on downstage.
8, 7, 6, 3, 2.
Welcome back to the main stage. We are joined by Tanvu from the Expendables. Now, you've had some highs, some lows throughout this competition so far. Now, one thing that we would really like to know, the casters have been talking about it backstage, the group stage for you guys was incredible. So what was your recipe for success throughout that stage of the competition?
Đội mình đã có một màn trình diễn rất là tốt ở vòng bảng, thì không biết là đội mình có bí quyết gì để thành công vượt qua vòng bảng không nhỉ?
Dạ, tụi em chỉ kiểu tâm lý thoải mái với lại ổn định cái cách bắn thôi, là kiểu bình tĩnh, thoải mái và bắn từ từ vào là được.
Say, well, we try to have like a relaxed mindset so that we can, be comfortable and be confident in the game so that we can get the chicken dinner and a lot of wins, a lot of kills as well.
بنرحب اعزائي المشاهدين باللاعب تانفو من فريق ذا اكسبندبلز، وحابين نساله بدايه بادائهم بمرحله المجموعات الجروب ستيج كان قوي جدا، فايش كان السر وراء هذا الاداء؟ ورده كان ان هم المهم عندهم ان يلعبوا بهداوه ويكون عندهم الثقه بنفسهم، وطول ما هم مرتاحين بيقدروا يأدوا باداء قوي جدا، وهذا اللي شفناه في مرحله المجموعات، لكن بدنا نشوف ايش حيقدروا يقدموا في باقي مراحل البطوله.
So you're kind of flirting with that 8th position right now on the leaderboard. So it's a lot of uncertainty around it right now. You've got 2 more Erangels left to try and make it into the grand finals. What do you need to change? What do you need to do to make sure that you can make it into those grand finals?
Nghĩa là mình đang kiểu ở giữa cái vị trí thứ 8 với 9 thì mình cứ lên xuống hoài ấy, thì nó có nhiều cái không có chắc chắn ở đây ấy, thì bây giờ chỉ còn mỗi 2 trận thôi nữa là sẽ kết thúc vào vòng giành thắng. Em nghĩ là đội cần phải làm gì, cần phải thay đổi cái gì để có thể giành được tấm vé vào vòng chung kết.
Tụi em đang mắc lỗi là mất bình tĩnh, và nếu 2 game này tụi em sẽ bình tĩnh lại và cứ thoải mái ra mà bắn cái hướng là tụi em sẽ làm được.
I think we're just like, we couldn't stay calm in the last 4 matches. So all we need to do now is stay calm so that we can get a lot of kills and maybe a win in those remaining 2 matches so that we can get a ticket to the grand finals.
حابين نسأله وناخذ رأيه بما انه باقي مباراتين فقط على نهاية الوينرز براكت اللي وقتها التوب 8 بتأهلوا للجراند فاينلز، فبما انه باقي مباراتين وهم حاليا موجودين يعني بالمركز الثامن المركز التاسع يعني على حدود التأهل، فايش الشغلات اللي يمكن يشتغلوا عليها او ايش الشغلات اللي يمكن يغيروها عشان يقدروا يوصلوا لنهائيات البطولة؟ رده كان انه نفس الشيء على السؤال الاول تقريبا، انه المهم يكونوا هادين ومركزين على نفسهم بالمباريات وناويين يحاولوا يطلعوا على القليله تشيكن دينر واحد من المباراتين الباقيين عشان يقدروا يوصلوا للجراند فاينلز خلال الايام الجايه. نشكرك يا تنفو. Thank you very much for joining وباذن الله حنرجع على الاستوديو خلال ثواني بسيطه.
Thank you so much, Tanvu, for joining us in this post-match interview. We wish you all the best of luck. You've got 2 more maps to go. You've got to dig deep, and we're all at the edge of our seats. Speaking of being on the edge of our seats, we're going to go back over to the desk so that we can continue day 2 of the winners bracket. 2 Erangels to go.
Joke's on you, Banks. I'm standing up. I know it might not look it because I'm a short guy. But anyway, we've got ourselves Sonics now with the back-to-back here. There's no more winners allowed. It's only FaZe and Sonics.
We got here to start today. We said, no repeat winners. Then FaZe goes, you know what? Here, I'm going to do back-to-back. Sonic says, all right, fine. Hold my beer. I'm going to do it too. No one else is allowed to have points today or chicken dinners. I'm just assuming FaZe will win the next one.
Maybe. Or a little... Oh, imagine a Sonics triple. Oof.
Oh, I mean, I can only dream.
And then we have Tego here, the man of the match, brought to you by Giria, and he's got himself another 5 kills on the board. And also, we've got to point out the mortar shot towards the end. He has been planning in his head. I love it. It's absolutely a new addition, a contentious addition to the game as a whole. But man, he's making it look good.
He's making it look good. The team was joking with him the other day, and I kind of loved the idea of they were like, yeah, he's so considered a mortar, like trigonometry, like he's focused on mortars. We actually got to see it from placing the mortar to lining it up to the shot hitting.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun, but it also wasn't overpowered. They got a chance to get Tycon back up. Mortars seem like a really interesting positioning tool. You're not going to necessarily get the kill most of the time, but it does seem to open some doors.
Well, and a door towards 94 points for them here in second place. Fantastic stuff by them. We already said it before, but yeah, congratulations, you're in the grand final. Good stuff. But likewise, so is Cerberus. Danawa, I have to say, in terms of the glow up from yesterday, man, like Danawa, I thought they were having a real hard time yesterday. They definitely were. Really not that many points. But today, they've come back in fighting strong.
They have come back strong, and now they're in that 70 North along with... I think T5 is there as well. And then there's that big drop off. And I think that's where things are about to get wild. We got 2 games left. Top 8 go through to winners bracket. And when you start to get down to that sort of 6, 7, 8, they're looking at 59, 58, 57. Cutoff, I think you're looking at 56, 48, 43, and 40.
Yes.
There are a lot of teams that need to make points happen in this game.
And of course, you guys can join us as well with Abdul Latif Jamil Motors. You can check them out. Toyota.com.sa/en/gamers and check those guys out as well. We actually saw a doozy flipping a car in the previous game. That was a lot of fun. I imagine that might be one of the rides of the day towards the end of the day.
I'm hoping it's the ride of the day, and I will say you can go to the home of entertainment, 50% off code GAMERS8, just like tried to take 50% off of Cerberus there with those beautiful mortar shots. He got close. OSNplus.com. This is going to be a race, I think, as we get to the end of this thing. 4 teams on both sides of the cutoff, or so 8 total that are in the hunt, plus the fact that, honestly, all the way down below that, 36 points, one big win.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, looking at the standings right now, I feel like there's 3 places left up for grabs. If you think about where Third on 5 is, 73 points, that's going to be difficult for anybody to try and really reach here. So Falcons, 17, question mark. Those are the 3 that are in 6th, 7th, 8th right now. They need some points in these next 2 games to really solidify themselves in that top 8.
And really the good news for everyone who's not sort of in that cutoff point is that Sonics and FaZe have been sucking up so many points. It is wide open still, even for the bottom teams. If they go off in this game and they put together a big 20-point win, which is doable, they're back in the hunt.
All right, break time here. We will be moving on to the penultimate game in just a few moments here for PGS 2. When we are back, we are going to just have those 2 more matches to find out who's moving through to the grand final. See you soon.
وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر. أنا جيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You want a war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Take everything. Leave them with nothing.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر. أنا جيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
Cause I've been broke. If ain't no pain, then ain't no growth. To keep it 100, I came in to run it and bet if I had to, I'd do it again. It ain't no race if I don't win. Get that way, get that dough, but I don't break. I told y'all. All you had to do was watch. Keep it 100, I came in to run it and bet if I had to, I'd do it again. When it comes down to it, it ain't no race. It ain't no race if I don't win.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we head into the final two games of the winners bracket here at PGS 2 Gamers 8 Land of Heroes, and it has been so far quite a wild ride as we pretty much established the top of our teams going to the grand finals, but there is still quite a bit to play for, especially if you're on the cusp or one of the teams on the cusp trying to make it into the top 8.
Top 8 move on, and so with this now we're gonna have to start focusing our attention on who's going to make it and who isn't, and it is very, very neck and neck as QM are sitting at 55 points in 7th place right now, 51 points for Gen G at that cusp position in 8th. Then just 4 points back behind them, TE, 1 point back behind that, Falcons, Tyloo just 3 points back behind that. These are all teams that can pop off though.
Yeah, it's so close for a lot of these teams, and again, it could just be one good game is really all the teams, even so all the way down, I'd say argue to 13th place, will be able to kind of punch their ticket in the grand finals. Now, looking at the way that these circles have been, looking at the way some of these games have unfolded, it's going to be quite a challenge because, first of all, for a lot of the teams that needed to make adjustments like Question Mark, they've been able to do so. Even Gen G finding themselves some nice positions inside some of these circles. But for a lot of the other teams, especially towards the bottom, they're going to need to have some very big games, specifically with kills. That I'm looking at a team like LG, Petrichor, Na'Vi just cannot seem to get around early game woes and losing members in the first circle.
Oh, we're in a world where losers bracket is going to be scary for a lot of different reasons.
Scary,
it's already going to be scary, but I mean, this is going to be so interesting to be looking at as we're going to be moving forward from it. QM, you can see one of those teams in that cusp position, and you just said it, any given Sunday kind of situation, right? We're dealing with the best in the world. So all of these teams have that pop-off capability, but can they do it whenever they have to do it? And that's now the stage that we're looking at. We've got so many teams already qualified, feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
It's now just the top 8. Can you get there? Can you get the game that you need to have? Circles, doesn't matter.
The other thing that's also really stressful in this situation, having someone who's been there on the cusp of actually making it into a qualifier or not, or a winner's bracket or what have you, is the fact that, you know, the points are going to be ever moving forward. So, like, if you are a team like Gen G and you are an 8th, or you're a team that is right on that cusp, if you have a bad game, you know, everyone else is essentially going to start to gain on you. Or if you are one of those teams that actually has a huge game, you start to buy yourself a window, but you really cannot let up off the gas. And so that's what becomes difficult as well. And that's what causes so much pressure for these players.
A big part of what we're going to be looking at is mental right now.
Yes.
As an early out, if you're one of these teams that are trying to make it into the top 8 and you go out 16th, can you rebound from that is going to be a big question. But on top of that, are you going to crunch under the pressure of everything that's going on around you? The circle shifts away from you, and now you've got to try to figure out how to pass through 20 teams, it feels like, just to be able to make it into the circle. You've got to make sure you keep the head cool as a cucumber through the entire game.
And for some of those teams, you want to talk about mental, I mean, if what they're doing isn't working, then are they going to be able to make those adjustments so quickly in the last 2 games of the day in order to get those big kill wins, or not even the big kill wins, but just get those big kill placements, right? If you're able to at least jump from a situation where you'd be in 10th place with, I don't know, let's say, you know, 2 kills to rather going into making a team fight, getting that push, getting more aggressive that you normally would, going for a play that you normally wouldn't, and then finding yourselves in a 6th place position with only 2 alive, but at least you have 6 or 7 kills.
And I will remind everybody, if your favorite team is presently down in that bottom 8, worry not, we still have a lower bracket that's going to happen, that's going to start up tomorrow. So there's still a very big opportunity for whomever to fight their way back out of that. It's just going to be a way more stressful path to have to deal with.
Right, but we also have seen teams come from the winner's bracket in the past and actually make a lower bracket run because they get more games in, right? The more reps, the more comfortability they get on LAN. Potentially the better team building is just communication is also being built, and they actually make it to the grand finals, and we see a crazy run there. So with all that being said, we are getting ready here to start the penultimate game on Erangel, and fortunately for a lot of the teams, at least it is Erangel. We know some of these teams are more comfortable on this map, and it's the tried and true, Matt.
I mean, with the way that the circles have been going, the lack of cover that we've been seeing come out, I don't know, some of them might be actually like, where's that Miramar? Where's that Tego? Because I kind of want at least something. Give me a rock, man.
Well, I mean, Tego pretty much had nothing as far as cover in the last circle. But yes, we are heading here, and the plane is a little more northern, but again, most of these teams should be able to flex where they want to.
Eyes away from at least a military-based game for this one. And yes, if you are dropping on the main island itself, pretty much everything's on the table. Nothing to be too concerned with. This most of our drops have been pretty clean through this. Not necessarily a hot drop event in any fashion. And given how close this leaderboard is, there is no real big push for early game aggression. You've already got Cerberus. You've got TE that's kind of doing that. Now, TE has been doing that, and they're presently in 9th. Are they going to lean into a safer approach into the game, or do they just continue to dance with the girl that brought them and lean into that early game aggression and hope that they manage to get enough?
Yeah, and with TE, we've kind of seen that happening here in the winner's bracket as well, where they are pushing multiple teams. They're trying to spread out and get those angles, but the issue for them has been the other teams around them also trying to do the same, right? And we kind of talked about this even in the group stages. A lot of teams trying to play edge. TE, one of those teams, we're fairly comfortable so far playing edge, but also playing more central position. They're just getting caught in a lot of these third-party fights, and that is costing them way more points than I'm sure they would want.
Just running in. Ruin's going to be where Sonic's going to be leaning into. As you can see how quickly they got vehicles. I wouldn't be surprised if that's not going to stay that way for too much longer. D+ Kia, who's been having not the best of a time inside of the upper bracket so far right now, is we're going to have to try to figure out what's going on. Another very far northern circle. And hey, you know what? There wasn't enough Zarki in the last one for you, so let's just go ahead and make sure that we get all of it this time.
I would really love if this just hard shifted west every single time to Zarki, because I don't even remember the last time we've seen a circle just end in that city. In fact, has there ever been like a true Zarki ending in the last like 3 years? I don't think so.
Regionally, but not internationally. We keep getting close. We dance up and we get like that crossroads section where we see Path Monk playing from right now. That's about as close as we've gotten, and I would love to see just a harder shift that way.
Not even just for memes though. Like there's actually so many good ridges and dips, and that massive satellite tower just to the south of Zarki. It's a really fun place to play from. I remember in some of the comp games we got lucky enough to actually go down there into the fields of Zarki. It's if you're one of those teams that's in a great position, you are farming.
I love that area that's just north of Georgia Pole itself into Zarki and the hillsides that are allowed. Even like, yes, there is some like flat, I guess like land that is being kind of worked on, but it's not necessarily a field. It's still technically a farming area, but it's got a lot more ridges, ravines that can be worked in, like you were talking in. I guess irrigation ditches is the correct term for it. Is I would love to see that. I mean, could you imagine an in-game circle where we actually get the lighthouse in vision? And that doesn't have to necessarily in there. That'll never happen, but I would love just to be able to see it.
Yeah, but now that we have seen the circle and where it has landed, a lot of teams, Matt, are currently not in this one, as we see Gen G here in the south of South George. Also with the split there, EJ taking that flat top compound we had talked about to the east of Crates. We also see T5 with a very nice split early around that plain area to the north.
This is over in that Lippo area. As you can see, D+ Kia is aware Fuchu's going to be coming out, going for a couple of shots into this one, but wing and a prayer. Wing and a prayer.
A little too early.
Yeah, a bit ahead, but doesn't matter. This is D+ Kia saying we need points. I don't care. Kill that man. And Puchu's running. His life depends on it, and he does manage to get away.
Yeah, if D+ Kia is going to make a run here to try to make it into the grand finals, they need a hell of a lot of kills, and they're going to need 2 very big games in order to do so.
This weird Lippo situation has forced Day Trade back up the hillside into Stallbur itself, which means the fact that we are going to see them maybe bump into Bestalock in just 1 second, so we'll have to keep our eyes on that one. 17 Gaming already leaving out from Pachinki. They're going to be heading in through the thick of the Expendables right now. They're going to have Delwyn that's going to be in front of them. Jinji, remember we did see them kind of holding the quads off on the other side of the river just a moment ago, but it looks like that's also going to be kind of at least maybe more fortified, sending all of their members over this time.
Yeah, and QM have just been awesome. Watching the adjustments that they've been able to make inside this, Matt, have been fantastic. And the fact that they've also still been getting kills, right? They're not just relying on decent placement points and putting themselves in a solid position. They're playing late. They're coming into the circle when it's best for them. They're finding these windows of opportunity, something we very much see LG normally doing, right? And they're capitalizing on that. So it's been awesome to see, because they did not start very strong.
As we're kind of looking through everything that's going on, I know a lot of eyes were kind of drawn to Tyloo, so let's go in, sit down with Longs and find out what's up.
赛比起来，应该是就是配合今天失误比较多吧，然后没有把握住机会。我们还是会按照之前那样吧，就我们之前怎么打的，我们会继续那样打下去，就会自己复盘一下这些问题，然后解决掉就好。其实我们就是在打的时候，我觉得就队友的互相信任吧，然后冷静一点，我觉得就 OK 了。
Long saying it best, believe in the me that believes in you, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's actually a really great mentality, right? You just have to believe in your teammates and basically what got you to the dance, right? Which were his teammates. And so, although they had a phenomenal group stage, it has been a much slower kind of burn here for the boys in Tyloo. But, I mean, as we said, they're right on the cusp.
On the question of, are the Expendables going to play for safety? Maybe playing for late game? The answer to that? Nah, not really. They're still going to go for the more aggressive positions, as 17 Gaming is pretty centered up. They've got Tyloo running a 2-2 split that's going to be pretty close to them. T5 spread all the way from Georgia Pole, pretty much, what, 3/4 of the way up to the coastline.
Yeah, T5, again, have a really nice split. I like that they're not getting involved in this kind of central clumping of a lot of the teams around playing, right? We have Tyloo, we have Genji, we also have 17. They're just kind of off to the side. They're like, you know what? We're going to let all the teams kind of center up, and then we're going to dictate everything from the west.
We got a weird situation that is brewing as Danoa is kind of gatekeeping a bridge camp in that western area of Yasnaya. Cerberus is pathing in this direction, so it could lead to something weird. LG is going to be back behind them. We also do see presently Navi is making making their collapse in. It's going to be pretty close to TE, but not too scary just quite yet. More Tai Lu is what they're going to have to worry about. Is yes, here's Danima. See, they've got their vehicles hidden. They're waiting to see if anybody's going to stop here and maybe try to scout out what's going to be on the opposing side. Prepped up Nade's going to go and throw them out. That is going to force a Moss onto a different angle and out and away from this. And Tycon's already committed in. Loki's gone down, though. This is going to be Cerberus making landfall and aggressing into a bridge camp. Just no cares. The boldness and the strength that the squad brings out is nuts.
Again, poking the bear of Cerberus is just not it, as we've seen Danawa kind of camp this gas station quite a few times, but Cerberus has reacted amazingly to this position, and now they're actually putting Danawa on the back foot, already taking out Loki.
LG has also stopped outside of this. They're not going for that kind of no-lane wraparound in Yasnaya. They think that they might be able to pick up a couple of kills, and they want some as well. So Moss going to go ahead and come over here, get pretty close to Tycon. Isaki's going to aggress out into that Danawa line, and they're going to start forcing it out, as it is going to be LG finally starting to get some vision into this firefight, as LG's line is very, very strong into the Cerberus line, but isn't quite ready to catch what's going on with Danawa, as now the ones that were trying to force people up into no-lane having to retreat to it.
Yeah, but LG know that they really need to start grasping some points here. 37 on the board. They're in 13th place. Again, they are within reach of qualifying if they can have two big games and kind of push off some of these teams that are currently finding themselves on that cusp. So trying to get the angles and looking for those kills, it's a good start, but they still have a long road ahead of them.
Gen.G and 17 still in their awkward hilltop to hilltop kind of standoff, as that's kind of prone to do in this position. Speaking of prone, it looks like that's kind of what Zhao was doing over there, is trying to hide out from some of these angles over here. It is, if you're looking on the map, just a cluster of teams all over here. Na'Vi also kind of venturing into this line. Don't forget about Tai Lu, that's going to be pretty close. And all pretty much herded this way right now due to T5 and the positioning and the line that they have going up through this one. As Cerberus does look like they're going to leave their compound, but they're eyeing back into LG, as again, don't poke the bear, right? Or don't poke the Cerberus at this stage.
Yeah, and so it's going to be Tycon. He's going to find such a clean knock there onto Flood. Rilo also going down, and it's just going to be Snakers and Kick left to just tail tuck between the legs and just get out of there again. LG just cannot catch a break.
Damn, Cerberus is impressive. Look at that, rolling into what is essentially a bridge camp, taking the team that is bridge camping, kicking them away. They were getting third-partied by LG. They go, no, we're going to turn around and go after you, get 2 kills off of that. They just feel unstoppable right now.
They kind of have been. I mean, realistically, they've been so difficult to fight in any team fights. I mean, they've just been running teams over, and the confidence that they've been exuding in these games is... it's just awesome.
And we talked about like mental, right? If you're probably Danawa or LG, just getting shoot out of this just feels so bad. You were trying to be the one that's set up to get the kills out of it, and you're the one that's taking casualties out of it. It's, oh man, and that's just going to be all she wrote for LG.
LG is just, I mean, they are... yeah, I don't really know what to say. They need probably the biggest game of their tournament life at this point to make it into grand final. So we'll check in them next game, but yeah. Not the start the boys want at all.
Opposite side of that North American coin, though, is going to be Sonics, who are going to find themselves on Everest, feeling pretty good about their position overall, presently in second place, back behind Phases. Comfy, I would say, on their leaderboard position. And now,
yeah, they're going to grand finals.
Now, moving up this hillside, they're going to have a ton of information to work with. Oh, wow.
Okay.
50% water. We didn't get Zarky, but we got a lot of the fun around it.
Fun is a strong word. I mean, for us, it's fun. For the players,
we're getting away from shooting range hillside, man. That's all I care about.
Yeah, so this does leave a very interesting amount of coastline in on the north side. We might see a lot of teams start to kind of opt towards going for the, because even if this does, you know, shift off water, when it eventually does, there's still a chance that the coastline might very much be edge, if not even more than edge.
Bro, this is just one of these circles where you just put on, what is it, Gina, and just start jamming as you're rolling, and you just gotta go. You know it's gonna go bad. Instead, it's all gonna be just about to aim. Petrichor Road trying to fend up against Daytrade, who's making crash into their tunnel position. Goes for the flush into it. He's gonna be picking up spots on Nuran's quick exchange.
There we go.
Daytrade just out like that.
Petrichor finally showing some signs of life here in their team fighting, I shall say. They're gonna delete Daytrade off the server, and again, Daytrade have also been finding their own issues with losing members early, in this case, just losing the whole team.
The road to the leaderboard hasn't been too good for Petrichor Road, but they've managed to find themselves a good tunnel to work with, at least, as they've been trying to get through. 17 Gaming also having some struggles. Remember, we did see that they were stacked up over here next to Gen.G. They decided to just cut through the thick of everything, and that leaves just one left and make it none.
Yeah, T5 again will clean that up. They've been on the west side of this for quite some time, kind of just staying on the outside of a lot of these fights, and 17 now are in a position where they potentially don't make it to the grand finals, depending on what happens on the rest of this game, but also how they perform in the next one. So again, our eyes are glued to that 8th place spot and which teams are actually going to be able to punch their ticket and really stay consistent in this very difficult lobby.
Oh man, D+Kia just struggling to find somewhere to stop. Caught him between QM, Petrichor Road. We got Danoa, Na'Vi, and Falcons. No hillside going to be too safe. Nades already being prepped out by Anonix. You can see Salute. Salute's just been absolutely demolishing people today. So now grouped up, those nades could just be, that could just send them back to the lobby in half a second if they're not careful.
Yeah, it's always kind of the risk that you run when you're just so, as you said, grouped up and just really just on top of each other.
It's Aixlip that's actually helping out what's going on with D+Kia, because Salute and the rest of Danoa can't, or I should say, the other member of Danoa can't really look down that hillside due to Petrichor Road shooting from that tunnel.
Petrichor Road knows that they need to get those kills. They absolutely have to have a solid game here. I mean, not only just to get in the top 8, but really kind of build that cushion that you know you want, especially in a qualifying position like this.
We also do have FaZe just now coming in and touching the zone. Our number 1 and number 2 team just kind of letting everybody fight amongst yourselves over here kind of situation, as Sonic's still playing around George Pole. Looks like they're maybe trying to commit more into their loot. And uh-oh. Anonix. Okay, fine. We can't peek up the hillside. You're not going to let us do it, Petrichor Road? We've got a different idea.
Curious if... I don't even know if he can get close, because they are... D+Kia is very close. Yeah, I was going to say, oh, Anonix though getting shot. Where was that from? Oh, it's from Petrichor, of course.
Yeah, they're just unrelenting on this firing line into him. And if he can get the setup for it, there is a world where look at how clustered D+Kia is. If he gets one shot off, that might just be enough. The beat looks like it might be pretty good. Let's see. He's just going to start loading them in. The circle's going to pop. It's still going to stay up into the north. No surprise onto that. How are they going, though? I think that they might be just a bit too far. Yeah, just a bit too far to the outside.
Yeah, I mean, they're just too close. Those mortars really aren't going to do anything. And so we're going to see those kind of land just off to their right here, as now they're rotating. That's a nice little distraction.
The distance is good. The distance is good. Just the bead wasn't exactly where they wanted it.
And here comes Sonics, actually. That's why they were looting so late, and they're going to get a nice position on the west side, just to the north of where FaZe is playing. So this hill is actually really fun to fight on, Matt. You have so many different angles of approach. You have some nice trees, some rocks to work with, so they're going to find themselves in a great position. And T5 just continuing to dominate here, as they have been put in a wonderful position by their IGL.
All right. We got the dog coming up right now. It's going to be running right next to Tyloo, as they're just cutting straight into the circle. They don't even care. Yeah, shoot at us. That just means the fact that we know exactly where everybody's going to be. They're rolling straight in, right back behind where we saw D+Kia going to be at. It's going to be Expendables taking the shots into them. And really, look at this. This is such a bold rotation, but it's so well navigated as they're just kind of roaming through, shooting whatever moves around them. They're still not quite done. They see more kills to be had. They're like, yeah, sure, let's just keep the points per game average up. Let's just kill everything around us. T5 going to be in front of them. They're not done in their rotation yet. They're just going to send it straight into them.
Well, not only they're rotating, but they're just killing people on their rotation. They pretty much just deleted D+Kia, as they're now taking the fight as well to the team of T5 as they rotate just past. And T5, though, I am a little worried, because they do have this split, and if there is a team like Cerberus or maybe even TE who notices that they are going to be in a 2-2, they might get aggressive, but for the time being, they will survive, and they will survive well.
Sonics making use of that hillside. To the south of them is going to be FaZe, who's going to be doing some control of a similar fashion. We should also note Tyloo, Genji very close to each other on the opposing hillside around this one. The Expendables have a 3-1 split with 777 still playing the compound back behind this, so if this does shift down to the south, they've got a couple of options to work through. Why stop? There's still targets around us. Until everyone is dead, we don't need to stop, right?
Yeah, well, they're going to... Oh, is he going to make it in? He does, just barely. And Theraton 5 will be taking shots from their east. That's going to be a question mark that just barely saves Cerberus. Not that they needed any help.
This is actually a pretty centered position as well. So just cut a path with blood to get to the position that they need to. Some of it was theirs, but most of it was their opponents. Sitting at 5 kills right now, already, again, in a good position points per game wise, as we did see Genji shift very far to the west away from Tyloo, as this circle is now starting to calm down pretty significantly.
Yeah, the other thing that I also want to point out is the fact that Na'Vi finally are in a position where they have 4 live. You know, they haven't lost anyone. This is well past Circle 1 where they've really been having their issues. And so with that position, especially with this one going to shift south because of Circle 4 or Phase 4, they're actually going to be right on the edge. And they have a really great foothold here to hold off rotations, anyone coming in from their east, but also to kind of push forward and move once that circle does start to kind of slowly close them out. So I really like this opportunity for Na'Vi.
East about to pop off. Let's be real. We got Gen.G, we've got Tyloo, Petrichor Road. Na'Vi is going to have to regroup. Falcons and QM all going to have to make some type of move. That western front, a lot more quiet right now, as Sonics are probably going to be regrouping. They do have Mime that's going to be held back away from them. QM could be a bit more bold and choose to go into this T5 line. You can see that they're kind of stretching out, seeing if maybe they can get a knock, because if they can, remember, like you were talking about, T5's running that 2-2 split. I'm pretty sure that QM knows that and is just waiting for a pounce.
Yeah, QM right now is just, you know, kind of starting to weigh their options. They know that the team of Falcons is under them, as you stated, and they know that they're going to have to rotate in at some point. Are they going to go for that position there that T5 is split on? As you said, and as I was pointing out earlier, I mean, this would be a great opportunity for them to consolidate because they now know that they have center circle, but are they going to do that is the question.
And Falcons just trying to creep their way in. You can see QM. I mean, hey, if you need to regroup, I guess maybe do some scouting. This is not necessarily the worst way to do it.
Yeah, I like this, though. I really like this, actually.
Just get up in the air, get that information, feed it over. Falcon's going to go ahead and prep up nades. I don't think that that's going to come close to probably doing too much. A doozy going to try to spot this out moving forward, feeding that information as traversing through the Falcons, and calls out. A doozy is already stopped in the position in the air and says, this is going to be our spot. And look at that. I love this level of the strategy, the way that these players can just continually bring out just all of these strategies with this new equipment is just beautiful to watch.
Yeah, that was a really nice play from QN, and then they're starting to really kind of flex their out-of-the-box thinking as far as how they're approaching these circles, especially, as you said, with the new emergency pickup. Question mark, their adjustments coming in today have just been amazing.
Skyhook is just, it's done so much specifically to the mid game and what you can do from scouting to just being able to leapfrog all over these gate-kept positions. Speaking of gate-kept positions, you can still see that Gen.G is managing to navigate into their position quite nicely, but it's going to be Petrichor Road that's going to have, no pun intended, a difficult road in front of them.
Yeah, that being said, though, you know, QM does find themselves in a bowl of the shack, so although they did do well to get themselves inside the circle, that's still going to be a rough position to hold.
Okay, now just send it down the hillside. Na'Vi looks like that's going to be their approach. It's going to be Na'Vi, but Falcons also kind of creeping up this hillside at a similar time, so it's going to be very, very problematic. There is a dip that can kind of be, there's a recess in the hillside where that road's at, and that's going to be about as good as they can get, and they do manage to squeak this one through.
They have to be careful, though. Question mark in that shack poses issues for them as well, so although they're going to be able to smoke themselves, and they're not going to get pushed necessarily yet from the Falcons just because of the angles across that landed right underneath it. That's going to be a blue zone grenade that's going to pretty much tear Chewie apart, but he will be able to heal through it.
It's all three members just tanking into that. Silzen gets a spray into Mill, and it's going to be see Axelift come in, get a taste of that tingly sensation of the blue, and then step back away from it. And I mean, right now, Falcons can't commit into any of this. While we do have the new circle pop, but they probably should in just 1 second. It's just the Na'Vi line is unrelenting onto them, so they can't focus into Petrichor.
No, they really can't, and they're just now trying to survive by using smokes, utilizing anything that they can, as we see Na'Vi now starting to make their move on the backside of the Falcons. And again, they have a good position to work with, but they have to delete this team.
And now it's just a full regroup coming back. It's Falcons realizing that the numbers just aren't really there. They need to try to figure out some way to defend up against Na'Vi, who's just been such a force to be reckoned with. But Na'Vi, Uba also focusing in on what's going to be going on with Petrichor Road, knows the fact that what their next target after the Falcons is going to be. While this is happening, Cerberus has also left some of their positions. They want to get a sight line into this. There is just a massive crossfire going on in this position, is realizing what's going to be happening. And no! Tyloo also has hopped in vehicles. They're sending it on this exact same path. They're going to be crashing it right back behind Na'Vi.
And Na'Vi now have to defend between multiple teams. Tyloo choosing a very good time to actually go for this rotation, and they're going to come up, clean up Na'Vi, and potentially even clean up Falcons.
QM taking the shots into Tyloo as they're being forced up that hillside into the remnants of Falcons. Silzen drafting, realizing it's going to be rough. Trying to get inside the vehicle. Spray is going to connect some, but not enough to really scare too much. But the problem is too many targets. Long is going to go ahead and connect in. Hamas, Tycon down is going to, at the time, is going to mean that all on a Moss. Well, T5 has finally regrouped in the center of this circle, and it's just destruction over here for every team trying to cross this angle.
But look at the way that Aduzi as well from Question Mark has pushed up on this road and bought a lot of room for QM to start fighting forward, even from that shack. And they are dictating a lot of what's happening here in the Northeast by putting quite a bit of damage. Meanwhile, on the south side, though, TE is just waiting for their opportunity.
Doing some harassment into FaZe. FaZe's position was really good, but as the circles have shifted away from it, not the best. You can see Jinji's going to get eliminated on your screen. Summer, probably not too much longer for this world either, as he's going to go ahead and go down. Tai Lu finally finding the momentum that they had during the group stage.
Yeah, but look at Stilson with a backstab. Oh, I think 755 is aware.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you said, 5 kills, 4 alive, an opportunity here for a massive game. Stilson will find Shen, but the trade from 755 is there.
But look at Aduzi. He's crept right up into this line for Tai Lu. This is a massive play. Keep in mind, the rest of QM can defend him on this angle. This is why he's playing this so in their face. If the guys at range can force them to hunker down. See, look, they take a couple of shots, they force it, and he can just keep moving up that sight line. That's such great communication, such great synergy.
He does have to be careful, though, of one of the members there on the off angle there. Longs was looking to spread out, but no, he's going to strike. He'll find one, but he'll go down, Matt.
The angle just wasn't quite there for QM to be able to defend. Now the nade's going to come out. Phil first coming up, trying to provide some support for his down teammate. Are we going to be able to see them rescue him off of this position? The firefight's going to be so hard. Shin's going to say no. Gets that high ground position, goes for the spray down, denies out the vision. Low ground from QM. The circle did pop, does favor this position, as we are going to have to see the Expendables and Sonics both move in.
Yeah, and look at this. Tai Lu fighting for dear life. They're actually starting to pick apart the team of Question Mark, as it's just down to Bestalok and Dante now.
But look at this. Question Mark has moved into 7th place on that leaderboard. It's going to be the Expendables right back behind them. And with this big statement, 8 kills coming up from Tai Lu, they're getting close as well.
And Falcons, even though they're out, have also pushed forward to now 62 points, finding themselves in 6th place. Again, Matt, the cusp here of 8th is just getting so tight for a lot of these teams, and Tai Lu is actually looking to potentially push into that 8th place position this game.
They wanted. Question Mark's going to have more and more trouble, as it is going to be Expendables finally starting to find their lines into this. Just Dante now up, and they know where he is. He does have the shield for some type of protection, but it's going to be too many angles to have to work around. Throwables now going to start coming out, realizing it. Dante's going to step in and smokes. More shield. This is as fortified as you can get. Back against a rock, and you got a shield in front of you. The problem is, it's a nice cubby for nades.
It is a nice cubby for nades, and the real problem is actually the Expendables now starting to find, as I said earlier, looking for the opportunity to strike. They've been able to somewhat stave off everyone else in the south, aside from the Sonics, and now they're looking to take over this position that Question Mark held.
Tai Lu realizing that this could be their game. They need to make it happen. Expendables also wanting to get as much as possible, but oddly enough, playing the same side of the hill, so if not careful, they could spell disaster for each other. We still have Cerberus that's just kind of hiding out on the northern side of the slope, while T5, no surprise, in a compound, comfy, doing what T5 does.
Yeah, Teef, again, their ability to find these positions and just stay out of the kind of chaos and kind of push in and dictate some damage when they want to has been their greatest strength. And this game is really no different, as we see the Expendables now putting as much damage as they can onto Tai Lu, because they would love to get rid of them and then start to take over the East.
We talked about the importance of having a big game here. Look at this. Massive kill count sitting on Tai Lu and the Expendables, realizing it's coming down to the wire. They can no longer just hope that the next game is going to be the one that's going to be able to get them there. Meanwhile, Sonics have been very quiet on this circle. They have, most of the fighting has been going on onto the East. They have done a good job of kind of securing what's been going on in the West. The whole reason it's kind of calmed down over there is due to how fast the firefights were ending versus the more hit and run strategies that were going on over into the East.
Yeah, and Sonics have a good amount of room here to kind of work with. They're obviously waiting for the circle to close here to see where they're going to want to move next, but I mean, there's really no pressure on them at all. It's just trying to, you know, slowly get rid of the Expendables and kind of the position that they're holding, because that also would be great for them to kind of spread out on the south.
Yeah, this is just terrible for the Expendables, especially with that shift. Backs up against the blue zone. They've got multiple members of Sonics looking down onto them. They've got Shin Longs on the opposing side for Tai Lu. They're going to have to path into this circle where near on nothing could be had, but it's going to be T5 and Cerberus. Cerberus actually, while this is all happening, separating out and going for a wide split to see if they can set up some type of crossfire for the late game.
And this is a confidence play from Cerberus if I've ever seen one. Don't forget, they've been a duo pretty much since the beginning of the game. And
true.
And they have just been able to spread out, and look how much control that duo has been able to get as the blue zone grenade now also going to put quite a bit of damage onto the expendables in the shack.
Yo, I heard you, dog, I heard you like blue zone, so I gave you some blue zone for your blue zone as the expendables just, I mean, what do you even do? If the moment they step out, they're going to get murdered, and they have to make a decision. If they step out and they die to Tyloo, that could be a massive ramification for qualification, and that's the way that the door faces. But you know at this stage, you also don't want to feed it over the blue. You know you need those points.
Yeah, because Tyloo's there as well. The blue, they want to see if they can get anything else off this, as Sonic's now starting to make the push onto T5. Tyloo, though, 755 will find the knock on a Tiggleton, and he desperately would love to get this point.
Doing
and
the little spins around, gonna finish it out, as now it is gonna be T5, got themselves out of their little recessed bunny hole, rabbit hole, whatever you wanna call it. TE try to roll no tires, they're gonna go down, and that does. Actually, it goes over to the blue zone on technically both accounts.
Yeah, so they did deny those points, which I think was very smart. And look at this, I'm gonna step over the top, and you'll find Hot Swat and do quite a bit of damage as well to the other member there of T5 as they retreat. This is a bad position for T5.
Yeah, the problem with it is we also have Tyloo that's coming out. Moss on the opposing angle for this one. Tycon did go down, so he's just going to have to leave that one be. So Tyloo moving into this one much more aggressively. So while you've got, I guess, your hole of safety, T5, you're not going to be able to look out.
No, and 10 kills the way of Tyloo. We said they needed a big game, and they have definitely delivered. And the potential here for a win is very much on the table, as they still have 3 members up, and they are closing quite a bit of the circle for the rest of the teams.
And look, Shin beat it right in on where Moss is at. He's going to make sure the fact that he can't do too much more from there. But if he ever has to turn around to support his team, it is just waiting. You know that this guy can just absolutely pop off. Seeing Moss Shin having to face off on this angle for Tyloo's life is amazing.
I really want to see if they can actually close this one out, Matt. That would be an incredible game, especially going into the last one, the confidence that they would build. So the circle will shift. I mean, not very surprising, as Phase 8 really can't go too far from where it initially was. And look at how much gear is actually on the side of him as.
Just kind of looking around. You can see that's going to be where Shin's going to be. And look, the
Finds the window.
He looks away, but the shots are now going to start coming out from the
T5, though.
Yeah, it's going to be given away, and there you go. Shin's going to pick it up.
Shin, though, they still find it. 11 kills. And they do know that Sonics are going to be on top of T5. So realistically, the amount of points they can clean up off this is pretty surmountable.
Okay, T5, what do you do? I mean, throwables are your doom in this situation. You can see that they're trying to prep out for that, throw out a couple of nades, see if maybe they can weaken something, but Sonic's doing a good read, stepping away, using the opposing side of the hill. Shrimsy can't really peek out too much because Shin is making it complicated for him, which is allowing T5 to get way closer to that, like, extrication point of the door than really Sonics wants.
Yeah, Sonics would love to just be able to pour over and do, you know, as much damage to as much utility as they can down that bunker, but Tyloo is just not letting it happen, and in doing so, they've actually pretty much pinned Sonics to play the backside of this without really getting aggressive the way they want to. So amazing stuff for that team. The fact that they're able to still do so much damage and dictate this.
Oh, here it goes.
T5 is just looking for it.
They just used that opportunity. That was smoke thrown down, but a quick spin coming out from H1's going to get the knock on one of them. Mine trying to play from the defender, but no, Sonic's going to go down. T5 makes a quick play back out from this one, but it's going to be on to Tyloo to try to hold it. T5, though, they're still not done. Shin playing from that tree line, just trying to cling to life. It's all onto him. They've got the circle, as long as he can continue to stay alive from here, they can harass T5 and their numbers.
And how impressive for them, stuck in the bunker, Matt, to be able to come out and take the fight to Sonics. 8 kills, but also take the fight to Tyloo, and it's down to some 4-on-1, and they will absolutely clean it up. What a game from the boys from Thailand.
Just steps out and makes it look easy. Sonics are right on top of you, fine. Shin, Tyloo's been racking up all these kills behind a tree. Who cares? Let's just go ahead and take this one done.
I almost want to say they had no business winning that game, but again, the timing, the window they found to get across and push up on the Sonics, who were, all of them were actually looking the way of Tyloo. They thought for sure they'd be stuck in there, but man, they have just been on fire in the group, and now, well, in the group stages, they made it, but in winner's bracket, they've been absolutely on fire.
T5 read that so well. You know that they were having to listen in for the footsteps. The moment they heard them all kind of coalesce up on top of them was the moment that they chose to pounce, and there was so much action inside that last game. We got to take a look at highlights.
All right, welcome back. Therathon 5. Where was this fire? Here in the groups, but here in the winners, they are bagging themselves a ticket to the grand final. I cannot believe what I'm watching, Toffees.
I mean, again, even to the point of the win, like they tucked themselves in the bunker, and I thought, oh, well, that's it for them. That's the kind of thing that gets you in trouble, but somehow they fight out of it. They wait for the right moment to play. And I mean, you were singing their praises coming into this. I think you picked one for your fantasy roster. You seem to know something we didn't.
I picked Tanadol for my team, and he has been the best budget pick I have ever taken on fantasy. Look what he's been able to do here in winners alongside the rest of the guys. This is again, it's rekindling a fire for this team here, considering what they're able to do. And again, guaranteeing yourself into the grand final. I mean, it's a slow play, it's a slow burner for this game, but you do what you need to do to get the win.
And yes, they stuck. They saw that if they came out and tried to fight Sonics here, they'd probably lose to the high ground, so they waited it out. Sonics got stuck, and they were able to come out at the right time and close it down, and then they go for the win. Tyloo, I think, fought for that one. There was a brief moment where I thought Sonics might be putting up this crazy 3-win day, but they were not going to allow it.
I'm aghast here, Toffees. Aghast. I am bamboozled by what we've seen here from Therathon 5. But at the same time, we do have, of course, Tyloo also finally getting back on the road again here, getting some points on the board. Shen finally survives beyond the 10-minute mark.
I mean, that I think is the key. Shen got past the 10-minute mark. They're making some plays. Tyloo is back on track. 17 on the opposite side of that just continues to slide. Start of the day, they had one of the top 3 fraggers at this event, and 17 is now sort of losing that traction, fighting for that 8th place position. So Tyloo up, 17 down. I think this last game is going to get pretty wild in terms of where that 8th place line is going to be.
Definitely, and especially when you're watching some of these teams move around in that kind of area that's just smart. I mean, one of the examples that pops into my mind is Question Mark, of course.
Yes.
Using the one-man emergency pickup there, trying to go for that rotate with 3-man as well. It got them to a secure position. If you send all 4 up, probably the lobby at that moment is going to gun you all down.
It becomes a shooting gallery in that position. But the move, it was a doozy of a choice, and it worked out incredibly well. The scouting and the way that they followed him, it was basically like, all right, boys, just get behind me. We're going to make this work. And they did.
And here they are, Therathon 5 here for this one. What other descriptors can I use for what we've seen from them? I mean, they've got themselves 2 first places now throughout the winners bracket. They had a 2nd place, and they keep getting towards those top placements. And it will be the man of the match brought to you by Kudia. It will be Rosited. I mean, I don't know what to say. They've been looking great.
I think that a big shout out to their fans, the people who are watching them. I think that they are performing above a lot of people's expectations. They got to be proud of themselves. I know their fans at home are proud of them, and they will continue to be, because 21 points are going to put them up in that conversation, I think, for top 4 probably, maybe even higher.
Maybe. I mean, they're not playing flashy PUBG, but they're playing macro-based PUBG. I mean, and for this one, yes, okay, they were kind of up there and are able to solidify themselves in a decent circle position for quite a while during this game. But again, you got to greet those fights when they come to you. And 94 points will be on the board here for them. But I will say, Sonics has managed to take number 1 here off of FaZe. There was a moment in this Toffees where we thought, is Sonics going to go for the 3-peat?
I thought they would. I thought I was going to send this crazy storyline. Maybe FaZe gets the last one. I think T5 up there, passing service is a big deal, but I really want to get to that 8th place cutoff, because that's what the last game is all about. When we look at those numbers, I want you guys to memorize those at home. Falcons at 62, 61 below that. The fact that it is going to be wide open for, honestly, I think both of those spots at 7 and 8 means that it's still anybody's game.
The fact that Tyloo just jumps in for that 60 points now. Because honestly, I was sort of counting them out of the running here as we look at Therathon 5, who've done well for themselves. They're qualified. But yes, let's talk about that bubble coming into the last game. Because, as we say, Tyloo right now, 8th place, 60 points. Considering what they did in the group stage, they look phenomenal. If they come alive here in these last 2 games and put themselves into the grand final, that would be mesmerizing.
The problem is now you're asking other teams like 17, who has some potential not to come alive. You've got to go off, but there's also 4 or 5 other teams you have to hope don't go off. I am not envious, I'm going to be honest, of our casters trying with the amount of lead changes and chases we're going to have going into 8th. It's going to be pretty wild out there.
Yeah, there's some teams, of course, that we're taking a look at here that probably are kind of donezo and will not be going to that grand final, like Na'Vi, for example, who had a great group stage, but really haven't been able to adjust slightly to this lobby. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, time for the final game of the winners bracket. Who is going to move on to the grand final? Let's find out on the Grassy Pastures.
Top 8. We've got one game to figure it out. Tyloo not quite done yet, putting up a massive game. T5 as well. We are right neck and neck to figure out who's going to be going on to that grand final and who's going to have to go down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, and Tyloo, what a game. We said they needed to have something big there, and they were able to sweep. They didn't win, obviously. They're on 5 with an absolutely incredible kind of counterplay and adjustment there. Again, I don't know how they managed to make it work. They did, but Tyloo got so many kills. I think it was 11 or 12, something ridiculous.
Just the moment that T5 realized the moment to go was just so good. I'd have to go back and watch how the smokes go down, because I thought that I saw one of the Sonic's members throw one down there,
which isn't a bad play, right? But, well, as we look at
they were playing so passive before that.
And they kind of had to, right? Tyloo was looking at them. Obviously, Sonics was in threat of pouring over and doing damage, but I'm not sure if that was their smoke, which, again, if you're on top and you need to kind of dictate whether or not a team comes out, throwing a smoke at the entrance is fine. You know, it wasn't a misplay, but man, they found the window, they came through and they were able to win. But this is it, Map. This is for everything. Top 8. And there are so many teams, as our amazing Des said, on the cusp of just punching their ticket to the grand finals.
Toffee's going to have to come over here and help me do some of that math. He was talking about how much it's going to be, like how hard it's going to be to track all of it. He's not wrong, dude. There is so much to be going down right now. There's so many different moving parts, specifically given how the fact that we've seen these teams, whenever the crunch time hits, they're starting to find their rationales, their ways, the paths to victory. So Tyloo's going to shift over and whoa.
West Coast Circle. Okay. A very West Coast Circle. It's been a minute since we've seen one of these as well. I used to love playing these, specifically like kind of towards that compound with the barn. It has kind of the double balcony building where there's like a really nice dip.
It's got the hillside right back behind it.
It's been a nice hillside. Yeah, it's been a long time since we actually shifted there. Now this one could kind of, you know, just even up on chopsticks and be really boring. But I do hope that we actually do go much further West Coast.
We got Swamp, we've got Quarry that could be played in here. Primorsk still potential.
When was the last time we saw a circle end in Swamp?
Dude, it has been actually a hot minute.
That's what I'm saying, man. The circles we've gotten, though, this event have been so difficult to play, yet so fun to watch.
I'm glad that you're finally with me on this bandwagon. You tried to resist it for so long. You wanted to be like, oh, I used to be a player. I want to keep the mindset of it. No, come down this.
Because I know what it's like playing these, and it sucks, dude. But yeah, especially watching the way that these teams are adapting inside these circles, right, and making these plays such as, you know, T5 or Tyloo or any of these teams that have just kind of made these amazing runs. It's truly impressive. And again, from the time of when I was playing to the time now, I mean, it's a completely different meta. The level of these players is far beyond whatever we were at when I was a pro.
And it's just so, like, it feels just one technical mistake is all it seems to take just to absolutely ruin your day. Yeah. I mean, look at LG inside that last game.
Days.
They had the right idea in saying, oh, hey, look, somebody's getting caught out here. There's a potential bridge camp. Let's see if we can get something out of it. The problem with it was Cerberus.
Yeah, it's very difficult to see that. And also a huge shout out to the Falcons and their amazing fan base coming out here in full force. Our crowd just cheering, stomping on that stage, just showing all the hype for this amazing tournament so far that we've had. But I mean,
also a big shout out to Falcons in general, picking up a squad, wanting to make sure to show their support for like PUBG in general. Their HQ is just right down the street from us. So if you're wondering why there's so many Falcons people here, they don't have to go too far to enjoy the show.
And Falcons find themselves in 6th place. I mean, they are very, very much within the realm of possibility of continuing to maintain that and stay within the grand finals qualifying top 8.
They're rocking that quiet consistency.
They
right
are,
now, right?
yes.
They're not popping off. They're not going crazy. They're just like, no, we're playing the numbers. We're playing for safety. We're taking what we need to take.
Finding points
right?
where we need to, salvaging what they can. And they've been making it to a lot of the end games for the most part, right? They've been making it into phase 5, phase 6, getting some kills here. Yeah, they're getting kind of pinched and taken out, but they're still, as you said, quietly, consistently getting those points and staying in the top 8.
In a world where we're having so much chaos and circles and firefights and Cerberus and the Expendables running around.
You do have to mention that.
You do have to. They're doing a good job on finding consistency, which is what a lot of teams are really struggling with right now.
That team is literally chaos incarnate, and they are controlling that chaos. Yeah, Cerberus is just, I freaking love watching that team. But speaking of a team that we need to watch, 17 is very much kind of not necessarily that safe.
You want to know one of the reasons I love Cerberus? Because whenever I see them doing something on the map, I'm like, what would be the most fun thing for Cerberus to do here? And that's always what they do.
And they do it. Well,
every
I mean,
single time.
again, the confidence, Toby had mentioned it when we were casting, the confidence to be able to go from a 1-3 to a 2-2 to a 3-1, the ability to split, fight multiple teams at the same time at different angles. I mean, they, for me, have been the best team in the tournament, even though they're not in first place right now.
They have definitely been the X factor for almost every single game moving through this, which is, it comes at a cost sometimes, right?
It does, but they have not felt that.
No. The cost is fine, right? You know, it's taxation, inflation, it all kind of sucks right now, and they're like, whatever.
More than able to afford that cost, let me tell you, 3 times over. And being this comfortable, again, it does make me worry for all the other teams, as they have been so consistent. Another team that's found consistency today, as we were just looking at, was Question Mark.
Yeah. This is a team that has been talking about, yes, we know that they're strong, but they're wanting to get a lot more respect on the international stage. And I think that they're definitely accomplishing that. I mean, it's very hard whenever you're surrounded by like Na'Vi and FaZe to be a squad that internationally you can just be like, look at us, we're awesome too. But they are definitely making that statement, and they deserve it. They're
especially with the start that they had yesterday. Yeah, they absolutely, again, the adjustments that they've been able to make, both in taking their time a little bit more on the edge on the macro side of things as far as the rotations, but just winning those team fights has been amazing to watch. And even Tai Lu making those adjustments now.
Through most of our teams are already kind of getting in here. You can see it's going to be Na'Vi down to the south. They're going to have Sonics that are just to the north of them while this is happening. We do have a Tai Lu split across Everest as well as Hospital to the north that Dano is going to be kind of encroaching in on. T5, who plays North George, is probably going to be crossing that bridge that's just going to be the west, and they could be coming along a similar path. Falcon's going to be back behind them. That's kind of our moving factors. Outside that, we have FaZe, Cerberus, Jin G, LG, and D plus Kia that are all going to be on the move. And look, see, the circle is so far away that Cerberus doesn't get to really mix it up in this one. They have to chase down the circle for the first time, and everybody else gets a quiet circle.
For the time being, but once the boys make it into the circle, it becomes pretty much their show, as we are seeing a lot of these teams, as we talked about, the rotations coming in. The north side is going to be fairly quiet, as we will see T5 and Falcons coming in. They're probably going to maybe stop at Everest, get some sight lines, but Danawa as well, just kind of sending it quietly down the west coast, avoiding the sight lines of Tai Lu.
See, what's the most fun thing for Cerberus to do right now? It would be to send it down to, I guess, the hillside that's just north of Ferry Pier.
Towards God Compound, even in that hillside, maybe where 17 is,
And just kind of do whatever. You can see.
Oh, come on, Na'Vi.
Oh, that's kind of bad. Gonna see if they can get them shots to survive off of it. Yep, okay, Kirexy. The aim does what the driving couldn't.
Yeah, but now it looks like Na'Vi could just get stopped on by FaZe. Again, FaZe is more than comfortable. They can pretty much do whatever they want at this point. So if they want to take the fight to Na'Vi, they're more than welcome to, as even if they go out, I mean, they're still going to qualify. So we'll see if they want to stop. Na'Vi, on the other hand, though, needs to have a absolutely massive game here, and they need to, more importantly, again, keep 4 alive. They cannot lose someone early here.
And don't be too concerned. Again, we've talked about this before, that Na'Vi can be a bit of a slow roll team at times, is that they like to get the feel for stuff. They're willing to sacrifice a game here or there just to kind of get a vibe on what's going on and different things, because they know that at the end of the day that they're going to be making it into the grand finals. It can be risky and nerve-wracking for the fans sometimes, though.
But they've been giving up a lot of games here. Yes, they are, as you stated, they will be able to go to the lower bracket regardless of whether they qualify or not, but I mean, they definitely would love to just go straight to the grand finals.
What's the most fun thing for Cerberus to do? Oh, it's obviously to go down to Ferry Pier, where they heard shots going on between Na'Vi and FaZe, to see if they can get involved in what's going on over here.
Why not?
Hey, gonna go ahead and take some shots. And yep, see, Duckmai was like, did somebody just shoot at us? How dare them? Nades on both sides of it gonna be coming out. Duckmai, James just playing this one really, really low. He's got to be careful. Haisaki on one side and Duckmai on the other.
Yeah, FaZe kind of hot, though. I mean, if you're going to pick a fight with a team, FaZe have definitely been kind of punching quite well today as far as these team fights are going, and obviously shows being in second place with 101 points.
Oh, James going to go down. Haisaki spots him out. And I was going to say that was a lot of utility that James did have to burn out. I think that who's out of general everything. Nate is going to connect. Is it going to be enough to flush them out? The rest of FaZe is just like, too risky. Let's just go ahead and step away.
I still love this from Cerberus, though. You know, they're not slowing down. And why not? Why not take this opportunity in a situation where they know they're guaranteed grand finals? to continue fighting and continue practicing pushing the pace. This is so smart from them.
A big part of Cerberus's strategy is the fear, right? That everybody in this lobby knows if you end up going against Cerberus, they're going to stop, they're going to fight you, and if anything, don't relent right now. I mean, you've got the points, enforce it. Make sure that every single person knows if you even take a shot at us while we're rotating, we're going to crash you. We're going to scare you.
If you get knocked by them or if you knock one of them, you know you're in for a hell of a dog of a fight with that team. And so, yeah, it could. I mean, there are times where that maybe come into play as far as the mental, especially if you're one of the teams struggling on the bottom. You're like, oh, well, crap, now we got to fight Cerberus.
And it just kind of brings them down to the mud, right? If everybody else is trying to be clean and have these nice, cool rotations everywhere,
what I wanted it to do. It goes west.
We still got a lot of water in play, so our teams that are playing down to the south going to have some chaos that they're going to have to be looking forward to. It's going to be Sonic 17 as well as D+ Kia. LG is going to be coming in back behind this. FaZe that's going to try to regroup because remember, Gustav is playing the lower section of Remorse. Cerberus is going to be coming in right back behind Na'Vi and Path into this one. Petrichor Road's going to be coming up more in that northern area. We might see them maybe bumping heads with Ty Lue as this moves out.
And yeah, it's actually going to be question marks, the one getting that position we were talking about with the barn and the double balcony building. So they're going to be huge benefactors of this as they split across the road. But look at this swamp, man. When did you think you'd see that here at the international stage?
Gen.G just jumping straight into the swamp, coming in from military base, making sure to use the pickup, and they land pretty clean from it. I mean, if you are going to jump into the circle, this feels like a pretty good one. But the problem with it is Daytrade's going to be running in right back behind this one. Poochus is going to be left in behind what's going to be going on with 17 Gaming. Catches some air, jumps out, and lands it.
Was that a 360 midair, and he finds it. And this is going to be a nice position here in this dip, just on that dirt road. This is actually a very old school position to play from, as Gen.G is going to find a member of the Expendables in town, Vu.
What? My brain broke.
It
just shut down for just a second. Expendables, though, you can see now getting harassed from Gen.G. Gen.G, center position, strong point to be played from, just a good read into the circle, and just another phenomenal emergency pickup use.
I will say, though, this position, even that Gen.G has now early, even though there are 4 up, is very hard to hold. When you are playing in Swamp, especially in a lobby like this, there's so many different angles of approach that teams can have that it's hard to hold, especially from those yellows that Gen.G finds themselves in right now.
Got a turtle race going on over there to see who can get to duck juice first, and it looks like Delwyn might be the only one that has a chance of it, as we are going to see Tan Fu go ahead and bleed out. Molotov going to land. Delwyn, yep, you're just safe there for now, but that's going to be the end of it. It is going to be T5 not finding themselves in emergency pickup, running right into Ty Lue. Remember, Ty Lue's needing to have as many good games in a row as they can. They're sitting on that 8th place position. 755 just trying to hold it together for his squad. Doesn't have good angles that he can peek out from. Just going for flushes if he can. Goes for the spray, peeks back around. He's going to go down, and now it is a 1v2.
And again, as you said, Ty Lue cannot go down early because they're in 6th. They're not necessarily safe. A lot of the teams on the bottom could have massive games to overtake them, but they will survive, and at least with 2, and it's going to be Logs and Shen. If you want 2 players alive, why not the 2 that saved them in one of the craziest games we saw in the group stages?
Man, that is so nerve-wracking for Ty Lue, just sitting right in that cusp spot. They know that they need to get Shen back up, and they've got to be careful. A couple of long-range shots are going to be coming after them, but at least it looks like they do have the angle to work around. But
Danawa.
I like it. Just a fade away. Drop it, turn around and look, make sure nobody's coming after you.
But look at the leaderboard, Matt. Even at 63 points in 6, Falcons can pass them. Question Mark can pass them. 17 can pass them. All of a sudden, they're in 6th place. They might find themselves in 9th. So those 2 members have to do everything they can to survive.
Yeah, I mean, from Ty Lue down to Gen.G, 1 squad wipe, essentially, right, is all we're really looking at.
Close,
that is absolutely insane. FaZe now trying to still continue their pathing to get in this one. Get some distance from Cerberus, who they've been butting heads against for so long, but now heading right across from the swamp, they're going to have Na'Vi that's going to be in front of them, and question mark, this is...
And it's, the circle's not even guaranteed to center on land, so yeah, there's still so much water in this one, and that cuts out a massive amount of playable space in the circle, Matt.
QM wanting to hold on to it. It's going to be Kurexi that goes down now, just the remnants of FaZe just trying to limp in off of it. They do get themselves a compound, an LMO as you would call it.
Yeah, somewhat of an Alamo for them to hold right now as QM has surrounded FaZe, and This is just points for the team to kind of use to catapult themselves a little further up in the leaderboard. Sitting at 7th, they are not comfortable yet at all.
And this is pretty contained with the way that the hills are kind of lined in. Na'Vi is a bit more focused on what's going to be coming in to the south of them, most notably Cerberus and all the other teams that are going to be crossing along that road. We've got a whole bunch of different pop-off fights that are starting to brew right now. Sonic's most notably looking in against 17, as this is going to be right along that edge of the zone. They're going to have Day Trade that's going to be back behind them. Up to the north, we're going to have LG as well as Falcons trying to make their approach, while Petrichor Road is just pathing right by everything.
Yeah, Cerberus now starting to rotate in. They're actually crashing right into the position of FaZe, a full 4, as question marks should be able to realize this, and here they come. A knock coming up from who, actually? Himas is going to find Gustav.
Just jumping out. Duckmai's got his goals in front of him. Effects going to be trying to survive, but FaZe Clan going to get eliminated. They're still feeling fine, though. It's more about just the Cerberus continuing to just nom on every single thing around him. Down to just 3 players for 3 hits, right?
Yeah, 3 players. Ooh, that's actually very nice, Matt, but they will find themselves alive, at least for the other teams. They are down 1 member, so it is somewhat of a break, as D+ Kia actually is going to be emergency pick-upping right into the area above Cerberus.
You know what Cerberus reminds me of? You know that meme where it's like, oh, you made this, I made this, or this is the mine meme? Either one of those. It's just like they just take whatever they want from anybody. And here comes LG. Tyloo trying to defend. Remember, they're down to just 2. Rello's going to go down. It's going to be the shots coming out from Silzen and Falcons, who's got some range into this one. Flood's trying to stay back and defend up. Shin and the rest of the crew, just him and Longs, trying to cling to life here inside the shack. Rello just not even an easy path, because LG doesn't even want to venture into this just quite yet. Not even going into the building itself too much, as you can kind of see why.
Yeah, and those yellows, I mean, are notoriously difficult to push, especially because the angles are just not favorable for the team coming in. Now, utility could be absolutely devastating if LG can land it inside that building on the side of Tyloo, and they're very much aware of that, so they need to spread out. Yeah,
I love this from Capitan.
Oh, man. This is such a crazy game. They are also going to be able to get real up. I like that they're even just going for it, because at this point, why not just try to keep 4 alive? Just go for broke.
And you should start to realize, if you're LG, hey, you know, there's not a lot of people really messing with us in this. This might not be a full stack of defense coming out, which might open them up to be a bit more aggressive. But Falcons, unrelenting. They're going to come in. They're going to provide the support for Tyloo in an awkward situation. Yeah, here we go. Luminosity says this is getting to be too awkward off this point. We're just going to have to start brute forcing with our numbers. Be careful. You should know where the defensive lines are going to come. Where is this circle going to land? I'm guessing it has to go down into that southeastern area. Just due east, at least, is going to be the way that it pops, is we're going to have a lot of field and a touch of water to work with.
And I'm just glued to this fight. This has huge implications both for Falcons as well as Tyloo. LG, I mean, yeah, if they can clean this up and
then kill another squad, and then kill another squad, yeah.
But I am very curious how Falcons are going to kind of approach this, as they're just getting more points and starting to build that cushion that they desperately need to get out of this cuss spot.
It feels like everybody's having problems around this point except for Falcons. Keep in mind, Petrichor Road set up a 2-1-1 split. Crossfires galore, and that's one of the reasons why LG is having so many of the problems. Falcons just right up in their face with throwables, with the guns, and then meanwhile, they're just trying to get in and get rid of Tyloo, and they can't. Petrichor Road, everybody right now is even taking shots. What else we got? We got Danawa at range shooting into this, probably a good, 400 meters away,
yeah,
just taking some shots.
300, 400. I mean, they've been sitting on the West Coast, as we saw them rotate much earlier from South George, so they've pretty much been taking pot shots at a lot of the teams coming in towards this fight that we see with Falcons and Tyloo as well as LG, and they're very comfortable right now, especially with that shift. Wait, what? Another drop from D+ Kia. They're getting shredded in the air.
I guess there wasn't a lot of good options for their rotate, so they just take off into the air. They're going to be right over here next to question mark. Not going to be too comfy with it. Sonics, though, also going to continue this harassment that they've got to deal with Na'Vi. Uba being the gatekeeper and lining up against the rest of Na'Vi playing on the opposing side of this hill. Example coming up right back behind them. There is no safety to be had here. Sonics, your time in this world is gone.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure they're going to finish they might still finish in first place. More importantly, Na'Vi really need to they need way more kills. They need to keep snowballing this forward if they want any hope of actually qualifying.
And this is where D+ Kia jumped to for safety. The dip is good, especially given the nature of this. Dip is free. The landing into it wasn't necessarily the most free, but Cerberus has now been kind of unleashed on the western side, as they now get to kind of walk into everything.
I mean, that drop from D+ Kia, they had a good position there initially on the west coast, in that, you know, on those rocks. They do, they go in this dip down, they find themselves in a much more difficult position, as now Cerberus, as you said, unleashed, starting to come up that hill, and they're going to find another nade on Americano.
Just Molotovs both sides. you're going to commit in the res. And see, this is one of those things that you're almost expecting a more passive style in play. You don't know it's Cerberus. Sure, I'm inside this dip. I'm going to commit in the res. Some throwables are going to come out. Question Mark, though, also reads this. They leave their compound. They're stretching their legs just a bit more, wanting to make sure that they can qualify. Now, presently sitting in that 8th place position, just 1 point back behind Tyloo. They want to try to make something happen over. Cerberus is going to have one of their members go down in Hamas. It's going to be Phil first that finds it. Now they're going to step away, and it's almost like, oh, wait, that was Cerberus. Let them just keep doing Cerberus, man.
Yeah, they also know that there's another team in that dip, and I still feel like this is way too many movements from D plus Kia as they're just so close, and now Danawa wants a piece of this as well. And don't forget, Question Mark is the cusp team on 8th place.
Isaki just running into the smokes. I'm going to chase you out into where the rest of my team can at least see you, as it is going to be some shots coming out from Danawa to go make a takedown Deva, and you can see 17 Gaming. What do you do down here? It's going to be Na'Vi that goes out, but Daytrade just going to be on the opposing side of it, and yeah, this is no safety.
About to explode. Yeah. Shawu, oh my goodness, and at 1 HP left, he somehow survives, but now all of Daytrade is laser focused in on his position, and his cover's gone, and that is it. 17 is out of there.
Now Daytrade has to figure out their path. They've got Jin G in front of them. They have the potentials of what could be also the expendables, depending on the pathing. Petrichor Road, though, has done a good job of navigating into the circle. They've got that 2-1-1 split. They've been enforcing a lot of what's going on in the circle, and while, yes, they are presently in 12th, they could have a pop-off game here if they can get enough kills.
Again, the implications of every single movement from these teams in this circle is just huge, as we still have such a tight race. 8th place, Question Mark, 62. 7th place, Tyloo with 2 up, 63. Falcons, 64. And then underneath them, you have the Expendables at 59, Genji at 58, Petrichor even at 47. A big possibility here, as long as they can get the kills, they are very much within the qualifying range.
You can see Flood still just trying to cling to life, as it's going to be the Tyloo members walking out. He did hear the footsteps. He is going to spot it. Longs didn't see him. Flood jumps up, gets his spray into one, but it is going to be Shin that follows it up. Tyloo still just trying to cling to as much as they can get. Now he's got to leave him behind, but those shots now means that Falcons and Petrichor Road both know there is going to be somebody walking out.
He's going to need to make it off that hill as we finally see Cerberus go down. They've done a ridiculous amount of damage on the field. They've taken out multiple teams, and now it's going to be Question Mark that needs to move forward. But that forward position from Iononic so strong.
There is so much field in this as well. So you can see a lot of teams just having to navigate where they just don't want to have anything to do with what's going to be going on them. But there, Danawa trying to play in the dip and the crest right along this, so that way they can get some form of safety to work with as they're going to be moving forward. They've got Salute moving in from that western front, and they still have Iononics keeping an eye on what's going on with Question Mark. This is a very big fight brewing for whoever could qualify.
And just looking at the circle, Matt, and what's available to play, there's a massive ridge in the circle that does lead into those fields. We see Danawa being the benefactors of that, but there's a lot of open space here as well.
Yeah, Jin G is still just trying to hold out what's going to be going on with Belmont, trying to get in. Nades coming out. Multiple members of Danawa now starting to get into a more defended position, realizing, okay, we've got to make sure that we contain this. They left Salute back behind, kind of keep an eye on what's going on with the Falcons, making sure that nobody wraps in back behind them. But Question Mark, they need to brute force their way through this. Meanwhile, Danawa, they're sitting in a much better position right now, but it's just going to be very, very nerve-wracking. They want to make sure that they pick up as many points there as they can. Question Marks, though, they lose this, they are going to be in a world of hurt.
They do, however, have a little bit of time here to work with. So because Circle just posted, they have about a minute to figure out how they want to approach this, maybe even get a knock on the side of Danawa. On the flip side of things, Danawa knows that they have a very good ridge to play on the west side, but look at this, Falcons now coming in to exacerbate the issues that Danawa faces.
And this is forcing the other members for Danawa back. Look, they've hopped in their vehicles. They realize the fact that they need to try to make sure that they secure this. This has opened up the door for Question Mark. Now Falcons having to contend with this, realizing what's going on. Capitan already down.
An unbelievable Falcons now fighting, and that's it. Danawa will be out, and that will be huge. But look, as you said, Question Mark now with the ability to come forward and play on that ridge right underneath the fields.
Falcons playing for both Question Mark and Falcons' dreams of making sure that they manage to make it into the grand finals off of that play.
That was such a good window of opportunity to strike on, as we now see the team of Petrichor finding themselves a fantastic position here in the north. Another team, 51 points right on the cusp, 4 still alive. This could be a massive game for the Chinese team.
Expendables and now trying to make sure that they can get some more kills out of it. Jin G right back behind question mark right every single time. Tai Lu presently sitting at 65 points. It looks like somebody could jump them at any given second. Jin G stepping away from this line. They know the fact of what's right below them. They're trying to defend in, but the Expendables coming in from so many different angles. It's going to be question mark also getting some shots into the Falcons in its own fight that's now starting to develop over in the west as Falcons are going to need to be making their way into the zone.
The Expendables stuck on the bottom of this Wizard Tower, and this is not a great position as they're just trying to find some form of cover from all the utility that's coming out from Gen G. And mollies as well as nades. Smokes would even be pretty detrimental as EJ is on the other side of that. But look, Petrichor Road could be huge benefactors of this.
You needed this as much as you could, Petrichor Road. You're suffering from success. You got the good compound. You got the vision. It made everybody fight away from you, and you didn't get the kills that you need. You've got to come alive right now if you want a chance.
They still very much need the kills. I mean, on the backside of where Petrichor's current position is, he could have a very big backstab on them, as that nade should knock DG, and it does. Ike's left will find one.
Is it going to be enough time? They've shifted down. Jin G's back's up against the wall right now. Emmy kind of creeping in back behind them as well. They've got to be cautious. Question mark, though, feeling better and better by the moment with Petrichor Road now having to move out of this position, moving and hunting down these kills. It's opening up more opportunities for question marks to get good firing lines and what's going to be happening next.
The important thing as well for Falcons and Emmy is he's potentially buying them one more placement, which would be huge in making sure that their cushion is going to be enough. But again, as you said, Petrichor pretty much needs to sweep the rest of the circle and win the game if they want any chance of qualifying.
Slowly, everything is starting to come out. Summer has to keep an eye on Emmy back behind him. Let's not forget Falcons. This is everybody in the thick of it, fighting to qualify right now inside this game. Petrichor, the odd team out inside of it if you're looking at it, but question mark, realizing the fact that they've got their opportunities to qualify, it is going to be neck and neck.
Well, don't forget about Gen G. They're just on the cusp as well, and they are still alive. At least a couple of members there. I believe they're still a 3-man, so very winnable, but this is what I was talking about, the backstab from Emmy, and that's going to be devastating to the control that Petrichor had on the circle.
Every point you can get is just another chance at livelihood in the grand finals. Being in that top 8 question mark. Heard that firefight. Now creeping in a doozy slowly and steadily into Emmy's sight lines. Emmy just wanting to try to move into the circle, but you can see near on no cover to had. A doozy is already ready. Nade's going to go out, hit him for about half of his life. He's going to drop down, but question mark doesn't want to commit in. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road still has to deal with this mess of Jin G down to the south, and Jin G doesn't even have a path into the circle that they can work with.
I really like the option to maybe wrap. You see DG98 simply going for the south side, looking for any form of road to play or any form of hay bales. The problem is question mark is right there in the west, and they now have the majority of control of the circle.
They move down into the hay bales. They've got that small ridge that they can play. The fields themselves belong to question mark, but they're going to have to contend against Taman. They're going to have to contend against DG, and if a firefight breaks out, Emmy could pop up at any given moment. EJ's the kind of odd man out as Petrichor Road does have their vision focused on him, but he's been the sacrificial lamb to allow the other players for Gen G to get away.
Yeah, but he still needs to make some form of a play, right? Gen G is not necessarily out of it yet, and they still very much would like some points here as Petrichor also, again, they really need to step on the gas here and look for this, but they've been somewhat passive, especially after losing a member from behind, but the trade will be there. Ixlef will find EJ.
Just trying to pick it up, and with those shots, the information fed overlooked that Gen G has now navigated themselves down into the fields. Ixlef has to contend with Emmy's position, but the moment he started taking in some shots, instead of Doozy realizes where he's going to be at. The dominoes are falling. Everybody is just trying to cling to life. Question mark cannot step into the sightline. Another nade gets so close to taking out Emmy, but he's still somehow clings and just dives in. He knows that he has got to get away from them, and it's going to be just shifting down into Petrichor's positioning, but that kill could be massive for them.
Yeah, Mill gets that kill. They will get the point, and they will have the opportunity here to recover just a bit. And as we said, Gen G actually does completely shift down to the south with EJ being that sacrificial lamb you had mentioned earlier, and so it's still going to be hard. Question mark with so much control of this circle, and they have an entire field to play with, which is Gen G prone down, praying that they get some sort of a reprieve with Petrichor fighting question mark early.
Question mark, though, really isn't inside the circle. And while they do have some defended positions that they can play from, that's why it's gotten so quiet. It's so open. It's so scary. Yeah, Petrichor, yeah, they can path back up in this area that Emmy was at, but Phil First is just waiting patiently for the moment that to happen. And you can see Petrichor, they didn't find the kills that they need. No. And even if they pick up the remaining kills, I don't think that that's going to be enough at this stage, given the fact that Gen G and Question Mark are still here.
They need to, I feel like they would need to kill everybody on the field in order to even have a chance of qualifying, and obviously getting the win as well. But any point that Question Mark takes right now is going to be a point taken away from Petrichor, and the opportunity or the window will be closing if they want to actually make it to the grand finals without going through the lower bracket. And Dante will find DG98 again. That's another point off the board for Petrichor.
Just keeping it cleaner by the second. QM realizing this is their game. Phil First gonna go ahead and start recessing back away from this defended line. Instead, just feed the information over to his teammates. They've got this raised hillside that they can play from, and they're trying to make sure that they exploit Xlef. Looking back in, Vestalok is gonna make sure to go ahead and get the flush out onto DG, pick up that point. Taman now ball by himself down to the south, but Petrichor Road prodding, seeing if they can find any way to crest into this field, because look, where the hell do you go if you're Petrichor Road?
There's really not that many spots. They're pretty much just stuck on that ridge. I'm still very curious how many points Gen G was actually able to accumulate, especially with these placements, if it was enough, as they were just on that cusp.
Ooh, that's big. Mill getting down Phil First means the fact that they have the opportunity to maybe find a pathing into the north of it. A doozy, Dante, both now shifting down directly into the west, means that the north is more open by a long shot.
But wrapping that side, I don't even know if it's feasible now as we go to phase 9, Matt, and in 3 seconds it will start to close. Taman still desperately trying to stay out of sight and out of the fight, and he just wants the third party when the opportunity arises. But he's not even getting a chance. It's now just down to a straight up 3v3, Matt.
Focus coming in from Question Mark right now. They know that they need to play the game, the best one that they've ever played in their life. They need to secure this victory. They want to go to the grand finals. It is coming up roses for them right now, as it's going to be Best of Luck that gets the shots into Xlef, opens up the door. Mill already down to near on no life, but Best of Luck Dante both also having to step away, get their meds back into a better position. No cover to be had moving into the circle, but keep in mind Petrichor Road is slowly and steadily creeping closer and closer to the center dot, while QM still have their backs against the blue zone.
QM is the ones that actually need to make the move now. The onus is onto them, and they are putting some damage into Petrichor, but they have this massive ridge to work with, which is causing a lot of issues here for QM.
Oh my god, Xlef with that couple of shots, it's going to be enough to open up Mill. He's now creeping in off this one. Petrichor Road is finding an opportunity, and they are trying to exploit it. QM steps out. That's going to be one down in a doozy. The backs against the blue, nowhere to go. Xlef spots out another, goes for the spray. Dante's still clinging to life, but that's going to be enough to take down another. Dante, nowhere to go, and Petrichor Road has just taken dominant control of that. That shield's not going to be enough. He does manage to get down Mill, but in the end, it ends up Petrichor Road.
But the question remains, Matt, was it enough? Were they able to get enough kills to actually punch their ticket? We saw them earlier in that fight just at the cusp around like 51 points, so still 10 points behind Falcons. But the problem is Emmy was able to survive for so long and steal a few more points as well as Question Mark. So I don't know. I don't know if that was enough.
I can't do the caster math fast enough to look at it all. I mean, Tai Lu, remember they went out early and they were in that 8th place position. There is so much on the line here. At Petrichor Road, while they had the path to victory inside that last game, I don't know if it's the path to get them into the grand final.
And the Falcons, though, they played so well again. That quiet consistency coming through in the massive save in that last game. I really think Emmy did enough to actually secure their spot into the grand finals.
Just that like kill here or there and out surviving all those other teams, it might have been enough, but man, this is a nail biter for every single one of these. How did we end up with like all 6 teams that were just right on the cusp position being our last teams, Godspeed?
I don't know, but it is fantastic. Let's head to the highlights and throw it to our desk.
Has Petrichor done enough to push Tai Lu out here of the grand final? We're about to find out as we take a look at the highlights here. Brought to you by STC Play and the Analysis. Joining me, Toffees, to talk about this last game. It is close.
It has been a long, rainy road for Petrichor to get here. They start out in 12th at the start of the day. They had to pass up, I think, Tyloo because they got eliminated early. The question is, did they do enough? And I didn't think they would be able to do enough unless they came away with the win, which they got. So now you just have to look at it and go, did they put together the kill count? I think it's going to come down to a matter of 1 or 2 points if they made it or didn't. And that's the worst, because as a team, when you're out by 1 point, it means you have to sit at home and think about all the times throughout the entire series that you could have made 1 more point.
I mean, what a time to clutch it, though, as well, because before this game, they had 7 placement points.
Yep.
7 placement points in 11 games before this game, and they had 39 kill points. Has Petrichor done enough after that victory here? It was really, really close. What a position to end it on as well. I loved Mills' transition up. You get that smoke wall up against question mark, deny that line of sight, and just get right up in their face.
And the thing that I love most is that there was no easy win here. Question mark also was on the cusp, and while we at home got to watch that scoreboard for most of the game, they did not. So question mark had to play that entire thing like every point mattered, which means that both of them went into that final fight like this is our life. And I love that.
Yeah, question mark, obviously, they came in with 61 points, but they had people biting at their heels for this game. And considering the circle, considering it starts off as that wild west circle, question mark actually had a really good staging point to get this game rolling. And indeed, they were able to kind of follow through, getting that second place.
I want to remind everybody at home, this is the thing about question mark, is they started in 15th place today with 16 points. They got that, Corey. Yes, they started in a great spot, but they have played today night and day compared to what they were yesterday. This team looks really good after, not only because they played well, but because they recovered. That's what I love to see out of a team going into the finals. It's the mental tenacity to pull yourself up and get back in the game.
And here is, of course, Petrichor Road. And actually, I just want to kind of follow on from that point that you've made. Yesterday, they only got 1 podium finish. Today, question mark had 3rd, 2nd, 2nd, 10th, 6th, 2nd. So many podium finishes here. Again, they're able to constantly get to that late game. Not quite able to finish things off. And here's the man of the match brought to you by Quidia. And it will be Mill. Again, when I'm kind of, I was alluding to it earlier, but the push-up on the flank here to just kind of suffocate question mark out, for me, was really the MVP player of the game, never mind the fact that he was able to do some damage and get some kills.
Yeah, I mean, and again, it just came down to Petrichor. It started in a place they didn't want to be. They had to put in a lot of work today, and they did it. But there are a lot of teams who put in a lot of work. This whole week, or the 2 days overall, Cerberus does come in as the leader in the kills. Sonics with the damage, not too surprising there. And of course, Sonic survival time, which makes sense with all those chicken dinners that they managed to bring home.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, now that I think about it with the question mark thing, the fact that they kept getting 3rd, 2nd, seconds, all this stuff, whilst you were seeing FaZe and Sonics do so much, is also testament to it. But it's 18 points for Petrichor Road against the 14 points coming in from question mark. Has Falcons made it as well? Because honestly, they've been consistent, man. This was a great last game for them too.
Also, Gen G picked up 10. I didn't realize they walked away with that many kills. This could put them back in the race for the top 8.
Oh! This did? Wait! Gen G, with those 10 points, has been able to take 8th place. It was not Pero, it was not Tyloo who were able to make it. So on our left side, Sonics, FaZe, they're on 5, Cerberus, Danawa, question mark, Falcons, and Gen G gets to the finals.
That is, I'm not going to lie to you, when we came out here, I thought it was Tyloo or I thought it was Petrichor. I knew it would be a 1 point difference, but it is Gen G who gets the 5 kills plus the placement and manages to advance over those teams by a net of 1 point. That means those teams, Tyloo, Petrichor, will be thinking about that.
What a roller coaster of emotions we actually just saw Petrichor go through here, because they won the game, and I think maybe off of that win, they thought they might have taken it there and been able to move up, but Gen G getting that many kills here at the end as well, that was... Actually, I didn't expect this.
No, I did not either. I mean, when you look at their numbers, they had a couple of good performances. They got that chicken, but here it is. Most kills for the winners bracket.
Of course, Himas.
The gamer.
He is a gamer. Obviously, in the previous round in the group stage as well, Himas was able to shine through and, in fact, already kind of bagged himself a boatload of money. He had the most kills in the group stage, and now he has the most kills in this as well, winning another 10K.
Another 10K.
because he got 10K for the previous one. And the unstoppable team, again, is Cerberus. And they were already the unstoppable team in the group stage here, getting 20K for that. So they get another 20K. Man, Cerberus, we've said it at the beginning of the death segment to start the day. They might be, wait a minute.
Wow.
And he's the MVP as well. Guys, it's production, stop, calm down. Hold the phone. Okay.
How much does he get for this one? It's absolutely
10K.
Another 10K. MVP brought to you by Kadia as he comes out with another but he deserves it. You said you think he might be the best player in the world if he keeps doing this. He's going to be the richest player at this event.
Almost certainly right now. So yes, so let's actually kind of take stock of this briefly because we got barraged just then.
Yes.
Cerberus looks fantastic.
Yes, they do.
And Himas, as we say, might be the best player in the world right now. With that kind of consistency, if they bring that to the grand final, it's going to be a scary prospect.
I think that they are a scary prospect all the time going forward, no matter how the grand final goes. Even if they got ill and they couldn't play well in the grand final and they bottomed out, I would still be terrified of them at every event going forward because they don't have quit in them. Even when the game was against them, they found a way to get into the top 5. They podiumed an insane amount. They didn't even get a chicken, if I remember correctly. They just went out there and just destroyed everyone.
I'm trying to do some maths quickly. So
I like that.
If you get top 16, you're guaranteed $37,000 at least from the prize pool.
Right.
They've already got $80,000 in terms of MVPs, unstoppable teams, most kills here. I mean, maybe Himas just keeps it for himself, but he'll probably divide it out amongst the team. So they've already guaranteed themselves at least $17,000.
And we haven't even gotten to the finals yet.
What am I witnessing here?
But here's a team, question mark. They made it through. Just had a tough start today. You got to give them some love. It was beautiful.
All right, let's take a look at the Colonel's Choice brought to you by KFC here because there's so many moments to pick, and it's the mortar here to hit things off. And then, of course, this great duck nade by Duckmeyer and follow-up.
And that was a beautiful, so they tried to use the mortar the right way. They used it to sort of open the chance to come in.
Yeah.
But D+ Kia was watching, used that grenade, and stopped the push dead in its tracks.
You got to stop it.
You got to stop that
Very
push.
important there from all of this, and a few more moments coming in as well here. I mean, Tego was able to provide ample amounts of moments. Of course, we watched as Sonics here tore a hole through this lobby through today.
I mean, Sonics has been tearing a hole through the entire day. You said that at the end, and it's absolutely true. They turned up, they showed up, and they were ready to play. I just hope, I'm from the region, that they push through and keep doing it.
Well, that's the cool thing. As we take a look at the Dr. Zulaman and Beeb save of the day here to start things off, there'll be a few of them as Tiggleton starts things off for us.
Sonics again. I think get used to seeing them on the highlight reel for this event. FaZe will probably show up a lot, and of course Cerberus because they're always in the fights. But this is, I think, DraftKing getting a nice little shot here. DraftKing a little bit quiet today, but he turned up. They made the plays when Falcons needed to make the plays, and they also are going to get their chance to go to the final.
Yeah, very nicely done here overall. I mean, again, the cool thing about the very top is the fact that you've got North America in Sonics, you've got FaZe up there, you've got Theraphon 5, who had an amazing winners bracket alongside Cerberus as well, and Korea with 2 teams also in that grand final. So it's all to play for here. Noticeably absent is China here. But anyway, we can talk about that in a few moments' time as we now go to the Abdul Latif Jamil Motors rides of the day and see what we've got in store for us here as well, Toffees.
I mean, you want to talk about a ride of the day. It was watching Tyloo try to get up to the top, falling back down. It was the ride of watching 17 go from the very top all the way into the losers bracket. But ultimately, we saw a lot of fun car jousting. Again, if you've played one day of PUBG, you realize just how impactful vehicles are in this game. And this event, this has been no different.
No, especially since the stabilization of guns when you're actually using this. It's you're getting some really sick kind of ride-bys here as we take a little bit further on. And that is how it sits. Tomorrow, we are going down into that losers bracket here, where we have the likes of Tyloo, Petrichor, the expendable 17, Na'Vi, LG, Daytrade, and D+ Kia joining that pack. It's going to be a brutal losers bracket.
There's only 8 spots on the way out.
Yeah.
There are a lot of teams in that losers bracket that I think have insane global potential. So I do think sometimes I think you're tempted. Maybe I'll skip losers bracket. You know, maybe not as interested.
It's too good.
It is incredibly good. It's going to be super competitive because I think a lot of teams we expect to be down there aren't, and teams that we never thought would be down there, Twisted Minds, things like that, are. And this is going to be a very difficult run.
This analysis segment brought to you by STC Play here as well. So big thank you to them for joining us for this ride, and it has been one hell of a ride here for the day. Down to the wire. Again, I think both of us absolutely bamboozled by the fact that it was not Tyloo or Petrikoro that gets that spot. It was Genji. Pio must be laughing.
And Paper Thin.
And Paper Thin. He does all right for himself. Let's head over to the stage.
Welcome back to the main stage, where we are joined by H-Win from Sonics with an absolutely outstanding performance throughout the entire day. You placed first. Top of the leaderboard, my friend, going into the grand finals in a few days' time. That's got to be such a morale boost. Can you just talk us through today, how it was for you guys? Take us through your day.
Yeah, so we only needed like 20 points, but we didn't want to come into it with that mentality. We wanted to be first. We wanted to get better practice for finals, and we've secured our spot, so yeah.
You definitely have secured your spot for sure. Now, you know, we like to give some people sometimes the opportunity up here on stage to kind of pat some of their teammates on the back, as it were. Is there anyone out of your team that you think has particularly shone today and kind of enabled you to claim that top spot?
Yeah, I think everyone played a part, but I'd have to say Tiggleton with the mortar knock. He's been trolling in scrims for weeks. It's been a headache, but it paid off, I guess. Man's a god with the mortar, so yeah, Tiggy for sure.
I mean, I think I speak for everyone as well to say that you had an absolutely outstanding day today as well, so I just kind of had to put that out there. But is there anything that you would like to say to your fans, your supporters, family who have been supporting you, throughout this entire tournament and before?
Oh yeah, of course. Shout out to our friends and family in Twitch chat. We see you guys supporting us. Also, shout out to the haters. For every one of you, there's 5 fans of Sonic, so yeah. Where are you now?
واو اوكي بنرحب باللاعب H-Win من فريق سونكس بعد ما حصل على المركز الاول في الوينرز براكت بنهايه اليوم الثاني. بدينا بسؤالنا الاول. اول شيء مبروك الفوز طبعا، ومبدئيا ابطال المرحله للوينرز براكت. حبينا ناخذ رايه بخصوص الفريق، انه كيف كان ادائهم وكيف كان خلينا نقول معنويات الفريق وهم داخلين على نهائي اليوم الثاني من الوينرز براكت. رده كان انه الفريق كله كان جاهز، الفريق كله كان متحفز، واكيد يعني حصولهم على المركز الاول يعتبر حافز كبير جدا ودافع كبير جدا للفريق لوصولهم لهاي المرحله. سؤالنا الثاني كان مين اللاعب اللي كان خلينا نقول بارز خلال هاي المرحله من البطوله؟ طبعا يعني كل الفريق كان بقدم، بس خصوصا عندكم اللاعب تيجلتون مع المورتر اللي فعليا كان مدمر الدنيا. لو شفتوا اللقطه بتوقع في المباراه الخامسه كمان على بعد يمكن 192 متر في المباراة، فكانت كثير حلوة. وغير هيك آخر شيء حبينا نسأله، هل في أي شيء حابب تحكيه للجمهور ولا المتابعين لفريق سونكس ولا لكم؟ طبعا رده كان بشكر كل المتابعين، بشكر كل المشاهدين اللي كانوا موجودين، وبرضه اللي كارهين الفريق وبيركزوا عليهم. وينكم يا شباب؟ هينا وصلنا واخذنا المركز الأول في الوينرز براكت.
Last thing before I forget, shout out Intel. They hooked us up with new CPUs leading up to this event, and we were adequately prepared.
Nice. Well, then, there you have it. H-Win, thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage. Thank you so much. Please, if you can exit stage right, that would be amazing. Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. But you know what? It's always the same situation right here on the main stage, isn't it, Sandstorm?
Yes,
We've
sir.
got another interview for you. Tanadol, please, can you come over here? Because we have to give a huge shout out to Teraton 5 for an absolutely amazing performance once again. Congratulations. You know what, I just wanted to kick things off by saying a really strong day once again for you guys, but your region in particular, the APAC region, really has shone throughout this competition and obviously the past few days as well. What do you feel like has been the main factor behind this?
วันนี้นะคะT5 ทำผลงานได้ดีมากถือว่าเป็นหน้าเป็นตาให้กับ APAC ใน PGS 2 เลยทีเดียวนะคะทางรายการก็อยากจะทราบค่ะว่าปัจจัยอะไรที่ทำให้ T5 สามารถเล่นได้ดีในวันนี้คะ
ก็แก้ไขข้อผิดพลาดต่างๆในรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจนะครับแล้วก็ทำให้สำเร็จในวันนี้ครับ
He said that like T5 like actually on the group stage they found a lot of weaknesses and then before the competition they fixed it already so that's why they can have chicken dinner today.
بنرحب باللاعب تانادول من فريق تيراتون 5 اللي حصلوا على المركز الثالث بنهايه الوينرز براكت. بدأنا بسؤالنا الاول، انه مبدئيا كان يوم رهيب جدا لهم، قدروا يحصلوا على نقاط كثير قويه، وخصوصا بعد الاداء اللي شفناه في مرحله الجروب ستيج. فحبينا نساله ايش كان العامل الرئيسي اللي ادى لهذا الاداء الاسطوري، ورده كان انه هم لاحظوا الاغلاط اللي عملوها في مرحله الجروب ستيج وقدروا يحلوا هاي المشاكل باسرع وقت ممكن، وقدروا يوصلوا للتوب 3 بنهايه الوينرز براكت.
Well, Tanadol, the group stage is done. The winners bracket is done. You now have 3 days until the grand finals begin. Is there anything that you are looking to change or to improve within the team so that you can make sure you have the best chance at claiming the top spot at the grand finals?
อีก3วันนะคะก็คือจะมีวันหยุดของทีม T5 ก็คือมีรอบต้องหยุด2วันเพื่อที่จะรอทีมlower bracket แล้วก็มีวันหยุด day off วันนึงนะคะทางรายการก็อยากจะทราบว่าทาง T5 อะค่ะคือในวันหยุด3วันนี้คือมีแผนที่จะเตรียมตัวอย่างไรเพื่อที่จะทำให้สมรรถภาพของทีมยังคงมาตรฐานไว้อยู่อย่างนี้เหมือนเดิมค่ะ
ก็จะคอยดูครับคอยดูแข่งรอบที่เหลือครับแล้วก็แก้ไขข้อต่างๆก็จะรักษามาตรฐานให้ดีที่สุดครับ
He said that like on the 3 days off, like the team will keep going, like keep an eye on every team's strategy, and then after that, like they will learn that strategy for winning the chicken dinner again.
حابين نسأله سؤالنا الثاني للاعب تانودول بما انه اخذوا المركز الثالث بالوينرز براكت وحيكون عندهم 3 ايام بريك من هلا لنهائيات الكبرى للبي جي اس 2 فايش حيكونوا عم بيشتغلوا خلال هاي الفتره ردوا كان انه حيكونوا عم بيركزوا على اللوزرز براكت حيركزوا على الفرق والاستراتيجيات تبعتهم خلال الايام الجايه وعشان يعرفوا بالضبط ايش حتكون تحركاتهم وايش افضل قرارات يتخذوها عشان يرجعوا يطلعوا بوينر تشيكن دينر ويطلعوا بالمركز الاول في الببجي جلوبال سيريز 2
Well, Tanadol, thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage. You've been absolutely phenomenal, but the real work starts in 3 days' time, so you're going to have to knuckle down and really get to work for that. But for now, thank you so much for watching us all here on the main stage over the past 4 days of competition, 5 days of competition, in fact, because we have plenty more to go. Don't forget that tomorrow, the lower bracket will begin, and that means at the end of it, 8 teams will be sent home. So the tension's going to start, the button's going to be rising, the dial's going to be turned, something like that. You know what I'm trying to say. Anyway, thank you so much to everyone for watching. You've been amazing. My name is Banks. This is Sandstorm, and we will see you tomorrow.
نشكركم اعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين على تواجدكم معنا في المسرح وعلى اللايف ستريم باذن الله. بكره حنرجع بنهائيات اللوزرز براكت وبنشوف مين الثمان فرق اللي حتقدر تتاهل معنا على النهائيات الكبرى وبنشوف مين يا ترى اللي حيلعب على لقب PUBG جلوبال سيريز 2 تشامبيونز. نشكركم على المتابعه، نراكم بكره باذن الله. تصبحون على خير والسلام عليكم ورحمه الله وبركاته.
Face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. Got a choice, they're hearing us now. So proud, just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. Got a choice, they're hearing us now. Gina,
paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us. So proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight.